We're live, I guess. Hi, everybody.
Oh my god!
And I'm wearing a red shirt, so I want to survive this one.
It's so funny. I was about to make the same joke. That's how bloody the same we've evolved. That's just... Oh, goodness. And some of us, sometimes we start the opposite way around. I steal your joke. That happens. I just...
But this red shirt's on for a reason, so...
Yes, it is. Although...
We'll get to that in a second.
As with many things we wear for these lives, the way the framing works, the cool stuff's cut below the face line. That's fine. It becomes a surprise, but it's just... It is amusing to me. Yes, welcome, welcome! How are you feeling today on this 6 PM on Sunday?
It's only 1 PM, so...
1 AM? You in Singapore?
I'm alright. Yeah,
Yeah, I've been cramming at the start of my day. I did things and bobs. I made 3 Drunkyards thumbnails last night. I was able to scroll through, as you guys are going to see, our exorbitant, as you have as well, lineup of things. And it was fun to see like actual sort of tipsy pictures of us. They were nice. There were some nice selfies. And then I just used AI to extend them, etc. When we eventually get people like Anthony Rapp on, we can use a picture with Anthony Rapp! Because we have those as well.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, so what we're doing today, how would you summarise today for our...
Today we're just hanging out and talking about our Vegas trip. And it is a Drunkyard, so you guys are the puppet masters. You get to control our destiny, as it were. All the rules are on screen there. So,
Yes.
yeah, we're going to just reminisce about our trip and tell some stories.
And it's fair to say that the stories might get more honest with alcohol, so...
They just might.
I don't know what that means necessarily, although it'd be funny to see some stories that, you know, are from your perspective and my perspective. Yeah. As always, guys, if you want to see the fun stuff, if you want to... Drunkyards, that's a chance. I have got my fancy vodka thing that Marcus Churchill from Trekyards absolutely adored. He drank a whole chunk of a bottle, so I got that. Got my classic cider, which is still in my... It is a hot day today, so my aircon is currently on, as it will be. I apologise. That's currently cooling my cat.
You can't hear it, so it's fine.
Beautiful. So that's currently... I like, if it's on, right, you might as well use to cool cans as well. I like cold drinks, personally, so that's ready to go. What have you got, Stuart?
I got the shit you bought, which you didn't drink.
I know!
There's like still 3 cans in my fridge.
Did do a Drunkyards while I was there.
This is one of them.
So
Raspberry White Claw. And I've got peach to finish. And then Crown Royal Apple. So, yeah.
I believe I've now tried them all, so I can say they're all pretty good.
And the STLV Trek to Vegas shot glass that came in our swag bag.
I have one of those as well. That's a good point. If people care that much, I can go grab that as well. And then I could technically add shots to my drink. Because I'm still not going to shot, because I have, you know, peer pressured, unchangeable. Anyway, I'm going to start sharing.
Go for it.
See you in a second.
All right, guys, super chat in. Let us drink and be merry and have fun and have a good afternoon of hanging out. And hopefully you guys will want to hear these stories and have some good a good time with us, basically. So yes, hit the like button, make sure you're subscribed to the channel, click the notification bell icon, do all those things as you always do. Super chat in, it really helps us out and get you to interact with us. We appreciate that. And you can join the channel. There's a join button down there. I'd like to thank Jimmy Bell Loyal for joining at the rank of ensign. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We will you'll see your name in the credits of future videos, so check that out. But yeah, you can check out the different tiers. Anyway, lots to talk about, and yeah, but sorry, I'm getting off topic. Join the channel if you're able to, or head over to Patreon/Trekyards. It's another way to join us. Also, we appreciate that. And yeah, just be part of the conversation, be part of the fun, and it should be a fun afternoon of just doing things. And hopefully you guys will have a good time. That's all I'm saying. Hit the like button, though. Let's get those likes up to 20. We have 18 people here. And I would like to see those likes jump up. If you haven't hit like yet, please hit that like button. And that's a variation of Bloody Mary. Let us drink. That's funny. It's more like a V8 cocktail, Mark. We'll have a drink for that. Thank you. All right. And yes, we do read all the super chats on air, so please, if you want to have your voice heard, by all means, do the thing. All right, well, waiting for Sam to finish sharing, and then we will start sharing all of our adventures. And Mark Lawrence is here. Mark was, he's our amazing supporter that immensely helped us out in Vegas. So I'm sure there'll be stories involving Mark. And one of our moderators, Matt Boardman, as well. He was there. So if you were there and we met you, we might talk about you as well. So anyway, yes. And I'm still waiting to get the videos done for our actual my captain's log of the trip. Still having issues with the audio and video. So stay tuned for those. Those will be over on the Captain Foley personal channel. The link for that is in the description down below. So check that out and subscribe there if you haven't already. That's where you get a lot of the behind the scenes things. So yeah, lots to look forward to as well. So Chuck A, member for 53
I looked down, my earbud came out. My padding.
Nice. Chuck A says, good to see you both on this live stream, Sam and Stuart, and everyone in the chat. Yes, good to see you too, Chuck. Hope you're doing well.
Good to see you too. We have cameras in your house.
Yes. Not supposed to tell them that, though.
Edit!
Yeah. Mark Lawrence, $5. Let us drink. That's some variation of Bloody Mary. Sure, yeah.
Excellent. All right, let's see what I need to catch up on. That is exciting.
So one drink at least.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't drank since Vegas, so that'll be exciting. All right. Brother Strawberry and Cream English cider, 4%.
Oh, it's even 4%. What a pussy fucking drink.
Look,
Jesus,
the shots aren't up to me, Stuart.
My beer's 5%, for Christ's sake. No wonder you never get drunk.
Oh, I get plenty drunk. I'm very generous with how I pour my especially in the late stage game. Look, it's not up to me. If people want to put in the shots, I will start the shotting. All right. Salut.
Yes.
That's nice.
Sorry about the sound effect there.
Yeah, I've got mine, so it's fine. It's all good.
Sean O'Sullivan, €2. Welcome home, maple syrup and spotted dick all around. Sure.
How do you know Richard had leprosy?
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Ray Ricks.
Yeah, some people got COVID from Vegas. He got leprosy. Crazy trip.
Ray Ricks, 10 pounds. Let's go. Hashtag Cap Drink and Sam Drink.
Yeah, we'll do that. All right, got some Tropicana. Ray, have you ever had this? It's good. You should try it. Good to see you, Ray. How are you doing?
You should try it.
How many countries have you visited since we saw you last? All right. Start with a start. I'll give Ray 1.5 for that, because he's Ray.
Yeah, fine. No. Just a regular drink for that.
That's fine. Oh, and guys, those that are here, it is Marie's 30th birthday this week, or this coming week, and I'm gently trying to convince her to jump on a Drunkyards with us, or at least with me, in this month, in the September month, to celebrate her 30th, because it's a big deal. It's it's a big milestone, obviously, and what's kind of fun is that happenstance has meant I've had to invest in her to get some more uniforms for various Trek short things over the since the last time she was on Drunkyards. So if she's inclined, we could do the same perk to see Marie in various uniforms, which that's pretty cute. And one, Stuart, is a TOS blue dress, one of the good ones. So So if you're on that live stream, if you pump in for like half an hour, we could all be in TOS. That'd be crazy. Just saying. And it's cute. I mean, she looks so cute.
Jay Donaldson, $20. Let's start this out right with a shot.
Oh no!
Cap drink. What are you most looking forward to or hoping to see from Lord more legacy characters, and just a continuation of what they've been doing because they've been doing great.
Chill Will went 6 here, so it's very drinkable time here. Oh no, this was very strong, and Jay just had me make it stronger. Okay.
Cheers, Jay Donaldson.
I think it's in theory you have to add more. You just drink what you already have, but I had Good. I can feel his eye watering already. Season 5, gosh. Well, they said some stuff. Mike said some stuff to us once that hasn't come out, if you recall. Don't know if that was a thing that was cancelled or whatever. So I'm interested if that comes to play in Season 5. And I wonder if they're going to play it as a final, because you can definitely rewrite things once you knew you're being cancelled, or not renewed. I'd like to see one of the captains, just so they got one, either Shatner, Picard, like one of the 5 captains, just so they had a captain, because that'd be super nice. And if they got Cisco Avery for a flashback in DS9 with Mariner, to finish that arc, that'd be ideal. Or even Jake Sisko, like, yeah. So that would be nice to see if they're going to finish off an arc. And Gavin again. I want to see what happened to Gavin, the Phoenix Stealer. He was great.
Yeah.
There you go.
And Johan, Lower Decks is earlier than Prodigy, yes.
Yes, quite a bit earlier. Which is why they wanted to, but couldn't really put Lower Decks in Prodigy, because it would then seal the deal on Lower Decks cast. Because if you saw Mariner in that era, you know she lived, which, you know, most likely are going to, but locks you in a bit. Right, I'm going to start a poll.
Yeah. All right, hit that like button. We have 30 people here, which is awesome. 23 likes, which is great, but we could do better. Let's hit those like buttons if you haven't done so already. We'd appreciate it. But yeah, we will be showing some pictures and maybe some video and just kind of talking about the week we had there and the convention. There was a lot of cool stuff. And we want you guys to ask questions and be part of it. And hopefully you'll enjoy the ride. Still haven't got my Captain's Logs videos out for the trip yet for multiple reasons.
It's going to be a long one. Have you decided to make it a single or a multi-split?
Well, I already made a single. It's 3 hours and 13 minutes. That's without your footage.
Correct.
And that's the one I'm having a lot of issues with. So I might break it down into days and just release them.
Yeah, I know what we did, so that'd be awesome.
Yeah. And
just phone quality is so much better than the last time we did that trip, that you can get good quality video effectively.
So yeah, but yeah, those videos will be out at some point. So anyway, yes. Well.
Oh, and do go check out our yesterday's release of the Achilles Part 1, which is another Star Trek Online Heritage Bundle, old game brought into new game, and it's really, really cool of them to do that. And if you're a Stowe lover, we recommend trying to get it, or the bundle, because it encoded to make more of these ships back in the game, which this is not just a ship that some people know. Those that know it love it, and it has a legacy of, 15 years, 20 years, so that's so many fans like, oh my goodness. They had 3 new ships that came to the game, 2 are faithful, 1 is a redo. So go check that out, it's an interesting ship. We had many comments, it's very flat, and then part 2 out next week with even more kind of detailed shots of the orthos, and we love looking at orthos, because that one in particular had some interesting ortho thoughts. Yes. Go check that out.
Johan, no, not Star Trek The Experience. We were talking about STLV, Star Trek Las Vegas, which is the world's biggest Star Trek convention every year. Me and Sam both went together this year, so.
Although I guess now the only Star Trek convention, because obviously Chicago. Well, no, there's still a destination, but it's a bit smaller.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry,
Anyway.
John.
You want to put the slide up?
Yes. It's okay, John. We love these sort of things. Yes. Okay, let's move some things around.
I shouldn't have to. Just replace the thumbnail.
No, I know. I just have to. I always modify the slide size slightly when I do things. Yeah, it's just a. Yes. It's fun. I sort of pre-designed a place. In fact, I actually made the thing slightly differently sized so that we'd have more space to put stuff. Yes. It's part of our show and tell. We have many things to show and many stories to tell.
So these first two pictures of this one, that's Sam on my couch, typing a script out, and he's got Lola and Dot sitting beside him.
Yes.
And Lola sat like that quite a bit, as she tends to do, all on her own. Sam saw it. So.
Oh, a lot. It's definitely like one of the passive things. And yeah. I don't assume it was because I was there. I assume I was in their spot, but they were very keen to be next to me.
She always sits there because I sit on the other cushion beside, and she just sits beside me all the time. So.
Constant dog hair, constant right up against me, and Dot likes to spin around once or twice and then back down again. And then 30 seconds later leave, and then decide that wasn't good enough and comes back, and then rolls around again. And it's like, decide, please, decide, woman.
Yep.
Oh, and what's the other one, Stuart? That looks a bit nice. What's going on there?
I don't know. Looks like I'm being authoritative.
It does.
Captain-y.
And that's a rather good looking
green screen.
That's a rather good looking green, rather good looking uniform, good looking man. That's a good little headshot there, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a great one actually. There was a few of them. Like
I did a lot. I love getting the new camera. I invested in the new phone, the Samsung phone, because I knew we were going to do Vegas, and it definitely paid dividends because some of the close-ups were just really great. And that, of course, how do you summarize what we did? I'll summarize for that particular piece.
I'm trying to remember which one in particular that was.
Well, we're doing things in order, aren't we? So this is the pre-Vegas.
I know, but I can't remember. I mean, this is the one Cassie's apartment.
Good point.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the original script. That was the Save the Enterprise one.
Spoilers much, Jesus. No,
I think you say that in the pitch.
Maybe. It was fun to see. It was fun to actually get in the captain's gear and do captainy things. So yeah, I was excited. It was a fun day. That was. I say that, but it was hot. So.
It was humid. It was sweaty. It was one of those few times that you realize why people in the States and such need the aircon, because it's like without it, it's a bit tricky. But no, this was tremendous. This was wouldn't say last minute thing, but the ability to organise it was last minute for actually getting it funded. But we did a GoFundMe that went tremendously well. Thank you, Mark Lawrence and others in the chat who helped. Got it funded, got it written, was in order, and we went and shot it on Stuart's very good green screen. You can see how clean the green is. And interestingly, compared to my green screen, where I have to light it more, because we did a very flat lighting for a lot of your stuff. Because the more you light a green screen, the more it reflects light back on you, because of course it's bouncing light. Yours is so passive that you didn't have almost any green spill, because...
Yeah.
So it's actually going to be very clean. Your glasses will be the problem, of course, but the actual green bit will be super easy. Some inconvenience, but, you know.
There.
Hey!
That's how it should be. I hate selfie cameras that do that. My selfie camera automatically, makes the picture the right way.
I should probably turn that. I think there's a setting for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, how was that as a specific experience to actually be... We've been directed via Zoom and such by me, but actually physically on set with the real lines, and this is not that I've ever taken it easy on you, but this was not an easy script. This was not a quick performance. This was a full film, all the bells and whistles. What was that like to be properly directed and to experience it and whatnot?
Frustrating. I did it perfect the first 5 fucking times, but oh no, we need 15 variants. No, it was great. It was fun. I don't know. 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 I don't know Yeah, we had all the setup, the lights, the camera, the chairs, fans. Not you guys, but like fans to cool off. Because unfortunately, Cassie's apartment wasn't air conditioned, but she had just moved out because she was moving to a new apartment. So we had this big open space with pretty good lighting that we could like use, and so we took advantage of it. So, but yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Definitely looking forward to seeing the finished result. That's for sure.
Yeah, we filmed in 4 different environments, which is kind of ridiculous when you think about it. This was our first one. They all had benefits, all had negatives. This was nice in that we didn't have a time pressure, and we didn't have a battery pressure, or in fact a hard drive pressure because we just started. So this was a far more relaxed, let's get the shoot done as good as possible. Other ones had other factors which were different. But also you were, not necessarily green, but you're the most right. I've got to jump you in the deep end because again, these films aren't meant to be easy. They're meant to be performances, right? So it was quite a thing for you to do and to try and emote and try have the depth and it's tricky, especially with unlike a Zoom where if you're filming it or doing audio, you can quote unquote fake a lot of the emotion, but in this with a close up, the subtlety needs to come across via the subtlety of mini expressions, right? So it's a way different thing.
Yeah. How did I do?
Good. Yeah. I mean, as with anybody, there's going to be a few lines that like that was exactly right, and a few that are that's pretty good. And I think that's one of the things I said to you a couple of times was I believe you, if you recall, which is a few lines like boom, yep, you sold all the captain energy that we needed. No, it was good. I mean, it's different, right? Because how did it feel to because the thing is you weren't playing you.
I kind of was. But yeah, I was picturing myself in the situation as well, which definitely helped. So yeah, I'm not a method actor. I don't, but yeah, I thought it was fun. It was intriguing to see the lines and kind of. I was visualizing how it would look on screen and how I'd want it to watch it myself. So hopefully that came across anyway. There you go.
It's the one thing that I find with a lot of my actors is that while obviously I'm basing somewhat of the character on the way you are, it can't be literally who you are, otherwise that's not quite there, right? So the fact is you didn't, like that, even though it was close, you were not speaking in your cadence. Like, exactly. So how did that feel to have a different speech pattern to how you normally speak and expressing it? Because it wasn't you, right?
You say that. You keep saying that, but it's not necessarily true. Because you wrote the lines pretty good as to how I would say them, most of them. I made one or two small little tweaks, but no, it was just more commanding. Not as chill and relaxed as I tend to sometimes be.
So you're saying I kind of hybridized, because when do you ever talk about the captiony things in the way that, although I think, brutally honest, we talk about these things with so much conviction. There's
we read so many scripts and done so many shows for 10 years now. Jesus. And doing the script was beautiful. I loved the teleprompter thing, and it just worked out so well. So
yeah, you felt very comfortable with that, which is good. Yeah. And I certainly think the plan is to bring you here next time so that we can just have a really controlled setup studio space. And obviously in that case we'd have you have the lines hopefully weeks ahead of time so you can properly absorb them and because that was not what we could do in these ones, for better or for worse. I mean, we knew the stories, give or take, which was some, but a story is not the subtlety, right?
Yeah.
So it was but then you really got to experience the true Fast and Furious version of Trek shorts where I have to get the script ready in the nick of time, as it were. We shoot it. I have to sell you that I know what the hell I'm doing, was what I just invented, and then hope it's gonna be good.
Yeah. Ray Ricks though, 40 pounds. We need more shots going on. Oh, there we go. Both drink. All right.
Oh,
I switched to the apple now because I'm out of the peach. Well, I still have peach upstairs, a bigger bottle, but finish that one. So, all right. Thank you, Ray. That is awesome.
That's amazing.
Big emotions on stage, small emotions on screen. I know a thing or two from my musical. It's nice. Cheers, Ray. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to meet Ray as well. We hung out with Ray and Mark Lawrence and Matt Boardman. It was a fantastic time. And to actually get to meet Ray was really cool. So he's a very intriguing, interesting man for sure. So it was great to hang out with him.
Ray, give us a permission or not to show pictures with you at some point, because you are going to be in this lineup, as in you could. So let us know if you want to out you as a face. If you have some nice pictures with you and such, let us know. But yeah, thank you. That's guys. Again, this is Drunkyards Live, so put in a few fives. I mean, fives work. 10s and 20s go further. And I have got some costume changes. In fact, so it's $40. I have a new costume that I got yesterday because I was getting something from China anyway. It's a brand new Kozumot. Never had that before, as well as my other uniforms, of course, in the closet. If you want to make this a more Trek. These are all comfortable, right? But if you want the more Trek vibe, I'll uniform it up in that sports channel.
Ray gives us permission to show pictures, so that's good.
Super.
And that's me and Sam on the plane.
Kind of suave on the left one. I'm like, Although you can, I'm thinking one is early flight, one is late flight. As your enjoyment level has gone down.
No. I think it was just.
I think you're focused on the camera, honestly.
Because the one after that is this one where I'm like, actually, that still looks like I'm pissed off.
Or a little bit drunk. But also, Joanne says, isn't that what acting is all about? Taking what you got and tweak it a bit for the part. I mean, you can't really separate the actor from the character, not even with CGI. Yeah, Will Smith is Will Smith playing Hunter, or Will Smith playing Science Guy, you know.
Yeah.
Yes, this was our flight to Vegas, which was... You could feel the cheapness of the airline because the seats were cheap feeling.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Delta Airlines. They were pretty good, honestly, overall. So.
Oh yeah, for the price, definitely worth it. We got very specific. We really timed our deal and such. And it's funny. Oh no, you just tell a story about the seat and the lead-in and the.
Oh yeah.
So that was the whole thing.
Yeah, we couldn't pick our seating prior, so when we got to the gate, we're like, we just want to make sure we're sitting together. And the guy lied to us. He totally fucking lied to us. He said, "There's nobody else in your row. You guys are sitting together. It's fine." He was a very friendly guy, very very nice. I appreciated that.
He was almost like the Vegas guy, the Tone Task guy, like making us think we're doing something super wrong and being like, grrr. And then being reversed. I was like, oh.
Apparently I missed a super chat. Olivia, $5. Did you know Sam got to go see a captain, Captain Foley? You can see Captain Foley on his personal channel. Yes, the link is in the description below.
I didn't know that. Mark. Love it. Sorry, yes, the guy. So it was very jokey. You didn't know if he was actually being real. It was kind of hard to tell.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it was good. It was a good lead. And then we went to get a burger, and then all of a sudden our plane's boarding, and we're like, shit, we got to rush back to get on the plane, and it was fine.
It was the one time McDonald's took a bit longer than normal to make a burger. You know, it's that one time.
Also McDonald's at an airport, so.
Oh, for sure, but you expect them to be quick, and it was like, this is longer than it could be. Yeah, and it was funny because we got on the plane, and I bought so in the UK you can buy SIM plans for your phone that lets you do on internet data abroad. Great, but they charge a pretty substantial premium for it. I mean, it's very good service. I believe it's £6 a day for a lot of data, but the idea is you'd be in the hotel for most days. So I didn't want to pay $200 for sometimes use. And then that's the kind of thing you have to live with for a while. So I looked for online solutions because I knew there must be that's a problem that someone's going to try and solve, right? So I got this thing called, I think it was Aerolo, which was a digital SIM, which sort of tricks your phone to thinking you've got a real SIM and you're renting basically space from this company. And I was able to get like a gig in your area, 10 gigs in Vegas, another gig back when I came back, and it was very. You kind of had to turn off. It seemed almost dodgy. Like you have to turn some things off on your phone, reroute some things, turn to look at this, not that on your phone. but I did get them to work. None of them right out of the box, all need tweaking, but I did get them all to work. So I was in the airport, and in between the airport to the plane, I was saying bye to Marie, who was going to sleep, I believe, and I was like, goodbye, and it's gone. Shit. Well, I tried, because I couldn't, and then when I got to Vegas, it was fine. I remember that being like, I'm sorry, good night, see you later. Do you get my internet? It's funny where... Well, yeah, you did it all, go shit. That's A-okay.
Yeah. This picture is just us driving to the airport. We did fly out of Detroit because the Detroit airport and Toronto Pearson International are about the same distance away from my house. And it was way cheaper to fly out of Detroit because it was a domestic flight.
$200, I believe, overall.
Yeah,
$250?
Instead of like it would have been double that to fly out of Toronto.
As in $250 saved, I think it was. Which I mean, every save is good. It was not a cheap trip. So yeah. That was a pleasant, quick drive. We saw 8 police cars at one point.
Oh, they went flying by. Yeah, wasn't for us.
No.
I hope.
And the border was fine. The medium of what you expect. They're always a bit zealous.
Yeah.
But it was fine. It's funny how they're sort of dramatic in that you're at a border and they're questioning you, but they are being polite and nice. It's just formal, polite and nice. So it's just like just do your thing, just. Yeah. Don't have free Wi-Fi in Vegas? Yes, for a stay with the hotel. Yes, exactly. Not everyone trusts their Wi-Fi, but don't have a choice.
That's just funny. When we got to Vegas, we went to the wrong area to get picked up because we went to like the
taxi,
the car rental and taxi place. But there was a place called Captain, which I had to take a picture of.
Yeah.
The captain. You understand?
Yeah, and I felt pretty, for some reason, zapped of energy from that flight. I think we both did. I'm sure going from bright to night and the humidity, I felt we were both done with our travel because we've been 2 hours from your house, and then I remember also we lingered a bit at your house, like we didn't go yet because of whatever, like anyway, we were all up early, and it was like just very tiring when we got there, and then the airport was this big long building with like every side as an exit, and they're all labelled but not super well. It was kind of just sort of vibed. And it's like,
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't super great at the airport, in my opinion, because it was tough trying to find where to go.
Once you've done it more than twice, right, it's fine. It's just as a new. So we didn't fly into there last time, so I didn't recognise the place. A lot of people. Vegas has bustle that Ontario didn't have in the same way. It was, a fun swap between.
Yeah.
Let's start with the poll. Did you read the poll?
I did not read the poll. You can read the poll. So I'm looking for something.
Okay. The question was, and do vote, we're interested. Have you ever been to Star Trek Las Vegas before? The possible answers were yes, more than once. Yes, once. Nope, never had the chance. Or never wanted to. Not my thing. And, interestingly, with 25 votes, 50% of you have never had the chance to go. With 28% of you being more than once, 12% once, and 8% don't want to go. Which I'm sad that. Not so few of you, but I'm sad, But obviously, anyone not in America, it's quite a jaunt.
Yeah.
Anyone in America though, it's really not hard to get to.
I can't even. Never mind. I can't share videos. Damn it.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Because we got picked up by Mark Lawrence.
We did.
In a Cybertruck.
Oh my god.
I've been watching a lot of. I didn't like the Cybertruck at first when I first saw it, but I've been watching a lot of content over this last little while, and there's a lot to love. There's a lot to not like about it, but honestly, it was great to see him show up in a Cybertruck, and it was wrapped in black as well, so it didn't have the fingerprints all over the stainless steel, but. It was really cool. So I want to thank Mark for that because I know he wants to buy a Cybertruck, and he thought he'd have his by now. Because that was one of the pitch like 2 years ago, and he's like, we got to go to Vegas. I'll have a Cybertruck, and he'll have it wrapped in like Starfleet or like a shuttle. But an LV, he would call it, for land vehicle, but also Las Vegas, which is kind of funny. So anyway, for him to actually get a Cybertruck to pick us up was amazing. So he drove around in a Cybertruck all week in Vegas. And we actually saw another black wrapped Cybertruck twice. Once at Walmart and once pulled up beside us at a light. So yeah, it was an experience for sure. Love it or hate it, I don't care if you love the Cybertruck or hate it, because I used to hate it. Now I think it's pretty cool. But it was a fun experience. So
yeah, I mean, I was a bit not zoned out, but a bit like excited to get to the hotel and stop.
Ooh, thank you. Look, she brought me nachos.
Oh,
thank you, sweetie.
Very nice. Wow.
You usually need 2 napkins.
Love it.
Did you need hot sauce?
Oh, thank you, Sideshow. Happy Bell Rights to you too.
My Amazon's here.
Okay.
Amazon.
All right, sorry, you were talking. Go ahead.
And Sideshow just Happy Bell Rights, Stuart.
Oh, the Bell Riots?
Happy Bell Rights.
I survived them. It's fine.
I mean, it was quite a way away, in the UK. Yeah, Cybertruck. That was I mean, I had no clue. We were not pre-warned or anything, and I knew about it vaguely. Of course, I'd seen the presentation. Like, I'm never going to own a Tesla anyway, unless they're like, I'm 50 and they're cheap as hell, right? Relative. So I was like, I kind of know what this is, and then you do sense the everyone's looking at it vibe, because of course it's so just it's big and it's different. It's kind of like a Lego in the abstract, like it's just a big blocky, but it's got some style. In it didn't necessarily feel sci-fi, but it felt futuristic. There's a slight distinction there, with like a see-through but not see-through ceiling, which was kind of weird because you couldn't escape the sun, but also it was so dull you could enjoy it. Kind of strange. Good aircon, really smooth. Turns like a real good bitch, like a bitch in a good way. And yeah, very different. It was always kind of you can't use it very quickly as like, look how cool we are. But constantly we got attention from random people. And yeah, seeing 2, possibly the same one, another Cybertruck was fun. And for it to pull up, so one of the times it pulled up in the lane next to us on the street we were on. That might have been was that with me and Mark, or was that the 3 of us?
It was the 3 of us.
Like the chance
I got video footage of that right beside us.
The chance of that, I got to be in the 1,000,000 to 1, right? Of all the cities, of all the streets, of all the times, all the days, so yeah.
But it was Vegas, because I even said at the time, what are the odds? Oh, it's Vegas. Fancy cars, plus we should have gone to the casino right after that and gambled, because the odds were pretty against us to have that happen. So we should have bought a lottery ticket or done some gambling. We might have won, because luck was with us that day. But yeah.
But it was a surreal thing, and it was cool.
There's a lot of good footage of the Cybertruck and stuff in my, well, will be my captain's log when I finally get it out. So be sure to check that out. So. All right.
Yeah, a nice bit of style.
Then we arrived at the hotel, and Mark, of course, had the room decked out with like Federation flag and Moopsy and all the Star Trek wines, which we did a live from Vegas with Aaron Waltke doing taste testing of the wines.
As a great live.
Phenomenal. If you haven't checked it out, it's only an hour long. Go check it out. It was great that Aaron joined us and was there for the entire thing. Got some really good notes on the wine. He was a better wine critique than I am, or critic than I am. So.
Although I found myself a bit, this is more dry. Like I've never, when I was younger, I never understood how a drink could be dry, but that is a word that your brain can choose to describe the feeling. It is true. There is a tangible dryness to the liquid. I was expecting, I was mentally prepared for it to be a 5, 6, 7 hard liquor variant. And I remember we didn't really prep that because it was a wonderfully spontaneous kind of like, right, this is tonight, great, wines, the drinks, do it. And yeah, we didn't research them at all. I think that's part of the fun though, right? And it's like, it's a wine. Oh, it's another wine. It's another wine. Are they all wines? Oh, they're all wines. Huh.
I didn't expect them to all be wines, honestly,
No.
but I know they have like the Romulan Ale now, which is 2 different kinds of whiskey, a rye, and they're different. Like there's a light blue and a dark blue, which Mark has ordered. So maybe next time we see him, we'll be able to partake. But I expected more hard liquor to be like.
Well, variety, right?
Yeah.
So I remember, I believe there was a moment with Aaron where one of us said this could be another booze type.
Like ice wine.
Well, no,
The
like,
Andorian one should have been ice wine, is what I think.
or whiskey, or something that was not actually classic wine. And then when I smells it, like, oh, it's wine again. And we're like, oh, okay. And then it dawns on us, like, oh, this is gonna be a wine tasting. It was just a fun, like, but that was really worth watching, guys. I mean, Aaron, I said this, I believe, to either you after or during. Like, he felt like a natural third co-host in that live. How, like, in the zone he was with us. But as he said before, he knew about us before we knew about him. Before he worked on Trek. So we've been in his life for a lot longer. So he matched our energy, and it was a really nice... Yeah.
Which was amazing.
Yeah.
So to hear that from somebody that was watching us while working on a Star Trek show that we didn't know about yet.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. But Ray Ricks throws in 10 pounds. It says both drink for the Cybertruck. All right.
Yes.
I
Glory
put
to
half
you,
a shot. Half a shot for that 10 pound.
Guys, be like Ray. Make us have poison. I mean... But yeah, it was good.
And I mean that's coming up later in the story, I guess. But the whole Aaron live thing was funny because Mark Lawrence was there, and Mark Lawrence is amazing. He had three $50 Canadian bills for me for a live super chat, and he had two 50-pound notes for Sam. And he hands us the first one, which is the 150 Canadian. And he's like, we're like, what do you want your super chat message to be? Hey.
And the room explodes in laughter. It was the comedic genius that none of us knew we needed. Because Aaron's like, wait, what? And you're like, wait, all in one go? I think we expected it to be sort of a funny, doled out thing. You know, here's a five, here's a five.
Well, it would have been if we had more time, but we only had like an hour with Aaron. So it was kind of running to that, time crunch.
But I was very keen to give Mark something. And he said the simplest thing, and it was really set the tone, and just everyone laughed. And really, really funny. And to see Aaron, like, because these are busy days, right? That was a nice, like, decompressed moment of that was a great joke and a great vibe, and you all really responding well to Aaron, and yeah, no, it was nice. Like, it was fun when we got to the hotel. It very much was deja vu in that we knew the environment. Jesus Christ, we knew the rooms. It was very, very comfortable feeling. Except we're obviously years older, and our audience is more. Jeez, I look so dramatic there, like a vampire. We've done more, and so I really do. So it was a really interesting, like it's the same but different, and it kind of shows if people go back to the same place again and again, you kind of trick your brain a bit into what you're doing and when you are. But yeah, although that said, the hotel's under pretty major renovations, so we kept walking by. We kept walking by stuff that was being worked on as we were there, so that was quite disconcerting.
Mm-hmm. And I gotta say, I'm a little lacking in some of the photo areas because I was getting video instead. So unfortunately, I can't show that on here. Like I said, stay tuned for the captain's log of the trip because there'll be a lot of great video of all these moments as well. So. And Sean O'Sullivan throws in €2. You got back just in time. There's riots in San Francisco. We got out of California, and we knew we would be out of there in time, so it's fine. We have knowledge of future events, you see. So anyway, 29 likes, which is great, guys. Hit that like button if you haven't already. 35 of you here. Hopefully you guys enjoy the travel log.
And these are Stuart's pictures. I'm sure we'll reset and go back to my stuff. This is I guess it as a one-to-one. So it'll be funny how what we remember kind of tale.
You can throw yours in chronological order as we go.
I have to jump back a few steps then.
We'll go for it.
Okay, let me.
Starting all over later.
Oh no, okay, that's fair dues. Let me just get myself. How is the foods?
Really good.
Nice. Alright, so where to begin with my adventure? So my adventure, Stuart, actually begun earlier, if you recall. Because I was very keen to make it a nice... That is not my bun. Is to make it a nice... How do I share the love? One of my big plans to go on this trip was actually to not bring stuff so that I could then bring stuff back. And so I went to several stores, I think the day before I flew, and I was like, right, Stuart.
Yeah.
Originally, I was going to just buy you stuff. But the last time I did that, you were like, oh, I've got that. And if I'm flying at, 2,000 miles, you'd rather get new stuff. So I took these pictures to send you them. Now, luckily, we're on our phones quite a lot, and you're a very connected guy. I would text you saying, Stuart, do you have these? And I'm like, I've got to go in an hour. Luckily, you're right there. And I was able to say, do you have this, do you have this? So to kind of curate what you got, which was quite surreal to buy stuff in the store that I was going to take the next day to you in a different country. Yeah, so we've got a few things, and I believe I have a general picture as well of everything. I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've eaten a lot of it. We still have some left.
Yeah. Any reviews on anything?
The Tony's bars are great. Lots of chocolate and different flavors, which is great. The Lion brownies. Now those are something that's similar to what we have here, but I couldn't place it. Because when I ate one, I'm like, oh my god, there's something here that tastes exactly like this, but it's not called Lion. So those are really good. Cookies are great. Those fruit
Pastels.
jelly things are friggin' fantastic. Love those. I know the Maltesers and stuff on the side there aren't for us, but those Maltesers are a thing here in Canada. They're one of Sylvia's favorites. So, but yeah, and the hobnobs, those are really good too. So, I think we still have the custard creams left in the cupboard and the Yorkie originals. So, but yeah, now the British pride themselves on their chocolate, and the chocolate is really good, but we also have the same quality chocolate here in Canada.
Yeah.
It's different than America. Your chocolate sucks.
Yeah, it was not. This is about variety of what you don't have versus everything's good. Because in America, the reaction will be very good. Yeah, fruit pastels are a classic. I mean, Ray knows them, I'm sure. They're a very, like I say, classic things. So that was nice to be able to plan some stuff. And I seem to keep taking this picture every time I travel. I don't know why. It's just like, it's the same bag and the same bag and the same... It's like, that's my I'm going picture. It's now a thing. I'm now doing that. Pretty early morning. I got the train myself. It's one of those things where you don't want to fall asleep on the train. Oh. As you can see, I look a bit tired. But that's okay. It was an early morning, and I got to the plane, and we had a technical thing, like an insurance thing that wasn't quite sorted until I got to the airport, and I was having to do email correspondence in the airport next to the plane, and I got it booked. Like just the confirmation email, like 10 minutes before I got on the flight. So I was like, I was mildly. I mean, I was mildly stressed. But that's okay. Now Sylvia did a real boss move. As she does. Total shock, because I get on the plane and I'm like, okay, seat, great, this number, great. I you know how I stride quite broad. I was like, right, I'm gonna start going, and then I see the first number and it's the one that's next to mine. Like, I instantly have to stop. I'm like, oh, my seat's here. So the first seat that's free, next to this young couple of like 18-year-old like nervous fresh flyers, and I've got no seat in front of me. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? I was not mentally prepared for this. I'm used to normal.
That's great. Yeah, if you get that opportunity, that's fantastic.
Whole different sort of thing. Of course, you have the screen in front of you, which is a sort of the way that plays is a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, that was crazy. I sat down. It felt like I wasn't on a plane because I had all motion, all movement. That said, it was hard to relax for chunks of time because the food cart would hit me. Because they weren't... I mean, I am in the way, right? If these aren't designed to have people have their legs out, they're designed for them to be in the same place they would normally be and then go around you. So I did get hit a few times, both my shoulder and my... It's fine, right? It was worth a gander. But I couldn't quite sleep in the same way because I got bumped a couple of times. But it was a really nice, like, holy hell experience. I've never had that. And it was a really nice... oh my god kind of situation. So that was fun. What wasn't quite as fun, apart from the sort of lack of sleep, when I got to the airport, and this is no shade to you guys, it was rammed. Proper
Looks like
busy.
they're herding sheep.
Yeah, oh no, it absolutely was. It was pretty terrible. Yeah, it was because they obviously we had like 3 flights come in. It felt like a multiple flight situation. They had us. I guess they knew that going in. They had us pre. Hey Joel, good to meet you too there. They had us pre customs, I suppose. Like in mid walk terminal machines, cool. But then we got to the main room, as you can see. There were machines you were meant to use in the middle of the room, and there were queues to go to them, but there was no queue past them. So we had to get into the same queue to use the machines that we'd already used, and then when we got to the machines, we had about 200 people. I heard them all like, "We've already done these. Just go through them." And so once we got to the machines, we just sort of walked past people, which felt really awkward, to the other part of the queue. And that was like 200 people until we got to another queue. And I'm like, and I told Stuart, this is the queue. We've done the queue for the queue. We have the queue to get to the queue. And you were not happy. It's fair enough. It felt silly because we could just have gone through it. Literally. Yeah. And we couldn't.
Then all of a sudden you send me a message like, never mind, we're just letting us through. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, we get here. And you can see we're in the queue, a 3-line queue, for the actual queue for the people. And that's that. I mean, that won't take a billion years, right? It's fine. I've only been there like 45 minutes, whatever. And you can see there's this Asian lady on the left who's dealing with somebody. All of a sudden, she like undoes one of the barricade things and just starts letting people walk to the exit. I'm like... And within about 2 minutes, I'm out, and it's like... Okay, Stuart, I'm on my way. You're like, what the fuck? Really, I don't understand. Because we were in the queue for the queue. Like before this, I'd seen people... Oh, I don't know. Dumb, I tells you. So yeah, we finally got there, and there's a video that I took of meeting Stuart. I use one of my new phone features where you can film the front and the back camera. So I actually have both perspectives of us seeing each other the first time, and that's a really cute little video. So that was nice. That was a fun time. Saw the dogs, and well, that's not in order.
You done fucked up, everybody.
No, it's fine.
If you have any questions about the trip or anything, throw them in. Super chat in. I do want to have more drinks. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Just kind of a sip of the...
Indeed, that is why we are... Oh yes, then introduced me to this brand new invention, to wit, I often would have...
Yes, creamers.
What's this?
Flavored creamers, which includes like your sugar and your dairy, plus they're flavored. Like we just got one for Turtles chocolates today. There's like mint, after eights flavored ones. There's so many different flavors. And yeah, vanilla was the first one we had for you, and then we had hazelnut after that.
Yeah.
So
because I was like, where's the milk? Because I have syrups, and then you was like, this is all of them combined. I'm like, oh, sweet. But I always feel bad at using your goods when I'm there because I can't go to the store to get them and it's annoying. So I try and mitigate. But it was all good and that was fun with some Timbits, which are obviously a famous Canadian delicacy. And the third thing we said while we were there was the price differential, because we've got one in Kent where Marie lives, and it's a place you go for a treat. Because it's a special brand and people know Tim Hortons, etc. And it's delicious. Everything's really good, although different to yours. As silly as it sounds, I'm going to take you there as soon as you get here. It sounds ridiculous, but I want to see the contrast. And what is a box of 20 Timbits where you are from? Yeah.
Price-wise?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I never buy them. That's a Sylvia question.
I think it was like $6.
Yeah, it's like $6 or $7, something like that.
It was nothing. It was very much a... You don't think about it purchase, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I was like, oh, okay, well, they're not where I'm from. And for me, it's like $13, so over twice the price. And Sim was like, holy fuck! And I was like, yeah, it's a treat. She was like, because it's so like basic over there. So that was quite fun. And they're exactly the same. It's a treat where we come from.
This is interesting seeing the trip from your perspective. I like this.
Yeah, that's why I like doing the reversal. What did I take picture of this? Oh yeah, I thought it was interesting. I like the branding of the cheap, because I mean Stuart obviously
name.
Yeah, the no name. I just find it fun, the deliberately shitty brand, but in a good way. Because obviously we have a different, our cultures are different, right? We always find that when we do these things. So it was interesting how, like, you don't just sell ibuprofen, or you don't just have drugstores. You have drugstores. There are also grocery stores. We still call them drugstores, but there's so much variety in them to the point where, for me, they're a general store that happens to sell drugs. We actually have actual drugstores that are just a store with just drugs, and they're tiny, and they are just drugs and maybe like some deodorant, like actually just drugstores. And
I don't think we have anything like that, honestly, anymore. They're always like a variety store.
Yeah, so it's funny, like, we had to go 4 or 5 different types of stores, but they were always more multi-purpose than the name suggested, which was great. And then Silver's like, no, don't get this here, get this at the other store, because that sells it cheaper. Because there is no really, like, corner stores where you're from, because corners are so big, they're real stores. So it's kind of fun to an alcohol store, a drug store, clothing store, food store, all different experiences, all different mentalities. And, I mean, it's all just, different, because we just have a small store, a medium store, and a big store. There, and you know exactly what each going to have, because there's not a lot of whatever, so it's interesting. And yes, there's the cooler of booze that I got easily half of that. I drank 2.
Well,
they
yeah.
looked great.
Hold on, some of those are mine. We put them all in one. Those 2 mics, red ones, the 2 mics blue ones, those are mine.
Oh yeah, everything that was lengthwise is mine. Everything was yours. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, plus that Crown Royal with whiskey that I was putting in, that's mine. It's still in the fridge. There's a few of yours that are still in the fridge. This was one of them. Wait, which is the one there that's kind of tipped, so you can't, because it's got the red tab. See, that's this one. Oh my god, forensic evidence.
Screen used, Stuart. You can see the screen right there. And I was very keen because I thought we were going to do Drunkyards. That was sort of the plan. Also, I love that Slides automatically puts it in sizing. That's great.
Yeah, I love that.
Never had that before. That's awesome. And I was kind of, because Marie loves gin, and I've got gin downstairs for more booze if you guys continue with that. And I was shocked how almost every gin you had was gin we have to the brand. And I was there to get interesting things. And this is this is an actual booze store, giant.
LCBO, Liquor Control Board of Ontario, yes.
A real alcohol store, and this is their gin aisle. So that is it. That is what you can buy. And it was like, I recognise about 3/4 of this.
I just find it interesting that Marie likes gin, and gin is known as the panty remover. So,
And she can remove my panties any day.
Sean O'Sullivan throws in €2. Boots sell meal deals in UK and all sorts.
Yeah, but that's pre-made sandwiches. That's not groceries. I mean, those boxes of cheap brand stuff. That's literally like what we have in a grocery store. Yeah, obviously, yeah, our drugstores can have. But Boots is a drugstore plus. We have pharmacies that are. Boots is a bit more general, but it's still more specific than theirs were, which is great. I like that stuff. But yeah, all the brands were gin, and I was confused because we had a great vodka selection, really great. Finally got to see the Dan Aykroyd vodka. Didn't get to have any, but that was fine. They ran out. And yeah, Sylvia pointed out, you make gin in the UK. It's like, oh shit, are we the guys? And I'm like, yeah. It's like, oh, okay. So I was gonna show Marie some gin. And I was like, I can't because we bought half of this gin before. So that was amusing. And then you took me, and I really want to hear your brief of this, to this magical store that was crazy.
Bulk barn. So this is the bulk barn, and I'm not sure where in the US has this, if they do have anything similar, but basically bins of like everything from pretzels to just coarse sea salt if you want, to candy, to chocolate, bins of pepper, flour, everything you need for baking or cooking, as well as snacking. And you basically take a big scoop, you scoop it in, you get a whole bag full of like gummies, and you bulk barn. I don't know what to say about it. It's friggin' fantastic, and I'm surprised more people don't. It seems a very American idea.
Yeah.
As does poutine. If you would have asked me like years and years and years ago, is poutine American or Canadian? I'd say American, because just covering French fries and gravy and cheese.
But gravy is very English. Our Sunday dinners, and you guys have a bit of extra sprinkle of English on you.
So yeah, I'm surprised Bulk Barn isn't known to more Americans and stuff. Like, you just see bins of candy. It's fantastic. But it's expensive. It gets away from you really quick.
But it's not expensive by the subdivision of what you buy. It's that you are so taken back by the choice that you buy more.
Yeah, well, that too.
And therefore it screws you because you're like, oh, I mean, it can't be that. Oh, fuck. I spent $50 because I bought lots of things.
You put like 2 scoops of like gummies in a bag and you're like, oh, that's not too much. And then you take it up to, and it's like $16 sometimes. And it's like, well, shit. But that's okay.
And part of the sell apparently is they take like slightly things that aren't fully to quality control from the company. So you get things that either at cost or slightly lower. And literally, like these are chips and crisps, whatever. Like proper variety. This is literally a store that Silver's like, Marie should be here now. This would be her mecca of like random, because you can wander this store happily half an hour, and time will fly. And that is not and it doesn't seem like it should be, but there's really odd, interesting, amazing choice. Like even the fact there's like 9 types of flour. So the logic, of course, being that you can then go and just, I need to bake a cake, I need 350 grams. You measure that, and you take what you need. And there's no wastage. It's exactly the flour you want. It's meant to be good, all good quality, or at least pretty good quality. Yeah, really, really, like, impressive and interesting. Like, look, a bin of fortune cookies. What the fuck? You wouldn't think that would be there, right? That would be not on your list of things to do. And these are pastas. That's tremendous. Really, really good idea. Sylvia was very happy to linger on everything.
I was worried she was boring you, but if you were having a good time, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's just interesting, right? So many different things. Yeah, I mean, really varieties of things, proper varieties. And then yeah, we all got. I got a multiple bags of stuff. You can see Stuart's at the top of mine. I still have a couple of those garlic things, but I saved. Actually, I managed to resist and save some of the stuff for Marie, and we had some here. I mean, all of it's not quite as fresh, of course, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, it might not seem silly, but it might not seem logical. But we went to a grocery store, and I've always liked how Americans, Canadians do their veg. This big, bright, bold, fresh way. It's not how we do it. I've always quite liked that. Just as with everything in America, scale. That's the cheese aisle.
That's a small cheese aisle too, because that's only no frills that you're in right there.
That's one cheese aisle. That's great. I was like, sick, yeah.
Go to stores like Metro, and you can double that easily.
And it's funny because this is literally, exactly what I'm showing to you, Stuart. This is re-experiencing your own country that you were at.
I was just there. We bought groceries yesterday.
Yeah, so that was fun. I went to some clothes shopping, got some sunglasses. I love these new phones. Look at the depth of field on that. How natural and real it is. It's really that doesn't look like a phone picture, does it?
No, but look at me. I look very unimpressed. You know why? Because Sam is taking pictures every 5 seconds, which in this context is great. But when you're with them, it's like, oh, another selfie. And there's a few where you'll see a selfie with me and him, and I'm like, some are genuine, like.
But luckily, when you take 370 selfies, if 10 are shitty, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nick's here. Hi, Nick.
Hey, Nick. How's it going? Well, this was Winners. We were in Winners here.
There's a whole story about Nick later on that he was part of, which I'm sad that I couldn't co-record it because that would have been great. Yeah, we got some sunglasses. They were great. They're now these sunglasses, really good quality. They're much better than my current ones. Then I loved this, that in a similar vein I joked a second ago about, I'll take you to my Tim Hortons. Third stop,
British Pride Bakery, right down the street from our house, basically.
Because of course I want to go to the British store. It's fun for you, but it's basic for me. But there's a fun logic to it. Now, having just come from a superstore, or my equivalent, to see how bare bones it felt was odd. Because, like, having this much space felt weird to me. You could easily pack it a bit more, right? It's underselling its space. But that said, they had good brands. They had... all these pictures I took for Marie, so you guys are getting benefiting from the sub-fun. You know, the best Heinz baked beans, obviously. And some really
we have Heinz in every grocery store. That's not just there.
Oh, okay, well, good. I know that you had Coron, one of the main vegan food types. At such a specific, like, Dad loves that, so it was fun to see it right where you were. You got some alien crisps.
Yes, I still have a few packages.
And that's like a proper, for me, a childhood snack. As in, like, it was silly and new when I was a kid, and it's still silly but not new now that you're a kid getting it for the first time. And they're just pickly, aren't they? Is that there?
I have pickled onion,
Pickled.
beef, spicy. Left. I already ate a few, but yeah.
They're bold, if I recall. Nick, it's the Skype story, live Skype. But what I was impressed with was their bakery section, which clearly you could tell it was a bakery first and then a sell stuff second. Loads of options, all freshly made, and these are funny. In theory, they're English styling, but they're American sized.
Canadian sized.
Canadian sized. And I was pissed because black pepper was almost in everything. But luckily, you got a sausage roll that looked for not a fried sausage, and that was really tasty, like properly.
That was really good, yeah.
Really good. And I got we both got something else, and one thing I got was, I think it's the thing on the left, was underfilled, very underfilled. I was like, guys, come on.
That was the you had it was wrapped mashed potatoes.
Yeah, there we go. Wasn't a cornish
flavored
pasty.
mashed potatoes, some kind. There's hardly any mashed potatoes inside, but it looked big because it was puff pastry.
Yeah. It was confusing. Nick, it's the story that, I phoned you and showed you Vegas. It's the one story I have, Nick. Then Stuart threw me a tremendous curveball, which was very nice of him. He happened to bring down some costume swaths. Because I literally bought like 6 uniforms.
Those are from Trekyards.
Yes.
Trekyards, who's probably in the chat right now. He sent those to me. So, yes, I wanted to show Sam those because I know he'd appreciate them.
Yeah, and obviously my version was fan-made. It was based on a student screen-used one in terms of quilting and such, but obviously getting the colours right is going to be near impossible, and as you can see, it was near impossible. But the line work was really close. So the fabric was really, really good, and I think you were rather impressed. But colours, of course. And these are also, 25-year-old swaths, 30-year-old swaths? Yeah. Right? I mean...
And Trekyards is here. See, yeah. There you go. You sent me those, and I got Sam to appreciate them. So there you go.
Yeah, that was really surreal. That was fun. And I had to make sure I took pictures for Marie. And again, fancy phone equals fancy pictures.
Lola the pug.
Many pictures were taken of the pugs. But guys, I got so much booze left, as does Stuart. We're going for 1 hour. Throw in some 5s. These stories will be probably funnier at more tipsy.
Absolutely, they will be. Especially when we get to Vegas. I got us to Vegas right away. Yes. My photos. Sam is lingering in Canada here. So
are you enjoying the ride?
Gosh, I am actually. Yes. Yeah.
Because I
appreciate you taking the photos now more than I did at the time.
Yes. And all this stuff is literally just for Marie, so she can experience it. But like you said, then this stuff gets to be a fun bonus. Then again, you kind of insisted, and I was very, very happy you insisted, on showing me something I've wanted to try for all of the years. You insisted I bridge crew, but of course I couldn't take pictures of myself because I was in bridge crew, so here is you doing bridge crew.
I didn't even think to take pictures of you like wearing it.
Yeah, I almost said it, but
I apologize.
I can't exactly show pictures of my experience because it's first person by its nature. But it was okay. In the chat, who has played bridge crew? It's hard to describe as an experience. It's not quite what you think. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because it's definitely realer, but also the limitations are surreal. Like how I would go forward and it would lose tracking, or I would look and I would see. But yeah, it was. Yeah, you felt like you were on the ship.
And I want to point out Lola sitting behind me on the couch again.
Oh, I love, you can see it on the other side of you, the little steps to let the dogs get up. That was not there last time I was there. That was very cute. They love.
That's because the other dogs can jump up. Lola is so lazy and fat that she can't. She needs stairs. So
yeah, but that's
why they weren't here last time.
No, it was really cute. I really liked that. But no, it was really interesting. Obviously, I know. So since last time I saw you, I've done all the 3D. I've moved around the sets in 3D. I've filmed on them. Like I have a properly grand sense. You know, when you have to go and texture everything and do the minutia, you understand the sets in a way that you wouldn't normally. And so I knew them well. but it's so different to have the perceived depth that you can't get from a flat render. That was, really, really. I mean, I think I said to you for the TOS one, I sort of paused and just like was quiet for a second, like you feel something, and it's like, oh, I'm back here. Gotta take a second.
And you can switch to external view where you see the front of the ship and you can look behind you and see the back and the cells. So which of the 3 bridges did you like the most? Actually, hold on, before you get to that, Ray Ricks, 10 pounds, can't waste alcohol, both drink. Thank you, Ray.
I agree.
Half a shot. Ready? STLV, baby.
That was more than half a shot, but that's okay. I'm so sorry. But no, it was. So TOS felt like coming home in a way that is just so visceral, and
you know they went to Ticonderoga to get reference for that VR, so
yeah. No, it was nice. I liked, because I like going to the side console and like putting my head down and being always near console height was kind of fun, and just like, and it wasn't the same as being in the physical set. It didn't feel identical, which was so interesting.
Yeah. Did I think I told you to look close to the round button, and you can see the reflection of the entire bridge in the button?
Maybe.
Circular button.
Yeah, you said for the hologram to move. I don't know if you said that one, but
the VR is really fantastic. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad I thought to introduce you to that, because,
dude, it honestly, just for that fucking thing, it tempted me to get one myself of one of the PC versions, just to like sit and be there. Because it was nice, and it's shocking how the depth, because literally their screen's here, but I truly felt that wall's far away. It was
the thing I thought afterwards, which I should have put on the PS5 VR2 on you, because you complained about the resolution, because it's called the screen door effect, because it's not the best resolution in the original VR.
You get used to it though. Fairness.
Yeah, and unfortunately Bridge Crew isn't available as an upgrade for PS5, otherwise I would have showed you in that, but I should have showed you another game in PS5, because it's a totally different experience. It's way higher resolution, like you don't have the screen door effect, as they call it. So
oh yeah, we joked about doing the Star Wars Squadrons, but we never got around to it.
Oh yeah.
Because that would have been probably assumingly PlayStation 5.
Well, it was originally PS4, but they upgraded it to PS5. Yeah. So yeah.
But no, it was the TOS felt like coming home. The TNG, I've been on TNG, but very young, so the scale was different. It reminds you how empty it is, but in a nice way. And I was super impressed by the detail. You turn to your side, and that model of the person is so freaking good. But also, as you've said many a time, the Aegis, yeah.
Aegis.
Yeah. Good bridge, like solid bridge, busy but in a good way, highly detailed.
Holograms were so cool.
Yeah, and to see the interaction of that, and you do find someone doing this. It's a really unique experience, and it pisses me off a bit, because obviously the thing should add more bridges. I mean, for fuck's sake, right? It just you put it on once, like because the hardest thing about video games is getting the startup. To put a new bridge in there would be way less hard than building a game. So yeah.
Originally they said TOS and Aegis, and then they did the TNG DLC, which you saw the intro where it's like the TNG opening. There was a different opening before that, but once you downloaded the DLC, that's all you got was the actual TNG opening, which I wish you could go back and switch to the other one as well. But anyway. Yeah.
No, really, really fun. Really, I mean, didn't play it in any meaningful way.
Well, it's hard to learn. It's hard to learn. Because I remember I pulled up all the callouts for what all the buttons do on TOS. And I have those all memorized now, so I don't need that anymore. But yeah, once you've played it a few times, it gets way funner.
Yeah, Nick. They obviously use 3 different. You can tell from Insurrection that the colours are all different. Just whatever. A hard one to get right, because they do so many variations. But yeah, then we jumped in, because it was at a good time of the day, do your first 3 scan, which was exciting, and didn't quite work for some reason for the first one. There was a 3rd scan, I believe, that worked, although these are good reference images in general. To not only have a 3D model view, which of course is weird by itself, but to have it as reference to make a 3D replica review for Trek Shorts, to then have you in the scene organically. And this live was fun because we went, and there was goddamn San Diego Comic Con news, and you weren't necessarily vibing live-ingness, but it was like clearly this was like this makes sense to do. And you guys were fantastic. It was a really fun live, and we had so much to cover. It was kind of crazy, and we had to truncate it down and not show images because we couldn't. And you weren't through any of it. And it was, I could tell you, like, I don't want to say fuck this shit, but you said to me previously. But it was fun though. It was really, really fun to be in this live space. That was a really fun experience. And see and see multiple monitors. That was really nice. Really nice to be. And I loved the instant interactive chemistry that we have that you always forget that we have in person. Yeah. It's a bit different to this, and it's nice. So I really like that.
What do you think of the library?
Great, beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. You never.
You got to stay in the ready room, which a lot of people would kill for.
I'm sure many people have killed for. One of your precursors to going. Yeah, no, really nice, really pretty. And breakfast next day with Mr.
Eric Martin, yes.
The classic. Everyone was impressed. I ate my entire breakfast. I had the biggest breakfast I've ever won, which amused me. It's good. It was good. But we're gonna see him later. It's fine. Of course, not knowing that this would be a factor, but Marine need to see more proof.
That's how she sits, and it's comfortable for her. So
it's canon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you played some video games while I edited, because I had to fucking edit the Trekyards episode that was coming out that week because it wasn't. It was the Heritage Bundle because we were told early that was coming out. We were asked to make a video, which never happens. So I said, "Fuck it, fine." So I was able to edit on your machine, which was kind of surreal. You just led me to it, and you play video games, and I edited it in your space.
What did you think of that?
Well, it led to this bullshit weird picture. So yeah, that's weird. No, it's good. It's good. Your keyboard's different. I know you don't like it either the most. It is. Boy, you don't realize how much muscle memory is important for editing. It really slowed me down, like properly, like 50% slowed down. Loved your monitor, beautiful monitor, great speakers, nice and responsive, good render time. But the keyboard really messed me up. I couldn't do all the fast stuff. It was annoying. That's okay. And we had a surprise, kind of a surprise to me. It was the multiple Connie day. Or to some people it was a barbecue, but to us it was a try.
This was Wonderfest 2.0.
Yes.
Some of the guys I go to Wonderfest with, and Ross brought his 350 TOS Enterprise that he built, which is in the middle there. So of course I had to get my Tomy 350, which is the one that everybody's looking at right now in that picture, and the one closest to the camera is my 350 that I brought from upstairs, which was fantastically cool to see them. And I've got some shorts on my Captain Foley personal channel of these all together. It was a really cool moment, honestly, and just imagine that times about 1 billion, and you got Wonderfest.
Yeah, and this was pretty fun. I didn't know I was going to do this as an event. Who I was seeing, I was just thrown into, hey, there's this thing happening. Like, okay, and then all of a sudden these Connies appear, and I know this ship really freaking well, as do you, but I don't, as you with CG, right? You don't know the context. So I said, how rare is this to have 3 of these ships in the same place? And you're like, really rare. I'm like, oh shit, nice.
Yeah, 350. Yeah, 350 scale. Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's a good completion quality, because obviously you can have ones that aren't so good. And they were all different, and all both distinctly different, and yet vibing in the same fleet. And that is not how it looked in person. The yellow Bassards was not how it looked in person. But that's how
cameras never do them justice.
It was we were all surprised. But yeah, really
we were talking about that at the time, actually, because when I did my comparison of the Tomy to my 350, people said that my Bassard collectors were spinning the wrong way. It's because of the camera frame rate on the iPhone makes them spin the opposite way. but in person they spin the correct way, which is really fucking weird. So, but yeah, cameras never do that stuff justice.
I know. I don't even know how it would do that, but it did. I love meeting your friends with Blappy. Felt like an old friend because we hung out with them a good amount previously. All the comments we really geeked out for a while and still just left because we were hardcore connying. And she's like, I don't need to be part of this. And it was distinct. Like, yep, you boys and your masturbatory toys, your very very large toys. But that was really special, and to see the difference. And your friend who brought his unexpectedly really like he high-ended it well. So yeah. I love the little things he did. And yes, your moose.
Yeah, we take that Canadian Embassy banner to Wonderfest, and we have a Canadian Embassy sign in the window with like 2 little Canadian flags. We represent Canada down in Louisville, Kentucky for Wonderfest. And that's Ross on the right. He's the one that brought the Enterprise. Then there's Bill, then there's Blappy, and then me. So. And
you took none of these pictures, did you, Stuart?
No, I didn't. I've got them all on my phone though, because you sent them to me.
Oh, okay. Many pictures. Then you barbecued with some very nice sausages and some vegan trash, as you were inclined to talk. You were very inclined to make fun of your friend. It was rather amusing.
Well, yeah, Ross is a vegetarian, not a vegan. So he brought vegetarian hot dogs, and I had to, of course, make fun of him.
And your friend brought us potato salad that was really tasty, but it was almost not at all eaten. Had I realised, I would have had more. He left with almost a full thing, but it was a giant thing, but it was very tasty. And yeah, great hot dogs, really nice. They had a spicy one, like, was it cheese in the middle? It was like a special. Yeah. Good, yeah, real good.
Cheddar cheese stuffed sausage, it was really good.
Again, that's not like a phone picture, that hot dog one. That's nice. That's a nice looking picture. And all your friends want to be 3D scanned, which is great. So they are all, once we do the process, can be on your Foley crew. So your actual friends can be 3D advised into the crew of your ship. That's amazing, right? And then the night went low. Apparently I took some arty shots, because that's rather sexy. Just chilled. Complained about aliens films for a bit. I was quite amused by that, if you recall. While you're all in the same sort of generation, I was a little bit different. But one of your friends, I believe, saw it earlier and had a different opinion to the rest of us. It was an interesting group. Yeah, chill.
That's my backyard, in case anybody cares.
And then we had no chance of no vibe of stopping, and then within 5 minutes everyone started to leave and half had left. It was a very abrupt ending. Oh, goodbye. It's like, what? Okay.
That's how old people do things. If one person leaves, everybody leaves.
But yeah, it was a really cool little and something I associate Canada with American heat in the general sense. We'd have a fire and be like, yay, fire. But yeah, pleasant. It's a good time. Then we did your first shoot, which was crammed.
That's an awful picture. Please get rid of that picture.
Okay.
Sitting on a stool with my beer gut. That's great.
Yes, this is a much better one.
Yes.
Yeah, real crammed space. Half successful, half not. That's okay. Then I was able to go out, give you a brief break to have lunch with your Cassie. Mostly because I wanted... Well, that sounds a bit harsh. Mostly because I wanted to see the Canadian stores. I really need a guide who's not a generation above me.
Fair.
And we did do that later, and you were happy to go to your own store. But it was nice to have a guide and kind of have an interactive one. And she was like, what for lunch? I'm like, obviously poutine. And it was delicious. Best poutine was that random classic poutine. We got some nice things. Got some stuff for Marie. I got some stuff for me. Got some stuff for someone else. Actually, a friend of mine back home. So it was nice. Just a nice, gentle time. I only met her 3 times. Yeah, all good time. Great. Yeah, well, exactly.
She's my youngest daughter.
That's your favourite there, weren't you?
No, I wasn't going to say that. That's mean.
5 Guys, and it was delicious as always.
5 Guys is great. I remember 5 Guys in my mouth.
At the same time, probably. I remember Sylvia saying, "Oh, you're having a double?" I'm like, yeah. Because you guys get singles. I'm like, no, I get doubles because I kept eating lots apparently. Then I will spoil it, but you look freaking sexy in this uniform. Maybe not that face, but...
Oh, you're spoiling things. That's okay. No. But Trekyards com badge. Not com badge at that point, but Trekyards movie era badge.
That was some hot shit right there. Quick shoot, fun time, good to do. yeah, fun time with the mandatory dog selfies.
Mm-hmm. It's a great picture.
And you never know who's watching.
Oh, Dot being creepy.
Yeah.
Wow, that window's dirty. I need to clean that patio window.
You'll learn new stuff. And then, yes, we finally get, Stuart, to your film location. But, guys, 35 of you, put in some fives. How was drink? I'm staring at booze.
Yeah, me too.
Literally staring at booze. We're having a great time, but, yeah, there's the Drunkyards to help these stories be even sillier, so be silly with us. But, yeah, we filmed for a while. I mean, you saw the pictures. Stuart did a good job with the show and tell for that. Here's one you wouldn't have. And these things are always the sort of clusterfuck of a setup. In the you didn't have a mic stand, but you did, but you didn't.
Yeah, you're giving away the magic though, because I mean, I'm wearing like shorts, cargo shorts with my Starfleet
holding a fan. Yeah, but the fact that we had to really MacGyver all the stuff to be, and it worked, right? But it was an interesting MacGyvering of an experience. But yes, as you can see, I've been trying to get some heroic pictures of the old young Cap. Even a full photo shoot, because I mean that's the thing, you need posters. So I actually do an actual photo shoot as well, because he'll have to sign posters. I mean, Nick knows all about that, don't you, Nick? You love signing posters, don't you, Nick? It's one of your favourite things. Did I tell you, Stuart? He loves to sign posters. He always wishes to sign more posters. Did I say it to you, Stuart?
Well, I remember signing all the posters in the room in Vegas, and yeah, another fucking stack. Thanks, Sam. I've done this one. Oh, another. Thank you so much, Sam. Yeah.
And you guys get to enjoy those prints. In fact, let me show off. Oh no. One of the things we did get, these will be offered in the Trek Shorts next campaign. I think in the next campaign, limited edition signed postcard cards of Stuart, looking fantastic with the custom badge, guys. The Canon badge. So yeah, these will be if you want his autograph in a lovely little out of focus blur. Oh, they get fixed. But yes, those will be fun. And if and when you do TNG stuff with us, obviously we'll grab one of those of you for that. Add to the collector set.
It's like those trousers aren't regulation. I know, but it was hot and humid and gross.
It was not comfortable. And we actually had to leave to kind of reset our brains and come back for various reasons, but that really made a difference because it was a warm one. And then I was shocked then how bloody how rainy it was for like half an hour that evening. It was like a massive downpour. I was like, what?
Yeah.
The contrast of beautiful warm to this little rain was like, what? Okay.
Just for the record, Canadians don't usually have barbecues on their front lawn, but I mean, my neighbor was getting rid of his barbecue, so puts it on his front lawn, and somebody came and picked it up, takes it away. That's how it always works. And they fix it up, or they sell it for scrap, one or the other.
Sell it for scrap. And then my version of this picture. And I remember I took this video of us at the middle food bit, and you were like, "What the fuck are you doing? Take a video of us? We're not even there yet." And it was like,
yeah, that was a A&W. Yeah, it
was a funny, like, a weird vibe one in a good way. And we said goodbye to Canada. Arrived at Vegas. It was just you and me. No, arrived at the thing, just you and me. Yes, you were a burger connoisseur.
Yeah, you always get pictures of me eating, which I had to like tell him to stop. Yeah. Get a picture of me when I'm not eating first with the food,
which I did.
So I'm glad he's showing this. This is great. It's wonderful.
Well, this is probably a better one.
That sums up the whole trip pretty much. Sam trying to come on to me, and I'm eating like,
what? Yeah, it was a nice flight. It was pleasant. I wrote some script. Ever amazed by this phone, what it can do. These are some great pictures. I made sure, even though I was a bit zoned out, I made sure to get my behind the scenes of his behind the scenes, so he can cut to my angle of filming him in his video, because I'm a stupid, silly man.
Yeah, there are many times where I'm going to click up and he's filming, and it's like, it's more footage I got to incorporate into my footage.
Yeah. Oh, look how good that looks. That's crazy.
You should center them, though, so they look better.
I should. But we're kind of quick firing. Oh, look how happy the boy is. He got his Cybertruck.
That's where the door hit me in the head.
Did it really?
Yeah. It's on my footage. I thought you were taking video, so I thought it would be another version of it, but...
Oh, and also, as soon as we got into the hotel, last time we got recognised within 3 minutes. This time he was right there.
Mm-hmm. And so was Ellie.
Yes, who I barely saw.
Start incorporating mine.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it was great meeting Sean in person. He is a fantastic human being, and even he, I mean, Captain Foley's sexy. Everybody was like trying to kiss me or lick me.
That's
or
a
something.
long tongue from that perspective. Goodness. And Sean's great because not to take it for granted, but I've worked with them twice for 2 or 3 days each. So I feel like I know him in a way that is more than just the online persona or a Skype, whatever. So I can't take that for granted. Like, I walked in like, hey mate, like, we are normally friends. And then obviously you get to come in like, oh, I forgot I've met him yet. Let's have a chat. And it was nice to see the energy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah,
really enjoyed hanging out with him. And then we went to our first meal, Vietnamese food.
Yes, because I said I want something fresh. I want to try. I love Asian food in general.
There's Mark, by the way.
Mr. Lawrence, indeed. And this was tasty. It was expensive, but it was tasty. It was one of the few it was worth the cost places, because not every place was like that. I think that was really nice. And the guy was the. It's funny how the guy who ran like well, he might have not ran it, but the guy that ran main desk, who felt like he was one of the owners, or at least one of my managers, he deserved the tip for how good his like vibe was. The server, who was like fine, got the tip, but I felt the main guy should have got a tip. It's just funny how it was. But yeah, really nice. Oh, is that me? That's me. But yeah, nice meal. We had a good chat. Good food. I enjoyed all the food. Really good noodles. Properly good.
See how your selfies are backwards? And all my selfies are legitimately, like, right?
Yeah, I need to... Yeah.
Because that just... Anyway, there's me and Sam.
There's me and Sam.
Sam.
Samuel. Oh, goodness. Samuel. I learned the lesson, so I did. And I'm, just because I'm a silly sod, I always like to see what we all eat, because it's funny how many times that I've said, oh, what did we eat back then, and I didn't take a picture of the meal. So that's what we all got.
I got a spicy noodle thing, which was fantastic.
Oh, you loved it. You were like, you were raving.
It was drunken monkey noodles or something.
And it's
spicy.
And it's funny, I was very much, because there's not many grocery stores in the same way that we could go and get. So I was like, right, I'm going to buy more so I can eat it later, because I'm always hungry before sleep.
I was trying to remember the name of the place, and I think Mark remembered that, because Mark throws in the chat, Phu Kim Long Time. This was the name of the place.
Pretty much. So I had about half of this left over, which I was able to eat in the evening and a little bit the next day. I had a little bit. I mean, expensive, but if you kind of do it as 2 meals, it feels more worth it. And funnily enough, almost the exact same view as last time, which was weird. Oh, can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
I said, guys, super chat in. Let us know if you're enjoying this. We want to have more drinks, obviously, so we can have a fun time talking about Vegas.
Yeah.
We're in Vegas now, finally.
Yes.
And it should get better from here on out. So, super chat in. Have us have some drinks.
Yeah.
And might just have a free one just because. Why not?
Yeah, because this is for me. This live is very much that we can look back on this and enjoy a proper journey of our time, which is doubly funny that we can share the pictures, because then on the live are then the pictures, which we might lose or whatever. Because I took, and I've got the file here, 6,100 pictures.
I didn't count how many I took, but it was like a lot of gigs.
Now, in fairness, I took many face scans, which of course are going to be like 200 pictures each, and I took lots of panel pictures for some of my friends, so it was a bit of a... That was part of it. But I took a lot of pictures, which is great.
I'm going to get rid of this picture for a second.
Yeah.
These are pictures you probably don't have.
Probably. Yeah.
That's when we got back. We had food. He had his
Yeah.
takeaway food there.
He was tired.
And Sean at the... Yeah, well, they had just come in.
Mm-hmm. Eddie was zoned out, yeah.
Yeah, but...
But lovely to see him. I mean, like I said, I get on really well with Sean, so, as do you, but like we have an easy chemistry, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, my pictures are out of order, that's weird. But yeah, it's a pleasant day. Yeah.
Brought some equipment for us, some cables and various other things, power bars, in a self-aware megalomaniacal computer storage case. The computer got away, so we don't know what happened. I don't know if it's going to destroy Vegas at some point in the future, but wanted to point that out. So thank you, Mark. That's Days Institute there.
And also 39 of you here, which is great. Can we all just wish Nick Cook, who is of course Captain Daniel Hunter from Intrepid and Trekyards, a speedy recovery. He's not feeling super well with a thing that some good vibes might help with. So please do wish him luck. And MR2P's When is the Roman War coming out? The Roman War, of course, is the very big fan film, two-parter. The first part, I believe, like 111 space shots in it. And it was made in like 4 years, 3 years. The second one has more shots, and they're all more complicated. Like every single one is harder than any single one from the first part. I think there's, well, I don't want to say any numbers, but there's a lot of shots, and I've done a lot of them, but there's a lot more because it's you know, the battles, and there's a lot of really advanced stuff in that I'm doing. Hey, if it wasn't so big, it'd be out already, but it's gonna be a fucking hell of a ride when it comes out because it is dense with stuff, properly dense with stuff.
All right.
Yes.
So it was our first day in Vegas.
Yeah, it was a chill evening. Both went to sleep early, which was not something we could say every day. And we just wanted to have a chill evening.
Yeah, there's Sam and I in the Cybertruck the next day.
Yeah, we had errands to do. There was a good amount we had because we really, and in fact, as it played out, once the convention got going, it was definitely every minute was booked. Especially on one of those, I was every second I was doing something pretty much.
I also want to put out this funny one, which I had to take a picture of. Why is it that our emergency escape plan from our hotel room looks like a double-ended dildo? Because that's the shape of the building. That's why. Get your head out of the gutter, guys. Sorry. I've embarrassed Sam now. Mission complete.
Well, let me embarrass you by showing what you had for breakfast that morning.
Oh my god.
But I learned not to make you to have you show the food. So, yeah, we went to this very nice
burrito place. I'll get rid of that behind the scenes.
Yeah, I said let's go get Mexican, and this was a proper like local guy, really gentle, friendly. This is my favourite breakfast that we got because I thought the quality and the taste was right there, and it was like $8.99. Normally breakfast was like 16 plus tip, and this guy didn't need tip either. So I wish we kind of went it a second time because it was really good. But yeah, really good, really fresh, really worth it actually.
Yes, yes.
I love Mexican food, so
burrito.
it was really nice to have a classic one. We did some printing, which was fun because we had to print basically to print stuff for Stuart to sign because of course you're there. Because in theory I could send you stuff to sign or you could print it out, but it's in a sense easier just to get it done when we're together just so we know. So I print out all the films that you've been in, of course, about yesterday with the Foley and things that I showed you guys, but also stuff because obviously we're about to be a place where lots of actors are and some Trek alumni that we know. So we want to get stuff for you to get later on. and it costs. And unlike the UK, which has been a bit of an oh no moment, that they don't offer any bulk discounts of any kind. In the UK, they're very keen on that, and so often when I do posters, I'll get an extra 100 if it'll mean I actually pay less somehow to get more. In this place, it was F you, everything's cost what it costs. So the final number was way higher than I thought, much higher. But I had to just take it, and luckily I got almost everything signed. But it was certainly a shock. But you know, got to move on, got to move forward. And luckily, I worked the rooms and I got almost everything signed, which is not what we thought. But I was yeah.
I'm sure there's pictures of the signed prints later.
Probably. I went to a Walmart and I was once again the tourist because just the scale you guys have is just fun. Just this giant warehouse vibes and just all the things and all the places. And
after you left, there's so many things I should have taken you to when I was here. I wish we were feeling better when we got back, because we would have gone out and done some stuff.
Yeah.
Like we did want to take you to Niagara Falls and stuff, and there were some stores I wanted to show you downtown, but anyway.
Yeah, it was definitely we were done with the trip, mentally and physically. Like,
I physically just gave out after the trip. I was sick. It was not feeling good.
And yeah. So, but you know, the trip itself was good. And I actually got a lot of stuff because, of course, I was assuming it might be the only time I was going to go to a store. So I got snacks for us, I got food for me, I got drinks. Try to prep, almost use everything, not quite, but that was fun. I tried to be sort of quick. I could have spent a lot longer. Although my indecision to buy stuff ended up playing a part. Like, oh, there's like 9 types of this new drink I never had before. What do I pick? Turns out nothing. It's like, what? Because you don't know what's good, right? I mean, look at this fucking chip aisle.
It's just most stores here.
That's amazing! So cool. And then went to the booze store, which was a separate store inside the store. And I don't know if you remember, Stuart. I almost bought 3 bottles of like hard strength liquor. Thinking that would be smart to get 3. And I talked myself down to 1 because I thought, do I really spend $50? Because I realised that the whole markup that America has on any drink. I mean, fine, right, bar. But I got this the hell. Ooh, what's happening? I got this rose wine vodka. Let's say $15. Oh no, has it become the default? Oh no. It has. Let me change this. That was weird. Yeah, I got this for like, let's say $20, which is like 2 drinks, and that was my entire booze the entire trip. Had I got another one, I would have had lots left over. But it was good. It was there. It was perfect, and saved me lots of other stuff. So it was a good time. And that was good. However, Coffee Monster, really not good. No, sir. Do not recommend.
Well, Tab Extra throws in 200 krona. So I could not donate 212.16 krona. 20 USD. Next level was 500 krona. Full shot. Sure.
Yeah. Amazing. Thanks so much. We love you guys. Yeah, don't get this. It is not good. It is not good. Bumped our first fan. Quick shout out. First fan at the convention. There you are. Thanks for meeting us. Then I saw Dave Blass, who then bumped into Sean Ferrick, who I always find at conventions. So Dave Blass, of course, production designer of Picard Season 2 and 3. Of course, our legend of Season 3. We love him. I always find at conventions, you can say hi to anybody if you bump into them randomly, right?
Yes.
But sometimes you want to save that first meeting for a good time. Had we seen him in this corridor, hey Dave, oh, hey guys, walked on, that was the first meeting. What we got the first meeting was him seeing us and an amazing hello.
At the bar.
Which was later. So having not made a point of saying hi when it was not going to work for us, because I remember we both had like, oh, he didn't see us, he could have said hi, like he knows us, he likes us. We were slightly like, oh, okay. It was fine, but like, glad we saved that because it was very worth us not doing that. And then this queue was pretty long. Turns out it's because they weren't moving. We thought we'll get there early. Went about 40 minutes in the queue, and we're like, this is a slow queue. Turns out it wasn't. It was they hadn't started yet. They were waiting for a thing.
Yeah, but if we waited longer, we would have had to be way farther back.
Sure. But then once the queue started, it was really freaking quick, and it was zip, and it was fine. But just they basically listened way later than they thought, but then it was a really efficient process when it happened. And then bam, like that, we were in. And guess who met really quickly? I've got a picture right there. Oh my god!
Ray Ricks. There's Ray Ricks,
All right.
everybody. I'll have a drink. Cheers to Ray Ricks.
And it was so... He wore a
Might I point out, he's wearing a Trekyards shirt.
There you go.
He's representing Trekyards.
First
wow.
day, unprompted. Well, he knew we were going to be there. We knew he was going to be there. But to wear the Trekyards shirt, what a boss move! And to get that picture was so lovely. Right at the start, it was crazy. It was a good time.
And then, go back to that picture for a second, because in the background you can see the Tomy Enterprise.
Yes, there will be stories. And I'm going to obviously not show all the fans that we could see, because I've put every single person that said hi to us I took a picture of, so I have the entire list. And this was funny. Now, in retrospect, Stuart, how surprised are you that this table grabbed me for so long? Tell me your side of the story.
You fangirled over the props, because that's what you do, and was talking to them about a Voyager tricorder, and got the original price, and talked them down, and then you're like, I'll be back. And I got bored after a point, because it's like I was looking at the TOS phaser he had, the phaser rifle, but it was sold. So I wandered to the next booth, actually, which is right beside there, and I bought the Benjamin Sisko autobiography from the author, which I have here behind me right now. Haven't read it yet, so that's my story. And then I went over and talked to the Tomy guys by myself for a few minutes.
And then we finish the tricorder story, then we'll jump on to Tomy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this was... I didn't expect this level of hero prop, because I'm quite a connoisseur of the hero props. You know, I invest so that all the films I do have that oomph. And I've got a good chunk of the stuff already in my team's version, and they're beautiful, and people always love seeing them on screen, and they love playing with them. And these are always high-end items, always, right? That's sort of the nature of them, because not only do they cost quite a lot to make, but then the person who makes them is going to make a profit. So you're doubling on the fee on top of the fee, right? It's fair, but it's a lot. And I the only one I truly need is a Voyager Medical / Science to have the... And as I joked to you and someone else, the fact that for the pleasure, the honour of the gimmick of going... That's all that's different about the tricorder. It was a lot of money, and in fact, it was the same price as the Tomy Enterprise. Spoilers.
It's more than the Tomy Enterprise. By about $400 or $500.
No.
Yeah, it was over $1,000 for this tricorder.
No, I was getting it for $900.
Well, it's still $200 more than the Tomy Enterprise.
Okay. So I was getting a deal. I could have $800 if we'd bought two together, but that's not the point. So, but I was like, to get one of these commissioned is about a 2 to 3 month process if everything goes well. If everything goes well, versus right there. And I was soul searching, and I was like, I have not got the money for this, but that's what credit cards are invented for, right? That's what they're there for. But this is day one, pre-day, because the room was not meant to be open. This was surprising with the dealers, like it being available to be looked at. So this is like right there day.
Plus, they didn't tell them that they were opening the doors, because we stopped by the Treksperts right away, because I saw Mark Altman, who I haven't met yet, and I talked to him for a few minutes, and he's like, can you please come back, because they didn't tell us they were opening the doors, so we're scrambling. So yes, unfortunately, this is kind of like a very early kind of get in.
So in my head, I'm like, is this a sign that I should get this?
Yes.
And I was very tempted, but again, I was like, this is not only my entire budget for the trip, this is like ruining my finances for a while. And I resisted. Now, there's a story about it later, but I didn't get it. There's other beautiful props, and I certainly think they're all worth it. But no, I resisted, luckily. And then I bumped into the famous cosplayer, who I've just forgot the name of. Is it David? Might be David. You recognize him for lots of press events he goes to in LA, and he gets noted, and he was lovely, and he knows Trek shorts and such. So that was fun to finally meet him. And then Tomy we didn't do quite yet. Where is that? Oh, where's Tomy gone?
Well, you didn't get the pictures of Tomy. I talked to Tomy the first day.
I did. So I'll go to the bathroom, and you can tell me. Okay, cool. Next spot.
While he was looking at the props, I went to the Tomy booth, and noticed nacelle sag right away, but it's a resin prototype, so it's fine. And walked up, and they're like, Foley, Captain Foley? Like, yes. So they were aware of my TOS Tomy reviews and should you buy it, and the refit one that I did. Is this worth the cost? And they kind of walked me through it. They showed me a special hidden Easter egg on it, which is very fantastic, and it's one of the things that I brought up in my "Is It Worth It" video. So there will be surprises with the Tomy refit. By the way, if you haven't got in a chance to order it, you have till the 15th of September, so please do so. But anyway, they recognized me, and we kind of struck up a conversation, and they appreciate all my input, and they're looking forward to maybe doing more of these, like every 2 years kind of thing. And basically they said, if things work out well, I mean, we could, if we could come to you for suggestions or have like use a consultant kind of thing. So bear that in mind when you watch my Tomy videos, that they in fact watch them as well, and I might be helping them out with some suggestions for future releases that they're doing. So it was fantastic to see it in person. We went back each day, and we did get a interview with them, which you'll see on the channel at some point, I'm sure, because they were releasing the first day of the funding for the campaign was the Saturday, and this was on Thursday, and they hit their goal within two and a half hours of being live. So we did the interview with them like on the Sunday. But yes, it was fantastic to see the Tomy Enterprise. It's very impressive in person. They've already made changes from the initial one that they showed that I did my "Is It Worth It" video on. They changed the bridge color. They changed the color of the strongback as well. So there were some alterations, and I talked to them about my concerns about it, and they said that they're working on it for sure, especially the one concern with the warp nacelle lights being the 4 bars you can see. Apparently that wasn't supposed to be the case, and the guy that did the prototype, or the resin prototype, actually it's one thing that Chris Husman, who's kind of in charge of the thing, wished that they had got right, because everybody's been complaining about that. That's not how the final nacelle lights are going to work. So we had a great conversation while Sam was geeking over props, and it was a good time. And they're really good people. Chris is great, and yeah, we have an interview, like I said, which hopefully you guys will see soon, talking about it, because we were there when they hit their goal, which was fantastic. We got a picture of them holding the phone with the 100% goal completion. Yeah, it was a good time, and it's a great model. It's fantastic. Got some close-up looks at it, and like I said, got revealed a few hidden Easter eggs that not most people know about. So yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Gorgonzola. Well, it's funny you mentioned that Gorgonzola, because I do have an actual. Look, this is my costume. I'm an optical data network system access.
Oh my god.
We'll talk about this later. Does this look familiar, guys? Anyway, so yeah, that's my story of first talking to the Tomy guys, which Sam wasn't with me at the time, but we went back and talked to them each day, kind of thing. But this was
it was almost like a spot
Friday
you could go to for a bit, which was kind of nice.
Yeah, this was Thursday, or was this Friday? I think this was Thursday.
We're still on the first day. Yeah, it's still a pre-day. This picture might not be, but I found one from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tomy was nice. They were good people, and if one of these ends up in my office, it was nice. It would look nice. It would be very well suited and look pretty. It's kind of the right size. And
yes, hold on, just tab extra. Yes, that Vulcan shuttle is to scale. You can take that the shuttle sled thing off, and you can actually attach it. The attachment thing, and attach to the back of the bridge where it actually docks, and it's to scale. So that's the exact time. That's exact correct size.
I mean, it's really
all 350 scale.
It's really easy to get that right, because you just match the door size and then you make the small thing to that scale. Yeah, and it's a shuttle, right? It's a big shuttle. But guys, super chat your thoughts.
Long range shuttle.
Indeed, hence warp engines. Super chat your thoughts, comments, and questions. We have like I said, I have a whole bottle of booze. I'm encouraging you to help us lose our inhibition. I mean, talk. I mean, yeah.
Sean O'Sullivan, €2. What medication was Kirk allergic to in Star Trek? Star Trek would be 2.
You should know, Stuart.
It's Retinax 5. Because I am also allergic to Retinax 5. That's why Captain Foley wears glasses.
See, Nick? Canon. Alright, that's at the end of my cider, so I'm going to grab another cider from the fridge. I just left, so I'll leave again.
Will it fit in the shuttle bay? The warps, or the long-range shuttle, probably. It would probably fit. It's a tight fit. Even on the 351 that I have. It fits in, but it's a larger shuttle because it's a long-range shuttle. So, yes, it is to scale. But yes, it will fit in the shuttle bay, I'm sure. So they don't have any travel pods or anything they're offering as stretch goals, but you can buy 350 travel pods and shuttles and stuff because I've got a bunch of them that came with my Polar Lights one. So yeah. Anyway.
Hey, Gonzalo.
Yes.
So watch a magic show with Bonnie and
Gordon, yeah.
Magician Man, who's good. I don't know how they did one of the tricks where they guessed a series of prompts. There's no way he could have known.
I've got most of that recorded from my captain's log, by the way.
One was like a moopsie and like silly answer they were clearly like trying to do a funny answer for, and he got. And there's no way he could have known that. I don't really understand how he did that because how, you know, how?
Yeah. And we met another Trekyards fan, which we had met in 2019. Can't remember his name offhand.
We were walking between venues, and I was scrolling the time. I remember the picture of you in XO1 here. I guess I couldn't find it. It was the one I couldn't find. I was like, "God damn it! Nice to meet you again. Bye bye."
I found it for him though. I showed it to him.
Yeah, that was funny.
I went up with my buddy Chris, who's actually lives like 20 minutes from me.
Yes.
But this was his first Star Trek Las Vegas, so
nice.
He had a great time. He's going to forego a bunch of the other conventions he goes to on a regular basis to go to STLV every year because he really loved STLV. He's going to save some money for Vegas every year now. So
it's a whole different thing. And then I also made sure we got a updated version of this picture. I mean, there's several, but you know, at this same background. And then we had, I'm going to be honest, really good cheesesteaks. That was our official dinner of the first day. Tony's really good flavored.
They were really good, yeah.
Properly good.
We got them a few times because it was at least busy and open longer. So there's an odd time where we had to go there because everything else was closed.
Some mild necessity, but they were another like that's the correct price for what you got. That's a fucking ton of meat. Only 3 ingredients, but it was really good, like properly good. And then the first party day, which we all were like, oh, we'll take it sort of easy-ish. But it was pretty busy. It was good. Bumped into lots of people. Lots of Trekyards fans. It was lovely. I've got loads of selfies. I keep seeing selfies. I've got loads of selfies.
Yeah, some selfies with some Trekyards fans. And we also got to talk with Dave Blass at the bar, which was a really informative conversation.
Yes.
He's a great guy. I was glad to finally meet him in person, which is ironic because he lived in Toronto for a few years. And I never got a chance to go and see him.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that to him. He's like, ships passing in the night. But finally got to meet him, and he was fantastic. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was everything he hoped for, but also he felt relaxed because he's with his people. So that was a nice energy. And a good chat, you know. I mean, not that most people know who behind the scenes people are. Of course, it's a niche within a niche. But we know who he is and like him a lot. And he put a lot of time towards on to us because of who we are and how he knows us.
Here, I'll get the non-mirrored image because that's how my phone works.
Hey, Larry. Larry. Always see Larry. Yeah, just a pleasant time all round. I wouldn't say we were recognised as much as we were last year. I would say over the 4 days, we got recognised more overall, but less on any given day.
Yeah.
And a lot of new people. And also, I was very keen to make use of my one costume each party. So I'm sort of self-conscious with things, so to go out in full costume is quite a thing for me for that. But I boozed up based on the booze I had, and everyone people complimented every costume I wore because they're all sort of higher-ish end ones. That was rather nice.
I'll just mirror everything for you.
Thanks, buddy. So that felt worth it. And then next day, we went to the pool for 35 seconds. Real hot. It felt like an oven. And then Mark died, unfortunately. But we loved Mark. You got to drive a Cybertruck for the next few days, and it was great.
88.7%.
Hold on a second. Alexa's having a stroke.
But yeah, Mark died. Moopsy was injured in bones that morning. Died. Still got to drive his Cybertruck. I got his props. It was a fun time. Apart from for Mark, who died. Still messing up. Okay. Yes, and look at the crazy. Oh, look at the craziness of Demoopsy. Okay. And yeah, we all got breakfast. This is the classic breakfast venue that there's kind of, it literally is the place in between the main area and the hotel. This breakfast was really good. The other one was very not good, so this was worth it and pleasant. Expensive. It's not worth the money, but it was tasty at least. We got our thing by the sign, and then finally we rebumped into the legend himself, Mr. John Eves, because we love him, he loves us, we loves everyone, right? I actually talked to him a few times. That was pleasant. Doesn't always happen, so that was quite nice. But also we've known him so long, it's like we've asked all the questions in a sense. But that was nice. And then, yeah, the TOS people, you know, these are pictures from Marie. 60 years since they were in the show and they're still doing it. That's mad.
I'm back. Sorry. I had a bit of a thing I had to address.
And then one of my favourite moments was that we were there day 2, minutes after Tommy had reached their goal. Within like single-digit minutes. And so we got to feel the enthusiasm of having succeeded where their first enterprise did not at all succeed. They had to lower their goal, I believe, twice just to barely scrape by.
I changed the picture. 101%.
Yeah.
Which I ordered the Enterprise from my
yes,
from the room that morning. Yeah.
I don't. Because I don't be ridiculous. So that was lovely to be there in that moment, because that's a history-making moment. If they don't do any more, that's like, you know, the ship. And that's where we interviewed them. We had a nice, frank conversation, because I got to meet them and interact with them a bit. They knew you quite well.
They did.
Like, your video had been one of the few that flagged it. As like a viral thing. So you were like a thing to them. And they're like, oh, yeah, I think I know Sam. It's okay. Like, it was that level of, oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I'd been talking to him the first day when you were geeking out about props.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, yeah. Because I walked up and they're like, Foley, Captain Foley. Yes. Yeah.
Are you here to hate on our work, Foley? Or will you be positive this time, Foley?
Well, they thanked me. They thanked me for all of my criticisms in the video. And they addressed some of them on the spot, so which is great. Sorry, some technical malfunctions over here. But yes, for them to hit that goal so quickly was fantastic, and they were super excited about it. So, as they should be. Let's see, what is this? Oh, yes. Got another Trekyards fan there that I met when Sam wasn't around, so I had to, of course, get a selfie because Sam demands this thing. We get selfies with the fans. So if this is you, nice meeting you. Can't remember the name, unfortunately, but oh my God. And then we had the Enterprise D bridge for season 3 of Picard panel. And my God, it was a great panel, first of all. Sam was up front filming. He got probably a little bit better pictures. I was in like second row. But Dave Blass kept giving me this look like I'm the only one he recognized. So he was staring at me the entire time intently. And I felt like, what did I do wrong? He looks like a disappointed dad.
I mean, he's met you, so...
Oh, that's not nice.
Yeah, and this was like a rush panel, because I was being asked by a friend of ours, Matt Baldwin, to film it. So I had... And remember, guys, we had no official permission to film anything. Everything was just... These my shots. Oh no,
those are my shots.
You just were very, very similar. Yeah, so I was right there, and it was one of those things where I've done this convention before, and like you just go to the front and just do it. You just do it, right?
Here's Sam doing his thing.
So I put the camera, and I was taking lots of pictures and video, and yeah, makeshift mic stand. Not thrilled with it. Made it work. Very lo-fi tripod. Again, we improved it actually during the event. But it was a really good panel. Many different fun things were said and happened, and I was doing this really, really nice high-end video, 6K raw. It was a grand time. It was always nice to see Liz speak as you show as well. Yeah, just a fun one to go on because we know so many people there, and in fact now having after this panel we got to meet them all more.
Yeah,
we knew them, but after we knew how they knew us. It was kind of nice.
This was before I officially met Terry Metalis. Ray Ricks throws in 40 pounds. Shots both. Okay.
What's that film where the lady's like shots, or is that a Family Guy? Guys, be like Ray. Throw in some fives. Be like Ray. We love Ray. Ray is here.
We got to hang out with Ray. He went on an adventure with us. I realized how difficult it is to be Trekyards sometimes. Cheers, Ray.
But this was a really good panel. I love how brutally honest Terry is, but also we've heard stories and we're super in. I mean, look how fucking good this is for a phone. That's crazy quality. Like, we know all the stories, so like it's fun to hear their more public version, but still honest. Yeah, really good panel. And there's our boy.
Yeah, doing my thing.
Oh, and there was such a silly, sad sort of moment as well. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say here's the two of us, but you covered it up because.
Oh.
You're a dick. Anyway, there we go.
There's our boys.
That's us. Being us. Before the panel started.
Yes. And it was this funny thing where Liz always brings a very carefully crafted presentation for the slideshow. And most cons, it's more, you're right there. And they're doing this in these big screens across the hall. And it's a giant hall. I always forget how big that hall is. It's really big. And the normal procedure in these events is that the camera focuses on the people, so that then you can see them if you're 80 rows back, literally. And they kept cutting back to the people on the stage, and Liz is like, so as you see from this picture, this, and this, and I'm like,
and there's no picture, yeah.
And then at a certain point, the audience is like, you can feel a rumble in the audience, like, it's not on the screen. And then there's a bit of fluster of like, we want to show the thing, guys, because she's talking really eloquently about this thing. We're like, yeah, and eventually they're like, show the damn slideshow. We don't care about the people, and it's because that's the point. And that was once that came up. There's some really, really fun. I've never seen behind the scenes pictures.
And a lot of this panel I also have for my captain's log, because I did record a lot of it. Not all of it, obviously, but just chunks of it. And there's some interesting stuff. So, but yeah, it was kind of sad that the pictures weren't working for some of it, but they figured it out. Yeah, I finally got to meet Terry. He didn't look too impressed during that panel, honestly. Until people started chanting his name, and then he's like, no, relax. He's not as he's way more humble than I expected him to be, which is great. So, and there's one moment, not this day, but the next day, where I was leaving the DeForest Kelley Theater, and I was walking out. He was walking in to do his 12 Monkeys talk, and with his bodyguard / handler guy, and he just nods and says, "Captain," and I'm like, "Oh my God, Terry Metalis just called me Captain. I'm so happy. I'm over the moon right now." So it was fantastic.
Something just fell, and I don't know what just fell. And this was annoying. I had like 4 panels of the entire 4 days I needed to be at, and 2 of them were intersecting on the first day. For fuck's sake! So I had to film this panel, and I had to go to the next panel because, again, very special. This was a video game panel with Dan. Dan?
Yes.
Yeah, Dan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan from Resurgence, lead writer, and one of the top. I mean, you can tell from how he spoke to him, like one of the team key creatives, right? He gets Trek. And we talked to Dan, we did an interview with him, and he was the guy who threw us that tremendous loop of, oh shit, he watched a Trekyards episode that we did on his trailer and cared enough to make changes to the game, and we don't remember what the hell we said. I was like, oh no!
Yeah. He was great, though. We met him in person, and came up to the room, signed some stuff for Sam.
Yes.
And had a great conversation with him. And
yeah, he was there for one day in the morning, and I pre-booked him and said, dude, if you're happy to sign some stuff, I'd love to get some Resolute stuff signed by you, which I carefully got done pre. He was like, yeah, man! You know, but yeah, really freaking tall. I had no idea he'd be like 6'3". And like in proportion, he's just
he's a big guy.
Like, he felt like an engineer from Prometheus, like just a big human. Really genuine, very, very smart. And as soon as I remember, because I was wondering if when we got to the panel for Terry and Dave, if either would look at us and be like, oh, hey guys, because we are a bit special in the community, right? Compared to the average Joe. Didn't happen. Yeah. This guy looks at us, smiles, like nods as soon as he sees us, and then within about 5 minutes, he names drops us, saying, "As the Trekyards guys know." So he's like right in it with us, which is lovely. And it was a good panel, and he felt like a nice celebrity there because the Resurgence was great, and the other ones were more old games, and there was a good panel.
To be fair, Dave Metalis was giving me the stare down.
Dave Metalis?
No, sorry. Yes, they merged. Dave Blass was giving me the stare down during that panel. So
what was so amusing about this is that after the panel, I have not met this guy yet. The second the panel ends, this guy walks up to us and says, "Hey, Trekyards, can I get a picture? Good to meet you guys." So we get blindsided by a fan, which is lovely. I'm trying to meet this other guy, and he walks away to his friends, and I have to go find him and get a picture. Not what I was expecting, right? But hey, that's cute. Trekyards fan, way. Yeah, really freaking tall. It makes me look small, and I'm not small, so.
Yeah. Great guy. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah,
guy.
I mean, he's the sort of guy that, like Aaron Walkie, who should be on a Trek IP. The right man for the job, and I hope he gets another one. Then for about 7 seconds, I went into a Paul Wesley panel. There we go. Oh,
I didn't. I was hanging out with Ellie for a while at the same time. We split up quite a few times, me and Sam, during this, so.
Yeah. I mean, I sometimes had to just go to the room to get prints, because I had to time everything, or camera, and that's like a 30-minute travel. So it was like, bye, Stuart. Right, sometimes.
And then I had a drink, which was green. It was literally called "It Is Green." It was really good.
Oh, I wasn't. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't even actually go and look at the.
I know you missed out on a lot of stuff, but you were doing other stuff, so it's fine.
Yeah, and
it's a convention. You can't do everything, unfortunately.
I did a lot of the special stuff, which we will benefit from in the future. So. Which then, speaking of, I was able to, and this was and I'm so fucking glad we did this at the time, because Terry Metalis was a really hard guy to pin down. He had no schedule, as in he made his own schedule. This is not a complaint or a pro thing. It's just saying he sometimes wouldn't turn to panels if he didn't feel like it, because the other things he had to do, meetings. And he wasn't always at the table when he was meant to be in theory. So, what?
Mark Lawrence throws in $5. These guys ended up bringing all kinds of random people to my room. Hashtag Sam Drink.
Yes,
It's true. And our room as well, to be fair.
we did. It was a hell of a thing. But I was able to, luck is the only word I can say, was able to actually get him, when I had some prints and I got some Trek short stuff signed, because I was very proud, and I'll be a bit soppy here, I was very proud to bring this guy who's an absolute legend, some posters of Trek shorts where I included stuff from Picard, and he signed them for me, so I have signed my work by him that I have to take away, and feel very, very happy about that. So, wow, that was wow. The faces.
That's him looking at me going, I gotta sign more shit. And you're like, yes, here's more to sign. Trust me, I got some good background pictures which you haven't seen yet, which you're gonna see now.
Just
look at the look on Terry's face.
But I will say, he clearly liked me. Like, he wouldn't do this.
He liked both of us. It was great.
The vibe was, it was very, like, he's a personality in a good way, but he was very gracious. I was right on that tightrope of too much. I really, like, I luckily worked out perfectly. And I got everything signed I wanted to, including some bonus stuff, which was lovely. He was in good spirits. He agreed to interview. That's another story later. His handler was just, what the fuck is happening? Why are these people ramshackling my client with all these random shit that I don't know what this is? Why is his face on it twice on a poster? But Terry knows us. It was all good, right? Because we're like years of legacy looking at Picard with, like, he's been watching us, right? So there's a legacy factor. And he was not available any other time. That was the one chance we got him, and it worked. And I feel very happy, because I remember at the end of it I said that was the one bonus that I was never planning to get, but I printed out just in case.
Yeah, and you're like, can you sign Picard showrunner underneath each one? He's like, you want me to put Picard showrunner under this one too? Like, yes. Way people know what the signature means. And that's where Terry gives me the look, like, seriously?
Well, in fairness, his sign is awful. You've seen it.
It's an autograph, right?
I know, but you can't tell it's him. But that was really special. And like I said, he's a Trek short signed for me, personal. That. Yeah.
And see that Turbolift sticker? I got one of them, the Optical Data Network. He gave me another one initially, which he just gave me. What?
Read Nick's comment is a stabbeth to my hearteth.
I know that look all too well. I know, right? So do I. So anyway, gave me one of these. He gave me one that was just silver and black, which I took back the next day to get this one. Actually, and then he was selling something else, which should I get into it? Should I talk about it?
Dude, let's talk about it. Do we have pictures to correspond to it? Probably not.
I don't have pictures, but I got the actual thing.
Do I have a...
Hold on. You talk to the audience.
These pictures are close enough, right? So Stuart got a fancy thing, and we'll and we'll keep the... Because I did buy something from Terry as well, because it wasn't just about having him sign stuff for personal specials. I did get something, and Stuart got something else as well, which he was tempted to, and we all kind of, at the end of the day, we have a little bit of extra cred, so we were able to do a little bit of, not bargaining per se, but deal making, I should say. Stuart, tell the story. It's a general picture of kind of the vibe that we had, but yeah, tell the story.
So we had some unused, but made for the set for the Picard Season 3 stuff available, which he's not... I don't know how to say this. He's not technically supposed to have or be selling, but he has them and he's selling them, which we'll get into that in a second. But had this, which I absolutely fell in love with, which is one of the panels that goes beside, like, Riker's station or Troy's. And it's a backlit panel. This he was selling for $400 US. And I'm like, Terry, give it to me for $200. He's like...
Oh, I remember that. I remember thinking you lowballed in such the most beautiful way, knowing it was a game, and he's like, oh, are you joking? But we could both sense it was like a but.
Yeah, and it was cash only, and I had no cash. I don't do that. And he's like, how about 250 and you can have it? And I'm like, give me a second. And I ran up to, I mean, the casino's fucking huge. To get up to a cash machine is insanely long jaunt. I got up there, took out cash, came back with 260 because it wouldn't let me do 250. And I gave him an extra $10. Well, yeah, it only does it in multiples of 20, right? So I gave him an extra $10 and said, the extra $10 is I want a selfie with you, which I got. And
I didn't pay for a selfie ever. You didn't have to either, but oh,
there we go. There's the selfie. And I'm like, you also need to block me off Twitter.
Yes, that was.
Or unblock me from Twitter. He's like, what? And
no,
we had a whole conversation.
He was genuine. What? No, genuinely surprised
about this. He's like, what did you say? It was something really mean. I remember Dave Blast messaged me and said, you got to block Captain Foley. And I'm like, what? No, I just made a comment about when Riker was saying about his son's funeral. He looked into the grave and it was so dark, and so was the image because they broadcast it too dark. That was part of the really pissed him off at the time. But he kind of got a laugh out of that, and he's like, okay, well, I already unblocked you. And I'm like, no, you didn't. I said, when did you unblock me? He said about a week afterwards. I'm like, bullshit. I was stressed about that for 3 months. Because I kept checking.
And he was like, really?
Let me block. And I'm like, pull up your fucking Twitter. So I'm standing behind him at his table. He pulls up his Twitter and he goes, Captain Foley. Yeah, see, you're unblocked. I'm like, what? When did this happen? Because literally I was stressed out about that for 3 months. And I was kind of pissed off at Terry Metalis, as Sam knows.
You said to me, why does he hate me? It's like, he doesn't? Yeah. What?
And I kind of had a bit of a grudge against him. So when we watched the panel with him, I'm like, this fucking guy. Anyway, and then, yeah, it turned out all fine. He had unblocked me, and I didn't realize it. He said, yeah, I had actually somebody blocking people for me. And he goes, it got to the point where it was really fun just to block people. And I'm like, oh, okay. So that whole scenario was straightened out, which I appreciate because I was not happy about that in the least. But it got all sorted in person with Dave, and he was hanging out with me, or Terry Metalis. I get Dave and Terry mixed up all the time because they're always together. Anyway, so, and then the next day, like I said, he saw me, he's like, Captain, which I really appreciated, so.
And it's funny because 95% of interactions at this convention with him is, hey guys, hey Terry, big fan of your work, please sign this. Yeah, thanks, good to meet you, bye-bye. And here you are insisting he goes into his Twitter to unblock you, and it feels right.
Yeah, I got this.
It does help I just softened it up with this ridiculous amount of bullshit. You felt very confident to bullshit him, and it was great. You were right on that confidence.
And then I wanted him to sign the back of this, as well as Dave Blass and Liz Kowalski. But I went up to them, and they're like, you shouldn't have that. Put that away, please. Like, we realize Terry is selling those, but we get in trouble from Paramount because of that. So please, and then she gave me a bag to cover it up. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to ask to get them to sign it then, but this is a legit from on screen or on set.
On set, impression house. It's way bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's really freaking big.
And there's also a dark version, which when you put in a light box, you fire up the lights and it looks fine. But I like this one that you can be lit or not and still look.
He tried to sell you on the non-lit one, didn't he?
He did. And I'm like, no. As much as I could build a light box for it, I don't want to. I just want to be able to display it as is. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to put this backwards. And that
was funny because we were both very much of the mind. We are so fine line of budget for this convention. Anything we're going to feel. And that was a big thing. But, it's not something you need. But to buy it from him for that price, in that way.
That whole experience, that story, everything is something that'll be with me for the rest of my life. And, yeah, the conversion rate on those fucking cash machines kicked my ass. Because this turned out to like 400 and something Canadian for me to pull out 260 American.
And that was your big thing. Now, had I bought a tricorder, you could have said, well, at least I didn't buy a tricorder. I held off on that. I did, however, I had $200 in cash. I spent $100 on that buying a script from Terry, and had him sign it, of course, to me It was the last episode, and I was very proud to get that. And that was my of the entire event. That was my biggest splurge, a $100 script, because again, to get that, how do you shit, worth it, and that was my big present to myself, because again, you can't just get that, right? It's so unique and so special. So it's very. I mean, Terry was a great interaction, really special. Clearly, the Vipers. That shirt made me happy, Stuart. When he just.
What are you laughing? Oh, we'll go through the shirt in a minute.
And I know, I just returned and I remembered.
Please think of the carpet. Thanks.
The carpet.
Classic for Real throws in $20. Next time you see him, tell Terry he and Picard Season 3 are the reason why I'm a Trekyards member. Ooh, and how my faith in the franchise got restored, and why you're not getting this $20. Why you're even getting this $20. Anyway, Sam changed to a crew of the USS Metallus. And then he goes on to say, oops, I got the $20 and $40 confused. Anyway, bottoms. Oh, he wanted you to change uniform.
Well, put another 20 and I will combine them, and I can Picard Season 3. I'm not 100% sure where that uniform is, but hey, put in 20 and I will do thine bidding.
And we have, anyone think of the carpet walls? Yes, classic for Real luck.
Yeah.
Don't touch the fabric walls. Anyway, we'll talk about the shirt in a minute. But
yes,
there is more Terry story.
Yes, there is.
We're going to talk to him on Sunday as well, which we'll get to.
Yes. Now, it's funny. My next, 10 pictures are all fan pictures, so I'm not going to share them. But I was like, oh, cool. Then unfortunately, I had a cookie break, and I had to go and do something with...
Hold on.
Oh.
Before you're doing your cookie break, get rid of your picture for a second. Because this is where we split up again.
We did. I was about to say why. Yeah.
I hung out with John Eves and the...
I have no idea what
the Factory Entertainment Enterprise E, which is like $16,000. And then I went and got some lunch. Oh no, that's not. That's the next day. Sorry, this is that evening. Anyway, this is Matt Boardman and Rachel, his wife, and their daughter Chloe. So, anyway, sorry. I thought that was the lunch picture, but it's not. That was the next day. Sorry. Go ahead. Your cookie break. Continue.
Well, I don't know what you did that time because I went off site. 1 second.
Oh, you went off site with Mark. Anyway, hit the like button, guys. We have 38 likes. We had 39. Somebody took away a like, apparently. I don't know why, but I'd like to get to 40. So if you haven't hit the like button, hit it now.
So yeah, this was actually a big deal because that Terry sign was very specific. Because obviously I've got to walk 20 minutes to the hotel room to come back to get the prints. I committed as an effort, Mark, because he was very kind to. We had a plan. I was like, we're going to try the punt. We're going to try and see what we can do. Luckily, the Terry stuff you were luckily with us worked out super well, and it really de-stressed my weekend because one success like that meant that you could afford to have some failures. But I said, Mark, we've really got to go out and get a new tripod because the one we have is not going to work for interviews, and also I need to get a waistcoat for my photo shoot tomorrow because I couldn't find mine in this house. I still don't know where it is. And I'm sorry, Stuart, but in that short, brief randomness, we left the hotel and we went to the valet and we got the Cybertruck. And in that time, we happened to see this gentleman in the distance. I'm very good with faces. I always have been. I'm like, oh my God, that's Steve from from American Dad. And he was not at the convention, but clearly he was here at the convention because I got a picture of him. Clearly. He was doing a musical show, which we got pictures of the next night. I guess already there. And this is again one of those 1 in a million chance. And my dad is very good at convention going, where he's like opportunity or nothing. So I was like, if I don't go say hi, because they were also valeting, right? So it was like this is the time we both sort of paused, and there's other fans saying hello. And I was like, if I don't say hi, I'm never going to see him again in my entire life, right? I know I'm not. So I confidently got up, walked up to him, waited a second for the lady to stop talking to him. His wife was like, oh, another fan. Oh dear, cute. She went away. I said hello. I'm a genuinely big fan of his Steve character. I think he's a very good character. He's great on the Orville. Really genuine. Well done. You did great stuff. Love your work. Can I get a picture? Yeah, man! And he's used to it, but he's also a big fan of stuff. So he's very for the 1 minute I spoke to him, very gentle, very nice. Not the best picture because literally the sun is behind us. Thank fuck for good cameras. But I got to tell him how much I enjoy his work, so I genuinely do. And we just see him the next night, of course. But this is it's like a randomness of randomness. We bumped into him, and I remember telling you, and you're like, "Fuck's sake!" And I'm sorry, but randomness, right? And then on that high, me and Mark leave the hotel, and then as we leave the hotel portion of the hotel, he pulls up to next to us. We're like, and then if he had looked our way, we could like, "Hey man," but it's fine. But it's just like again the happenstance of timings. Went to a Men's Warehouse, got a new suit jacket, which I really was already now overspending, as you could tell by just the food and such. So I said to the lady, who's very nice, I need a waistcoat. She's like, okay. She takes me to the
which is a vest for anybody that speaks English.
So she takes me straight to the full suit. I'm like, no, that's a full suit. She's like, oh, we call that a waistcoat. I don't know how you can. It's not a waistcoat. It's a suit. And she just, I explain what I want, and she's like, "Oh, that's it's not a vest, it's something else, something like a wife beater, like that sort of thing." It's like, "Oh, okay, that's a weird way to call it, but whatever."
Wife beaters on white muscle shirt.
Well, I know, but that the same name they have for that is what we call that. So it was like, okay, fine.
Vest.
There's another word associated, I believe. But they were like $85 minimum. I was like, I literally am not going to spend that. Sorry, that's ridiculous. She said, "What's your budget?" I said, $30. She was like, "Okay, let's look at sale." And she found one for me for $29.50 plus tax, $33. I was like, "Thank you, fair lady." And
it was a nice one too.
It was lovely, actually. It was really nice. She's a huge fan of England, so as she was ringing me up, she was asking me English questions, and that was a very lucky ducky time. So that was good. And then as we went back to the parking lot after going to the Best Buy, there's this lovely Mexican family, very, very small mother, like 4'9" mother, and her family was very into the Cybertruck. Super into it. So Mark was very generous and with his time and like, "Hey guys, you wanna look at it?" And I was like, "This is ridiculous," in a nice way. And then we left, and that was quite fun.
And I'm pissed off that I didn't get to meet Scott Grimes. So
I apologize.
It's okay. It happens.
Yeah, I would have predicted it.
It's a convention.
And then we went out for I guess it's Mexican, at Guy Fieri's restaurant.
Guy Fieri's. It's not Mexican really, but yeah.
Definitely overpriced, but tasty.
Who paid for the entire meal?
I don't know why that happened, Stuart. Who did pay for the whole meal?
I did. It was me, Mark, Sam, Rachel, Matt, and Chloe. Yeah. Yeah. And that was the picture that I showed of Matt. And actually, hold on, let's get rid of these ones. And got a picture of all of us at the table, which is great.
There I am.
There you are.
Lovely meal. Oh. Really, really nice to meet Matt's family. Like, really nice. Chloe, who's only 19? 20? 20.
She's 18.
I thought she was 20 because 21 next year could drink, but she doesn't drink. Anyway, very open, talk to people she never met before. Us. Very nice.
All right, Classic For Real throws in another 20 and says, "Do thine bidding." Oh. Anyway, what should I do for the rest of the super chat? Who else did you drag into Fleetpaw's hotel room?
What?
That's not Fleetpaw. That's Mark Lawrence. Different. What class of vessel would be the USS Mentalis? USS Mentalis even be? Someone put that like back. Yeah, it's back now. 39 likes. So
well, he'd probably say another Connie 3. But, you know, everyone loves a Sovereign. That's fair for USS Mentalis. I guess I could just invent a Mentalis.
Class.
You think?
Yeah.
20. Okay, I will find Picard season 3, and Classic has put another 5.
So I'm overspending on you guys. As you should. Best way to overspend, at least.
Yes.
Exactly. Anyways, bottoms up. Tell Scott I love his role as professional Seth Green impersonator. It's professional Seth Green impersonator.
Okay.
I'm gonna have a shot for that. So.
But he was nice. No, he was nice, and that was one of those unexpected. Especially as I was about to go, we were going off the reservation, to be bumped into the reservation was nice. But it was a good meal. I enjoyed the meal. Here's my selfie of the. Oh, I love how I'm belly in yours, your belly in mine. That's so logical.
Tis the way. Tis the way. We were beside each other, kind of.
No, that was a genuinely nice meal. And it was. I'll go change in a second. It was funny though because at that point, as you saw, I remember you recognised. I had my phone out taking notes, and you like I can tell you vibing up why you're doing that. And I had 3 options of what I could eat because of black pepper.
I figured that out by that point.
No, indeed. But I remember you like noticing that I was doing that, and I had 3 options I wanted. Number 1 wanted, number 2 wanted, backup. I said to the guy, "Can I have this?" He's like, "No." "Can I have this?" "No." "Can I have this?" "Yes." "Anything else?" "No." So one thing on the menu was my third choice. It was a plain burrito, I think. Very tasty though. But I had 3 prepped just in case. I really hate servers asking what I want and not having an answer because it's like stress. So thank frick I had 3 options ready to go. Okay guys, I'm going to go get changed. Thank you very much for that. And guys, do keep super chatting your thoughts, comments, questions. And if you're enjoying this, we are on day 2. I'm having fun. I'm reliving it and enjoying it. But we have a long way to go for booze. I have so much alcohol left. So, see you guys in a second.
Alrighty.
Goodbye.
So yeah, in case you can't tell, we had a fantastic time. Got to point out again, there is Matt and his lovely family. Matt Borbin is one of the moderators and visual effects guy, fantastic guy, and that's them at Guy Ferrari Restaurant, which we thought we would try out. And Rachel even did her nails for the occasion. Starfleet, very important. This was one of the special menus for Star Trek Las Vegas. Hasperat burrito, gach soup, and alien blood for a drink. So there were special menus for most of the restaurants, if not all the restaurants, which was great. So yeah, if you ever get a chance to make it down to STLV, please do so. It is a really fun time and definitely a lot to talk about. We have 40 likes now, which is awesome. That's a good goal that I wanted to get to. If you haven't hit like yet, please do so. Keep in mind there are links down below to my personal channel, which will have the captain's log videos of this trip at some point, as soon as I can figure out the audio issues. And also there are links to the Teespring and the TeePublic store where you can get yourself some cool Trekyards merch, which I was wearing Trekyards shirts almost every day for this convention, and Ray Ricks, of course, had one on as well when we first met him. So if you want to check out the Trekyards merch, I'd really appreciate that. 33 of you here, which is amazing. Feel free to super chat if you want to get sloshed, as it were. I need to have a drink for Classic for those $5. The stories can only get better from here. And yes, no one went to Fleet Pod's hotel room. Fleet Pod did come by my place after the convention, and we did a live with him here at my house, and he had a hotel nearby. But no, we didn't drag anybody into Fleet Pod's hotel room because that would just be not cool. Chuck A says, I know Matt Borden very well from Trekyards and the 7th Rule. I met him last year at STLV. He's such a cool guy. Cool guy. Yeah. I mean, Matt's fantastic. I think the 7th, there were a lot of 7th Rule guys, people, or 7th Rule people there, including Ryan Husk. And I got, I gotta say, 7th Rule feels a bit like a cult, but that's just my opinion. Not in a bad way necessarily, just anyway. So there you have it. That's my take on that. But anyway, yes, Matt is fantastic. He is a good friend of mine, and we play Helldivers together all the time. And he's just a fantastic human being. And this is him in our hotel room, which could be taken the wrong way. And I'm sure he's going to be pissed that I showed this picture. But anyway, there he is. Moving on. What is the That's breakfast the next day. All right, so I'll wait for Sam to get back to continue on, but let's see. Let's get a good picture here that you guys might like. There's, oh no, hold on. I'll do the Factory Entertainment Enterprise Z. I was going to do a picture of me and Terry Metalis, but I'm sure you guys don't really care to see that necessarily. But yeah, this thing was fantastic. Beautiful model. Way too pricey, though. The factory entertainment stuff is the cost of a fucking car. Like $15,000, $16,000, $20,000 for some of the models. Beautiful. But yeah. Anyway. They got nice stuff. What can I say? The price is the price. I'll show you a few more Terry Metalis pictures so you guys can see that. While we wait for Sam, he's back now by the looks of it. But yeah, there's Terry Metalis at his booth. And then more Terry Metalis pictures because why not?
So this is the one I could find first. This is a Commodore / Specialist Officer uniform.
Looks like you're a chef and you're wearing an apron.
It is a bit weird, isn't it? I need an undershirt. That's nice. And actually, I actually this is funny. The original one came with deltas, like the patterning, and I fucking hate that. So I had the tailor rip it apart and put it back together with a normal fabric. Much better. So that's what I did. Yeah, there you go. Rarely in this one. Yes. Where are we?
So next day, this is my breakfast at the Hash House Go-Go, which I love that place for breakfast. They make fantastic breakfasts, I gotta say. Yeah, I absolutely love it.
I feel like you have better luck with breakfast than I do in general.
That's because you can't eat black pepper, man. Everything's got black pepper in it.
A lot does. And this was nice. This was like a communal. Oh my god. Yeah. This was like a nice team black pepper team. So Matt was there. Mark Lawrence all had our own things.
Look at Matt's shirt. Think of the carpet.
Think of the carpet.
We'll talk about the shirt soon, I'm sure.
But I will say, guys, this was a not good sandwich. 5 out of 10, maybe 4. It was bland. It was expensive. It was bland as hell. And I was, for some reason, that morning I was really tired. I just that. I know I would have done a lot like last day. Though
he's always a miserable cunt when we travel. It's fine.
Okay.
He's always tired and complaining about getting up early, and it's just the way the convention is. You got to get up early. It's how it works.
But then
Travel
you go to
and
bed late,
conventions.
which doesn't work.
Yep, exactly. You just have to go on no sleep for a few days. That's how it works.
Oh, good. And in fact, I'm looking at this. I only seem to have 4 or so pictures of the party, which we've entirely skipped. So my party, I met this lovely lady who was an Alara cosplayer. That was my first contact. Loads of compliments. She was very kind of me in my uniform. She was very anti any sort of footage. Because she's like, I'm a picture person. Don't put me in front of the camera. Because I thought this is like she was vibed. Like the way her face looked, vibed the makeup.
I'll be right back. I gotta go grab something.
But you know, could have been a Trek short or oval shot. I don't know. But she was not intro at all. But yes, first contacted it up, which was nice to be noticed. In fact, that night was the night that this is his very last night. We were able to get Dan from Resurgence to come to the hotel room and sign some posters for us, which again, super thrilled about. That is the world's first Resolute fan film, and he's the lead writer, and that was a pre-signed by me, Sean Ferrick, who's in it briefly, who signed it while he was here, Marie, my girlfriend, and now Dan, and I'm just really happy to have that as a bit of legacy. So that was but then I remember it was right near the end of the party, so I would have been drinking for quite a while, so I was already quite tipsy, and then he's like, right, I'm free to do this stuff if you're free, and I'm like, oh no, guess I gotta do this tipsy. Ha ha ha. And then bumped into Sean, every day I gave Sean my daily hug, as I said. 1 second. I was just saying that I have my daily Sean hug.
Yes, I got a daily hug as well.
Yes.
Sean's great. He says I give good hugs, and I'm like, I bet you say that to all the guys. He's like, no, yours are special. It's like, uh-huh.
I mean, at least you give good something. And then Stuart made me pose. Stuart made me do this.
That's because it's every time you take a picture, you're like...
He made me. This was Stuart. He forced me. I had no choice, clearly.
It's true. It's true.
But it was nice to do every night a new uniform. It justified the rather... Because they're actually quite heavy when you put them all together. They're not exactly the lightest of things. Yes, then breakfast. Okay, everything's out of order for mine. Oh, and then finally, and it's so amazing to talk about this finally, is that obviously I have a certain extra Prodigy connection with my Prodigy episodic content I've been doing for now, 2.5 months, as in releasing, but actually been working on it for 12 months. And so the first panel of the day after breakfast was the Prodigy panel with Aaron Walke, executive producer, Dan Hageman, showrunner, co-showrunner on the two Hagemans, Bonnie Gordon, computer voice and voice of the whale, who is called Subject 4 Lady.
Oh, Jillian. And
Nomi, the composer of Prodigy, who turned up unexpectedly, who ended up being an absolute treat. And this panel was very special because I've got to know the guys a little bit and felt personal in a way. That was really nice.
I gotta say, hanging out with Dan Hageman was awesome. Aaron's just a treat anytime we meet him. This was actually, this night is the night that he
it was a Prodigy day.
Drunkyards live with us, yeah.
They're only there for like a day and a half, so we had everything in one day. So I was quite nervous that day.
Classic for real, $5. Dear Stuart, take a drink and then give your daily hug to Lola and Precious and other things. I just wanted to get my super chats money worth. Absolutely, I will hug all of the dogs, including Dot, even though she's little, and Sylvia as well. I'm not saying that Sylvia's a dog. That came out really wrong. I'm just going
but
to...
she can be dogged.
That's very true.
I think
maybe it has been once today. I don't know.
Maybe twice. Well, that's not
yet. Only once so far.
So no, this panel was great. Really informative, and it was a very, very packed panel. It wasn't full, but it was packed. The energy was beautiful. There were many spontaneous rounds of applause because this was like, this was their victory lap, right? We got Prodigy Season 2 out, universally loved by the fans. And I loved the energy, and I was able. I was able to get up close, get some nice pictures. And then Nomi arrived with a broken arm, who's the lead composer, who I believe I knew was there, but there's a whole range of I want to get, I need to get, and would be nice. And she was lovely to meet her.
Which we'll get to that in a sec. Hold on, don't put another picture up yet, because Ray Rick says Dan Hageman gave me free Murph sunglasses. Yeah, Sam got a pair too, and I got a picture of him wearing them. There he is, looking stylish. They look good on you, actually.
Yeah, I was confused by them, and then I put them on because you made me, and you were like, look good. I'm like, oh, they do look good. Huh. Yeah. It's a good picture.
Except for the big UV sticker. Take that off. Hopefully you've taken it off by now.
Sure. And Bonnie was very sweet in the panel as well. She was less presenty. The other times we've seen her, she'd be more like, I'm on a show. Here she was like very genuine. And Aaron was like such a boss of smartness. He shows off how good he is at this stuff.
And Sean Ferrick was there. I was sitting like 2 rows behind him, so his picture sent it to him. And he turned around, snapped a picture of me, sent it to me, and said, gorgeous. So...
Oh, I had no idea. Because I zip right to the front.
Oh, there's a lot of things you don't know that happens because you were doing your own thing, right?
I was trying to... Because I want to send pictures to Bonnie because she's in Prodigy Reckoning, and Aaron might not have done conventions before. And And then I was like, well, logically, these people as panel have to leave the panel and go somewhere. So if I stay outside the leaving door, I might bump into them. Crazy, right? So I was able to meet... Oh, that's a close. So I was able to meet... Nomi the composer. Apparently, the photographer thought I should have the guy to the right as be a focus point of the shot. Okay. Yeah, this tiny musical genius.
She's brilliant. I love her. She's so bubbly and cute.
And she was jet lagged in essence. She was still wearing the bag from her flight. She hadn't got to the hotel room, and even in the evening had still not reached her hotel room to put stuff down. But for such a because probably has genuinely got incredible music and Stranger Worlds as well, very good too, right? Genuinely amazing. So super humble and nice and friendly, and
And to be fair, even Aaron had just arrived and still had his backpack on he hadn't been to his room yet, and we caught him.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it felt like Aaron we'd known for years. It was such a friend, because that was the first time we both met him separately, but like as a vibe.
Yeah.
And it was like long lost, you know.
He's just like one of our good dear friends, right? So it's fucking great.
Yeah, it was very nice. And then surprisingly, I had no idea this was going to happen. We bumped into this lady, Michelle Specht, who I did not see again. So it's amazing when you try and bump into people, you sometimes can't. You accidentally do it, and it happens. And she, of course, played McKenna on Star Trek Continues, all 12 episodes. The proto-Troy, the psychologist. Now, she's amazing in that. And back in 2019, I believe, 2020 perhaps,
2019.
When I'd approached her in Vegas, because I approached her before Vegas to replace our previous actor who had to step away to be in our Convergence film, because I wanted it to be a crossover. She was very interested, and I met her in Vegas. The previous film I went to had a what seems like a weird hotel room discussion, but that's just because this is where your stuff is, right? She was very interested, signed up, great, had a costume made and everything, and then COVID happened and she lost her job essentially as an actress and then became a COVID officer, became so busy, unreachable, and then I had to proceed on all my Trek short content without her, and this is the first time I've seen her since, and she was like, oh, I love to see the stuff you're doing, if you ever want me to reshoot my bit, I'll totally do it. I'm thinking...
It's already been released. Or it looks like you're naked.
Film was 3 years ago, and you saw how I handled that. I was trying to be quite, pleasant and like, ha, yeah, sure, maybe. But that ship had long sailed. It was lovely to meet her, lovely vibe, but I think you'd even said it felt a bit acty. But she's a performer, right? But it was lovely to see her, lovely to get a hug, and she's very friendly, and it was very pleasant.
I just want to share one picture that's before this Aaron picture I just showed too,
Ooh.
Where I met Phil Drury, who is Philip on YouTube. He is actually he was in Star Trek Picard season 3. He played a Vulcan, one of the rogue Vulcan
as you do
hitmen kind of guy.
Yes.
It was great to meet him in person. And when I met him this time, I had no fucking idea who he was. He said his name, and I'm like, yeah. I was tired. I was looking to do something else at the time, and he kind of snagged me, so I got a picture with him. No idea who he was until like literally half an hour later. And then I'm like, oh fuck, that's that guy. And then we ran into him later. We ran into him the next day, which we got another photo with him. But I just must have come off like an idiot because I had no idea who he was. So Phil, I'm sorry.
You're so famous that you don't put it. You know people they know you. Yeah, absolutely. And then we bumped into Bonnie at a table briefly, I believe. And that was nice. Bonnie.
Hold on, you're getting a little bit out of order here.
That was next on my order.
Okay. Let me get rid of it. Okay. So we talked to Dan from Resurgence.
Yes, that was next after that. Yes. That was a funny... Was that the actual chat? Must have been.
Wait a minute. You're actually... No, hold on. For once, I'm going to admit that I was wrong. You were right. Because we did bump into Bonnie Gordon. And she's like, here, get a picture like on your prom date. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet. Well, redheads, right? So... Although I hate the lighting in that room. I absolutely hate the lighting in that room.
You just got to embrace it, right? Hey, better with these phones to make shows less bad. Yeah, Bonnie was nice. Bumped into her many a time. First person we saw, Don't think she remembered who I was by having done work for me, but that's okay. Then worked with Dan, and this was funny because we wanted to chat to him about a thing. We want to say what the thing was, but a thing. And we told him on and off about when we could book the thing. And it's not that he was too busy, it's that everyone was always moving and in slightly different circles. So I bumped into him while he was waiting to see Elias, who was in Picard, who was in Discovery Season 5 as the Marine, who also played, I believe, the henchman to the baddies of Resurgence. Cool. And Dan here, and look at the height, Jesus. Dan was waiting to talk to him, but he hadn't showed up yet and he was late. So I said, we can do the chat now, and when Elias arrives, you can head off. We did said chat, we finished said chat, Elias had not turned up, and we left. Glad we did it then, though, because that was we didn't see him again, pretty much. Not for that, anyway, because he was leaving that in like an hour or two. Met his girlfriend, finally, who I'd heard about, a lovely couple. Just really creative spark, that chap, and then he left and didn't see him again. Nice man. One of us. One of us.
And right after this, right after we talked to him, we ran into Ira Stephen Bear, who walked by.
Yes?
My pictures seem to be out of order.
Yeah, mine are out of order too. This is not... Yeah.
Because Ira Stephen Bear walked by right after we talked to Dan, and I looked at you and you looked at me and I was like, should we? It's like, yeah, go up and talk to Ira Stephen Bear. And he was absolutely a fantastic human being. I love Ira Stephen Bear.
Yeah, this is weird.
Great conversation with him.
Because I have next in my, and this is in date order, I have next meeting, do my photo shoots. And then Nomi signings, which is the evening. And then
yeah, this is way off for me. This is weird. Anyway.
Well, it sounds like we're maybe similar in our bullshit order. Then I did my first photo shoot, which obviously I couldn't picture my own photo shoot. It was a Tawny Newson, who I am a big fan of in the sense that I like her interviews, she seems like a lovely person. I said, congratulations on your new show running gig, or producing gig. She was very nice with that. I like the picture with her. Got to talk to her later. That's a whole other story. And super chat for more. Get us more drunk, because we'll have gossip. And that was a nice, the 5 seconds of photo shoot. Bumped into a fan as soon as I left the photo shoot bundle, as you do. And another one later as well, apparently. And then this is the end of this says it's the end of my this says it's the end of the day. Is this the end of the day for you as well?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Because while you're doing that,
yes,
I ran into Stephen Fothery of Text Trek, who's wearing a Kirk is a Jerk shirt, and he was very proud of himself. He bought the best script ever for the best Star Trek episode, Code of Honor. He's going to get it signed by Denise Crosby at some point. She wasn't there, but he was super excited to have this awful fucking script. And he's a really great guy. If you haven't checked out Text Trek on YouTube, please do so. Him and Starfleet Boy and a few other people are really fantastic. But he was really proud of this Code of Honor script that he bought. So that was going on during your photo shoot. And then there was also the Trek Culture meet and greet. So
yes,
went
that
there
I have no knowledge of this. I was doing...
Yeah.
I was doing printing because... we had some people who were interested in signing stuff, but I hadn't got any prints, so I went to the print store in the hotel room. It was closing in 9 minutes. I was able to rush between things, but I had to get verbal permission to do certain things. Got some stuff signed. The lady gave me a deal that was not legal, in the sense of she didn't charge me the correct amount, but she heard my story in our chat and she liked me and she gave me a deal, and that was very nice. Thank you to her. So I was running around. You having this lovely... I have no idea what happened. Tell us about the meeting week, because I have no idea. I was busy.
Well, it was at the one sidebar kind of thing. It was only for an hour. And I thought I'd go down and represent Trekyards. Trek culture fans might want to meet Trekyards as well. Didn't know where the fuck you were.
I was meant to be there.
I didn't know you were in a photo shoot. So you did show up at the end of this, though.
No, the signings at the whole time, like the prepping prints and shit, because I had to walk to the hotel room and stuff. Yeah.
So... hanging out with Ellie Littlechild, who's fantastic, by the way, and then hanging out with Dan Hageman and Aaron Waltke, having nice conversations about Prodigy. These guys are fantastic, and they are just regular fucking people. They're fantastic. Of course, Sean was there, Sean Ferrick. Got another Sean Ferrick hug, as you do. So yeah, and then you showed up at the end of it, but I'm like, Dan, Hageman, need a picture, and he gave me the. So he's great. He's so down to earth and so nice. So yeah, and he got Murph in his pocket or on his shirt. This is a Hawaiian shirt that features Murph, and Murph's in a few different spots, but you wouldn't know it until you actually see it. And
I
it's
had
like
no
shit
idea.
Is everywhere. He's over on the sleeve.
That's a custom designed shirt that he got made.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. So
what a boss. And him and his brother Kevin are so different, but both lovely in very different ways. Yeah. Any fun conversations had in that? Because I was not there.
Oh, a lot. Me and Mark Lawrence were down there, and like I said, a lot of it was just talking to Aaron and Dan, essentially.
You stole them.
Pretty much. Like, Sean Farrick and Ellie were busy doing their own thing because it was a Trek culture meet and greet.
Yeah.
So I didn't have much time to talk to them. They were busy, and that's fine. But yeah, I kind of monopolized Aaron Waltke and Dan for a little bit. Just talking about Prodigy. That's where the other Hageman was.
A holiday.
He was showing me pictures of a holiday. And I'm like, you need to accept my friend request on Facebook, Dan. He's like, what? I don't even go on Facebook. So I made him pull up his Facebook, and I'm like, here, look for Captain. There I am. Accept friend request. He's like, all right, look, I don't even use Facebook. Look, my mom isn't even on my friends list. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's fair.
But I'm not your mom, Dan. I'm a captain. Respect my authority.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't know what you were up to at that point, but yeah, you were doing your own thing. So
yeah, I was, because once that printing thing closed on a Friday, it was not open again until Monday. So that was the last chance. And as we know, Stuart, fucking printing in tubes, bitch slap to the face. We had later. So how many people turned up to this meet and greet then for Trek Culture? I never asked.
Maybe about 30. It was hard to say because people were walking by the whole time because that was one of those.
That's pretty good.
Bars just walked by on the way back to our rooms.
That's good.
So, and there were quite a few fans that even recognized Trekyards. Didn't really get photos with them, sorry. But
okay. All right. But guys, it's been ages since Super Chat. So guys, we have so much. This is full. This is a bottle. We're doing fine, but let's have a hashtag drink spike. I want to see several. I want people. You know what, Stuart? You know what, Stuart? I think I have authorization to this. I'm gonna lower the take a drink to $3. I'm gonna be a good guy, right? So for $3, I want to see many $3, and we will drink the drink of the drink. See, just to have the fun, because we know where the stories are going, Stuart. More booze. Anyway.
Yeah, these are all out of fucking order for some reason.
Yeah, what's happened? I put in date order and they're also in the wrong order. Weird. Anyway, now one of the other tremendously lovely things that happened, unexpected, was we had Nomi, who wandered up to this, and I just walked back up to the Trek Culture meeting group with the prince, because I had the prince physically for her to sign at some point, because she'd agreed to sign some stuff. And Dan's there, and he's very on our side. You felt the vibe. And Nomi's with her mum, and is like, "Oh, I need to go to the hotel room." And Dan literally says, "Nomi, if you don't sign stuff now, you might not bump into him again. You should go sign now." And because he's sort of her boss, she took it to heart, clearly, in the most adorable way. Her mum's like, "I'll go over here then," and just wandered off, like, hang out for an hour or whatever. And I'm like, right, this is my one chance to get this amazing composer to sign some pro styles. I'm genuinely a huge fan of the work. Jump in.
I was going to say, I think a lot of the reason my stuff's out of order is because a lot of it is videos instead of photos. So I got a lot of videos of her signing stuff. I got a lot of videos at the Trek Culture meet and greet. But photo-wise, just literally photo timeline, I didn't take a lot of photos because I was taking more video. So
which I've not seen.
If you want to see those, yeah, check out the Captain Foley.
I want to see him.
Captain's log when I get to that.
So this was lovely. Like I say, she had. I don't think she'd heard of the Prodigy that I was doing, but I showed her a quick clip and she was very thrilled. She obviously loves Prodigy, properly loves it. And we, again, one chance, so you pointed out, I remember, that room was free, because I have a space to sign. You pointed out, and I without thinking, I walked into that room, it was closed.
And then, yeah, we went up and asked the one attendant, can we use this poker table to sign prints? And he's like, yeah, sure.
And I remember I said it in a way that was like, of course it's alright, right? And he was like,
yeah.
It's not what you expect to hear. And he's like, I guess. And I'm like, great, thank you. And really confidently went and signed and didn't look back.
And a lot of great video for signing, I gotta say. Some good quality. You've seen some of the clips I showed you some.
Yeah, and it was, I mean, she was very sweet. She's never signed Pro-Style prints, right? And we had a few to sign. And these will be off for you guys later. I say, really proud to get these because I love I love music. And she was lovely. We actually talked so much, we ran out of stuff to talk about because it was that flowing conversation, if you recall.
Yeah.
But by the end, and she was kind of loopy because she had jet lag and she'd been a whole day. By the end, she was like, oh, you have more ships? So I was like, if you want a Voyager A print, she's like, I do. I was like, I mean, they're in a hotel. She's like, okay. I was like,
and she accidentally signed a Enterprise E.
She kept signing. She's just, it becomes muscle memory, right? You had the same thing. She signed an E, and we were like, wait. She's like, what? Enterprise A. She's like, huh?
That was in Prodigy. Let's be fair.
Yeah. And she's like, oh. And I'm like, and then I joked, I'm like, 1 of 1, limited edition, baby, 1 of 1. And that was adorable. And then she agreed to come and sign some other bonus stuff as well, which I'm not expecting, because she wanted the prints to take home. So she got 1 of everything, and I'm very happy she took 1 of everything.
And she's adorable, I love her.
Yeah.
Let's get to some super chats. So Ray Ricks, 10 pounds, both drink. Chuck A, $5. I want to support your great channel. I wish I could do more. Thank you, Chuck. Hope you're feeling better. I've been following the chat, and you're going into chemo and stuff soon, so I pray that it all goes well.
We love you, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck.
All the best from us. Absolutely all the best. And always stay with us and talk in the chats when you're okay, because it's
I need to go get another drink.
Okay. And thank you, Ray. You are kicking the bottom. So yeah, that was one of those absolutely unexpected, lovely bonuses. And like I said, there was some signed, personalized to me prints by Nomi, the genuinely genius composer of Prodigy. Was absolutely tremendous. Then we had dinner again, and it was very much a quick go. So we had cheesesteaks again, and I had the chicken cheesesteak, and it was not as good, but it was still good because we had to go and do our Aaron Waltke live. Now this was rather fun for all the reasons, of course. Oh my god. But was doubly funny about this one. Oh, Classic Friel. She's the composer of Prodigy, literally the lead music composer out of Strange Worlds. So we had to have a quick steak sandwich. Excellent.
Here's another one of the ones you picked. Crazy Uncle strawberry hard cream soda.
Let me know how it is. Yeah, we had almost no time to do this thing. Now we'd both said, right, we're gonna do 1 hour live from this time to this time. We could fit it in. Great, perfect. And I emailed Aaron and said, Aaron, we've got this slot. We'd love you to come along. It's from this to this. Let us know when you can pop in. At the end, at the start, it's all good, right? Anything you can do. And the crazy fucker he is said, okay, I'll be there. I'm like, what time? He's like, well, let's say 7 is when it started. I'm like, okay, cool. So he turns up early. He vibes in, really happy to see us. And then he says, for the 100% of the live, with the absolute vibe, he would have done longer. No question he could have gone longer.
Even though he had to go to dinner.
Well, he had a little window. He could have done the half an hour, I think. But that would have been, and it was like, oh shit, that was the entire live we booked. And he was like, he took that to heart. He was like, we're going to say the entire thing. Really, really nice.
So, yeah.
And watch the live. It's on record and it's tremendous. Go watch it.
So we had the live with Aaron. Then we met up with Matthew Cushman, who showed us something very special that he did for the 50th anniversary of Star Trek. But after that was the Scott Grimes concert.
Yes.
So I want to give some props to. I'm going to get rid of this picture real quick of Matthew Cushman. Sorry. I want to give some real props to Mark Lawrence for wearing the Gordon zip jacket.
Dude!
Also having the
Yes.
music disc.
Ah! What a legend move. Yeah, Mark was throwing us very, like, oh, really, curveballs. Stuart, talk about his bag for a second. We haven't mentioned that yet.
Well, it's mentioned quite a bit in my Captain's Log videos. He has a... and actually, when I went to LA and met with him and we were hanging out in Universal, he's got a bag that has, like, an LED screen at the back, so he can put whatever he wants on there. And he had a Trekyards animation along with, like, lower decks and stuff as well. And it's a fantastic bag. He's been asked about quite a bit. Yeah, check out my me and Sylvia visit LA trip video, because I actually have the QR code you can scan to buy the bag in that video a few times. But yes, props to the zipper jacket. All the zippers work. It was great. It was a rush time though, because we had the live with Aaron, then we had to meet with Matthew Cushman at a special thing, and then we wanted to get down to the Scott Grimes concert.
Yes.
And Matthew Cushman thing took a little longer than expected, but I enjoyed it quite a bit.
It was informative.
I wish I could show you the pictures of the thing.
And also, it was so lovely. How did the Tommy guy show up there?
Matthew Cushman works with...
That's what it was, yeah. Because he showed up, which was lovely, because we met him and he had good vibes at the panel. So he hung home for an hour, and we all had unique insights on what we were looking at, which was kind of fun, because we're all not experts, they're literally experts, we're YouTube experts. And it was kind of fun, we all had different things to say. So that was kind of fun. Nice to hang out with him.
I can give you a sneak peek.
A sneakieth peeketh? Goodness.
There you go. Boom. Quick sneak peek. That's all I'm going to show you.
Oh my god. I see things. I see dead people. And then we went to the Scott Grimes panel. Now, what was silly about this is that we knew we were late. We knew we might not see anything. We rushed down. We were going at a fast pace. I think
I'm jumping.
Okay. Oh.
While Matthew Cushman was still there, Mark was looking a little... He wanted to go. He had his zipper jacket on. And it's like, Mark, you can go. He's like, no. Literally 10 minutes later, I'm like, Mark, you can go. It's fine. And he left. And this was like 15 minutes after the concert was supposed to start. He got down there in plenty of time, because they didn't start the concert on time, as they tend to not do with concerts. So, yeah, we didn't actually miss much, honestly. So, just want to point that out. That we had to dismiss Mark because he wanted to stay, but we kicked him out. So.
Yes. But also, I'm not the biggest live music lover, so I would not necessarily have loved being there for an hour. So the fact that we were able to, and we were about 10 minutes from the end of the official time. They went over, and the energy was still tremendous. But I thought the 10 minutes we had was the perfect amount. Personally, we got to experience it, got to have the fun of it. Great, and that's Scott Grimes getting great picture on the keyboard. And then as we were getting there, this legend showed up, Todd Stashwick of Picard. Fucking good song rendition. I don't know what the song was, but he owned it. Fucking.
He did Kenny Rogers' "No One to Hold Him" first, and I have video of a lot of this.
So do I, but it's
got
not
these logs.
Why is it not in order?
I don't know. Mine aren't in order either, because now I'm just getting to the Aaron Welcome pictures.
That's so not. What the hell?
Where we're. So I don't know. I don't know why my photos are out of order. Apparently yours are too.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a mishmash of stuff, but I just kind of want to share it because.
Yeah, for sure.
This is us testing the wines.
Seriously, guys, go watch that live. It's definitely one of the.
And for some reason, this one's next. Where she came up to our room and signed those prints for us.
It's not the same day, but okay.
Yeah, I'm just like I still haven't run into this Ira Stephen Bear picture yet. And now I'm back to us and Dan from Resurgence and me and Bonnie. So I don't fucking know what's going on.
Okay, so I shifted mine to. Oh yes.
There's
okay, my stuff's back in order. Okay,
Matt
so
Boardman's with us with Matthew Cushman as well.
okay, for the measly $5, I will play an exclusive video of
Can you?
Todd. Yeah, I can. Todd Stashwish singing at this convention in actually glorious 4K with great sound, and I went right to the front and videoed it with a good set of cameras. So if you want to see, if you want to experience the live show, they had to be there to experience, unless you're live on Trekyards. The measly 5, and I'll throw it in. Am I not a generous guy?
Do that thing. I'm going to show some pictures that are out of order for some reason.
That's the next thing.
There's Dan Hageman, Aaron Waltke,
Ooh,
and Bonnie
signing?
Gordon. I'm not sure what he's signing.
Okay. Aaron's great. I haven't seen
and then I shared the picture of me and Bonnie that I took, or that Sam took for me, with my group chat, which includes Blappy, and they made this meme out of it. Can I keep her, please? Which is fairly accurate, I guess. Anyway.
Oh dear.
So I apologize for the out of orderness of things.
Yeah,
This is the way
it's
things-
odd that we both have that. But I think I fixed it. But we have a thing, Stuart.
Classic for real, $5. Here you go. Also, you still have to take a drink, of course. I already took a drink for yours. I took a drink for both yours and Ray's.
I think I did as well. Let's see. Media.
This is pretty good. You asked me to tell you how it was. It's pretty good.
You're
It's
welcome.
alright. Wouldn't be my choice, but
Well,
gotta get it out of my fridge.
you're welcome.
Drink your
Okay.
fucking alcohol next time you're here.
Oh, why is that?
Oh, you can of course play it. Put it in slides. Okay. Yeah, I can't put video in slides, otherwise I would. I got a lot of good.
There he is singing Kicking Bottom.
That's the second song you sang. Don't you forget about that. What's with the sound cutting out?
I'm guessing that's because it's a 4K master at like 800 megabytes. But yeah, he was a real boss man, and he had a great time wearing a freaking Jaws shirt. Pretty epic.
This was the end of Saturday,
Yes.
I believe, or Friday.
Oh. No, Saturday,
remember.
because Hageman's were there. Or Hageman was there. But yeah,
Because the next day we definitely took the day to ourselves because there's some different stuff that happened for sure.
yeah, and this was the big party for me in that Prodigy boys were there, so I specifically brought my Prodigy uniform for this, so I got a picture of Dan, who was there, hung out with him for a good amount of time. I walked up and he was talking to Ellie, I believe, from Trek Culture, and instantly I was his best friend for like 15 minutes. We just had a one-on-one, which was dramatic. He was pretty tipsy, which was kind of funny. Yeah, great chat. You know, obviously, it's not what you expect. Got my face. You know, I've been making this Prodigy episodic content, and then I get to meet the Prodigy guy, and he gets to kind of gush over my work. It's quite nice, really. You know, it's like, I love this, I love that. You're doing great. Good uniforms. I like your acting. You got Bonnie. Crazy. You know, it's like doing it for you guys. Aaron already knew, but it was nice for Dan.
And I want to point out a few things real quick. This
Sure.
lady is here most years. I finally got a chance to meet
okay.
her. Gorgeous woman.
She's
Can't
green.
remember her name though, but she is green. And some really great cosplays as well, as there tends to be.
Oh wow! I didn't see these. That
I know you
dude,
weren't with me at the time.
That dude with the how is that a small person who's able to have the head of the blue thing? That's crazy.
Yeah, just I don't know, really great, really great stuff. Yeah, so cosplay's on point at STLV, just in case you guys didn't know. Some really obscure things too. But yeah, I absolutely love it. And the next day, you and I spent quite a bit of time apart, especially early on. I don't know why. I know you missed this for sure, but there was a whole discussion of with Dave Blass, Liz, and Todd Stashwick.
Yeah, I'll let you
talk. Which was really fantastic. He learned a lot about his command style. He's like, how would you sit in the chair? Everybody sits in the chair a particular way, and he's like, I'm an engineer, or I was an engineer, so I sit like with my arms on my legs, like I'm analyzing a problem. And I didn't know that beforehand, so to hear that was fantastic. Yeah, it was really great seeing them on stage together. This was in this was in Vic's Lounge, where this was.
So this was I'm not sure why I wasn't around. Oh, I was photo shooting. That's what it was. I was doing my two photo shoots. This is my Jonathan Frakes photo shoot day. The party was nice. The Prodigy party was a good party. That was a nice chill time with everyone. Yeah, so then the first thing next day was my photo shoot with Jonathan Frakes. Of course, I was in it, so I couldn't be taking the picture. As you saw from the picture, I was not thrilled by it. I've waited around 11 years to meet this man and to get a picture. And I was not particularly happy with it. I'm going to have to Photoshop it a bit because I asked him to do a serious pose, which normally is fine, but his glasses were tilted in a way that the line of the glasses was in his eye. So all you saw was, like, yeah, it looked weird. So I'm a bit disappointed by it, but hey ho, what are you going to do? So I did that photo shoot, which was a decent cue. Then I was very keen to, and it's very brief, and I'm annoyed that I couldn't watch more of it. I'm obviously a big fan of the writers of Trek because I do writing Trek. And they had, Ron D. Moore, Brandon Braga, etc. doing a panel, and it was really interesting to listen to for about 10 minutes that I could afford to, and hear their opinions. And there's, Ronald D. Moore, Battlestar Galactica, right? Like the visionary that made the new version, like proper writing genius. He invented the Klingon mythos beyond what was in TOS and Star Trek 3, like the guy, right? To hear them speak was tremendous. I went to that panel briefly, but I was very much bitting this day. This was Saturday, I believe.
Probably.
Let me check. Very much bitting it, which is fine, but it was a lot of small things. Went to the Prodigy booth, and that was lovely because that was the only time they were all there. And Dan's voice was like this, as was mine. So we walked up to him and said, "Hey Dan," and he was like, "Hey Sam," and we hugged and I was like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "Yeah, voice." That was quite funny. Gave me a shirt, which I was very pleased with. Bonnie was on fire, Aaron was on fire, and just chatted to Darren. I just beelined past the table and just talked to Dan for 5 minutes, which is very nice. So that was pleasant, of course. Bumped into this interview guy who I think we met previously, which is funny. Bumped into Donnie, bumped into some more fans. I bumped into Gwendala, who was rather cool, who was a bit too... but good picture.
While you're doing all that, get rid of those pictures for me.
Yeah, no idea what you're doing. What were you doing?
Out with Jenny.
Oh, yes.
Fantastic artist.
Didn't even
She's
meet
such
her,
a sweetheart. So I bumped into her a few times. It was actually her birthday during the Sunday, I believe.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize.
The convention. I got to see Jonathan Frakes and Anthony Rapp having the discussion.
Oh, cool.
Mary Wiseman in the foreground there.
What a strange... Oh, yes, he's directed them. Of course, it's not that strange.
No, it's not strange at all.
Guys, yeah, I've still got 3/4 drink this. Just being brain.
And then, of course, Dave Blass and Liz doing their thing, signing their prints.
Oh, that skipped a while.
Well, no, this is.
Yeah, that was way
doing
later.
your thing.
That was way later.
No, this is. I talked to them a few times.
Yeah, but that picture in particular is way later.
Well, speaking of, actually.
Oh!
Ira Stephen Bear. That was such a great discussion, talking to him. He complimented you on your waistcoat or your vest, and kind of looked at me, my apparel, and like, yeah, yours is fine, but you can learn something from him. And then Sam pipes up and says, you know, Deep Space Nine's his favorite show. He's like, huh? And I'm like, yeah, and Sisko's my favorite captain. He goes, okay, I like you guys.
No, he said, I like you now.
Yeah, I like you now.
It was you specific.
Yeah. No, such a nice guy. And you wouldn't think so necessarily looking at him, that he'd be like very approachable. But he had like sandwiches in his hand. He was on his way somewhere, and we stopped to talk to him. Well, we kind of hesitated whether should we,
because and again you'd skip. This is skipped a little bit, but I bumped into another person who I was like, I got a 5 second. It was brief.
Ron Moore, you bastard! That pissed me off too. I walked by Ron Moore twice. I didn't get my picture with him because he was talking with somebody, and I'm like, I just don't want to bother him.
Yeah. But Ira, he walked by us, and you saw him, I saw him, and I said to you, do you want to go see him? And you're like, you could have said no, you said yes. So I grabbed him in a pleasant way, and he was so approachable. Like the difference between Robert Moore, no offense to him, was night and day. He was like proper happy to be there, happy to talk to anybody about anything, and he vibed with everything we said. Like properly, he was in the conversation. And you talked to a lot of actors and such, and he was like properly in it. You could see he'd be fun in a writer's room.
Super approachable, nice guy.
Yeah. But anyway, so while I was away for a while, I was asked to help Matt film the panel you just talked about with the people, and I got this picture for him. But then it occurred to me I had to go straight back to the room, I believe, to get some prints. Yes, I did. Because I knew this was a window between A and B. And that's a decent walk, especially there's a walk there and a back. So I said to myself, or Nick Cook, who I don't think he's still here anymore, if you are, say hi. He was commenting a lot of FOMO about missing out, but not be the convention. He's very much a wanting to be involved kind of guy. And it's a big expense to get there, and he's got a family, etc. But I was there. And so on the way to the convention hall, the hotel, I thought, I'm just going to call him. Because F it, right? So in this panel actually, so I called him on a Facebook video call, and I, knowing that hopefully showing him something of the convention might be nice. So I put the video...
he's still here.
Hey!
He's still here.
3 hours in. Crazy. So I put the video on, and he's obviously, don't know what the hell he's doing. He's like, hey, now you're in Vegas. And so I'm like, let me show you some stuff. So I introduced him to Matt, who obviously... we're working on Trek shorts together. I showed him a few seconds of the panel. I said, let's go to my room, get the prints, etc. Come back, whatever. And I sort of committed myself mentally to, I'm just going to take this beautiful man I love around the whole goddamn convention. I've got a very small window to do stuff. Let's just show Nick the convention because it's nice. And I like being nice, and it's nice to be nice, right? And then I bumped into this guy on the way to the hotel room. And I'm talking to Nick, showing him stuff. I look up, and I'm good at faces. I'm like, oh my god, it's Ronald D. Moore. And I'm like 10 steps from him. And I do not fangirl over anybody. And I lose all my... And Nick saw this. I lose my shit. I'm like, oh my god, Ronald D. Moore, hello. He's like... super low, because this is at the bar from the convention. So this is not where you're going to bump into people necessarily. Yeah. And I like lose it. I'm like, oh my god, it's so good to meet you. I love your work. Like... I mean, some dignity, but not a ton. And I just say my entire spiel in 5 because I'm like overloaded. I'm like, I love your work. You've some best stuff. Amazing writer. Can I get a picture? Sure. He's super like unready for this interaction, as am I. I hung up on Nick to take this picture, and that like was another like I would love to have met him. I did. It's not a great like conversation, but I got this picture. I'm happy with that. I met him. Cool. Achieved.
So jealous about that too.
And then I phoned Nick, and I'm like, hi, Nick, I just met the guy. And I walked, and I talk to Nick about stuff, and I go back and I literally walk through the entire convention hall, and I walk around the entire hall with Nick, showing him stuff. And then obviously Nick is and will be further in the Prodigy Reckoning episodic content. So I was able to introduce Nick to Aaron Waltke, Dan Hageman, Bonnie Gordon, who of course are all part of it in some small way, either being knowing about it or in it as Bonnie is. Now, all of which were not where they should be, in the Dan and Aaron had long since left. But I bumped into them as I was introduced in the it's very loud. Hi, this is Nick. Hi, Nick. I can't hear you. Nick says hi. Hi, Nick. Like, it was, hard to communicate, and I'm sure for Nick it was quite frustrating, but I was trying. But I tried to make sure Nick got to say something to everyone in person. And it was literally a full tour. It was about 45 minutes, which I wasn't expected to do.
You didn't show me. I didn't talk to Nick. You didn't come find me.
Well, there are important people, and then there's Canadians. See how I went further than just you. So that was really and that was fun because it was just a nice, I like I say, really like Nick, and to show him around was nice. And then I was like, I've really got to go, Nick, so I go to the next stuff. I've got stuff to do. But it timed well.
So is that a screen cap from your live?
No, it was.
You were streaming with Nick?
No, like I said, this was just a Facebook chat with him, so I wasn't videoing anything. I have not recorded, no proof. He got to experience it one-on-one and no recorded. 'Tis what it is.
I was going to say, let's move on.
Yes.
That's exciting, but fuck you for being around Lemar.
Well, that was literally why I was not there for 45 minutes, because I was just showing Nick around Vegas.
Aaron Waltke came out to our room to sign some prints.
The Waltke. Yeah, that was in between some stuff. I remember saying, because I sort of booked him that he would do this, and he was like, I mean, I'm free now, I guess. I was like, great, booked. So we handed him a decent amount of prints, and he signed them, and these will be available for you fine people. And as I think has become clear through dealing with Aaron, he really was a very important brainchild of Prodigy, through ideas and small ideas. The fact he'd come up and sign stuff was truly lovely. And he got to see our Voyager A print, which was amazing to see him light up on. And just a grand old time. And there's the... Yeah, it was to be prioritized in that way was very nice.
That's a good photo that they don't have.
You're welcome. And a couple of things before that happened, though. Bumped into Christopher Lloyd, and that I saw him. Looked good for an old man doing conventions at 90-something. Looked good.
Yeah, it's just to Klingon Opera. Did you forget that? That was on the first night.
Is that Kaon or Canon?
That's Kaon for sure.
Bumped into this lady, who I thought was tremendous. Macrovirus, what a great look. I was able to, as you saw from the other pictures, get some... Oh my god! That's awesome! Your picture is awesome. She had 2? That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a good picture.
Yeah, I know.
I love how someone's just there at the right time. But yes, we managed to get Dave and Liz to sign some prints of the Titan. This was the thing that I booked for them, not knowing they were up to doing it. So they'll be available as well to you fine folks at a later date. These are obviously like super special rare, both the same place, same time. Really, really cool. Lovely folks. We want to support them, so do when you get a chance, get those.
And I got my picture with Liz, who's fantastic. Both Liz and Dave are fantastic, but that's actually a bad picture because she's looking elsewhere. But we got this one, so that's fine.
That's the one. That's the proper one.
Just prior to this, though, Sam found me this gem, which he which said I made him think of me, which is Orion's Slave Traders Guild with a bound Orion woman, and I had to buy it. I do have it here, so thank you for seeing that, Sam.
Hail Kaon. We're welcome.
Okay.
Another thing that I sort of, because I had Prince with me, I was able to bump, because he was not necessarily hard to find, but he wasn't always there. Bumped into John Eves. I was able to get him to sign some Enterprise E prints. Now, these were not, I had not planned on this in any meaningful way, so I just had him personalize some stuff, some people, for like my dad and stuff. Just like, hey, John, I got 7.
He spelled my name wrong. He spelled
He did.
S-T-E-W-A-R-T. So he gave me another one.
So I'm going to do another one, yeah. So we've got a Stuart and a Stuart.
They're both right here over there.
But that was nice. Just just to get some nice, like, I got one I got one for Marcus, who plays Sam Harriman Temporary Anomaly. Of course, in my fan film Temporary Anomaly Enterprise Z. And so John signed it. These are your quarters. He just pointed at a random window. I mean, will Marcus care? Probably not. But I had 9. I had a few, and John was happy to sign, so that was rather charming.
Nick says he's going to be there next year. We're not going to be there next year. We'll probably be there the year after, which will be the 60th anniversary of Star Trek. So I'm kind of planning on 2 years from now. So
good to plan ahead.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
But yes, I bumped into this cosplay lady in the green who was really kind of amazing in that the makeup for the skin didn't like paint it like skin, and I clearly hit a nerve in a good way. She like went on a whole spiel about how she sourced the actual paint used on the show, and it was a whole story. And it was quite interesting. She was nice. But have a commitment to do something like that for a con, not just the paint, but also the costume, because that's a lot to do or not do, as the case may be. But that was nice. Bumped into Mark Zachary of
Space Force.
Space Command. Didn't know who you were, and it was amazing because we've interviewed him. He's interviewed he's interviewed a billion people, and I'm quite good at body language sometimes. And I said, "Hey Mark, good to see you again." Something or other. He was like, "Oh yeah, it was really good to whatever." And I knew he was lying. I knew he was bullshitting us. So I said something as a little test, and he's like, "Yeah, it was great to talk to you at the interview today, like the weekend." Like he totally took the bait. I was like, "You know who we are?" I was like, "I don't." I was like, "Trekyards." "Oh yeah, you guys." Yeah, obviously, which is fine. Faces don't necessarily equate. And then once he knew who we were, he clicked on and he remembered the interview and all that stuff. But I called him out so quickly on it. It was amusing because like those that know us like clearly know us, and he didn't. It was quite. I mean, he didn't remember us. But
and William Powell says it was great meeting you guys here in Vegas. Thanks for granting me an interview. That's the guy we did the interview for his YouTube channel, which was fantastic. You, sir, I'm going to tell you in person because I've already told somebody that is a friend of yours. You had some fantastic questions for us. Being ship-based guys, I really appreciated those. Much more so than the general questions we get asked. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Like, obviously, we've got the how'd you first meet question, the softball.
Of course, yes.
But no, you had some first ever questions of that ilk. So well done for some genuinely unique questions. And speaking of unique things, guys, Super Chat, I feel like I'm sobering up. And that is not the point of Drunkyards, guys. So I'd love to get a few on 5s on the 20, 10, whatever. Again, I'm staring at alcohol. Drunkyards. Help us to keep the stories going in a funnier way. Anything and everything is cool. Just saying, guys. Like 4 5s helps. So I went to another Walmart because we were prepping things and bobs.
I wanted to get some tubes, some shipping tubes to send some stuff to Aaron and Dan. Speaking of, there's some of the signed prints on the floor.
Like I said earlier, it was a hell of an investment, but I succeeded in wrangling mostly everything signed, which was a very impressive feat considering the testament. So well done for us for doing that. Then I was able to finally get the peanut butter M&Ms that Marie loves so much. So one of my favourite snacks of all time. So we did that. And then started the clusterfuck of clusterfucks.
The hunt for shipping tubes, which was
I will say we had so few...
Look at me looking. I'm like looking. Where's the tubes, motherfuckers?
I'll say we had so few failures. This was the hardest core failure of the trip. It was about an hour and 20 minutes. 4 stores.
And I was getting so frustrated by the end of it. And Mark was trying to keep us entertained in the Cybertruck on the way to different places. And I was like grinding my teeth. Like,
but you were like frustrated, not annoyed. There was a subtlety, and I was so tired. I was like zoning out.
Sam was zoned out. Yeah,
it was just because it was late, and it was tiring, and it was like it should have been the first place.
But you know what made it better? Fucking White Castle.
Dude. I was not
fucking
ready
love White
for this.
Castle, so
I was not ready for this. Like, I've seen Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. That's my experience of White Castle. It was really good. It's not what I expected, because they're not real burgers. They're sliders, and they're super thin.
Good, so good.
And they're steamed.
Yeah.
All the things that are different. Which, in fairness, if you're going for, how do you separate yourself? Here's the menu. Because original slider, double slider, etc. Fish slider. I mean, prices that you love to love. So I just bought 3 styles of burgers, onion rings. I bought a good amount of stuff. I had some for later as well. It was all good. I really like the steamed vibe. It was crazy. It was good, and it was a really chill meal. And it was honestly like the true bright spot from a fuck you hour and a half. Because time is so precious at a convention. Hour and a half and we achieved nothing. This was this really turned it I really woke up after this. I was like, this really pepped me back up.
And I gotta say, it's cool that they have swag. I have a White Castle mug upstairs for coffee that I bought years and years ago at a White Castle. I love that they got swag, and there's the list of the swag and some of the stuff that's displayed there. So
Nick just threw out the truth. He said Metal Grinder. You prick.
No, it's good. White Castle, man. Check it out.
No, seriously, Nick, it's not what you think. It was like fresh, warm steamed.
So good. It's so good.
You would not expect the texture. Really tasty. Like, so different to expecting. And you could easily eat 4 burgers and not even think. That's why I like the variety. And the pickle, whatever, was really tasty. Here's a shot of what I got. No, really good. Like, properly, like, weird, but good. And that really pepped me up, and I was much better after that. And I came back to have a donut, because, I bought donuts. Aha. And then we did our final part. No, this is our Sunday party, which we thought would be something, and it was nothing. Last time, we had many parties in the giant skyscraper party, and that was like a big blowout. This time, it was Friday.
Last time the Voodoo Lounge was Friday night. It was like the beginning of the convention.
Friday. Okay.
Yeah.
But there was parties every night. This night, Sunday, which fair enough, but it was so nothing. I was kind of shocked. We walked around looking for people to talk to versus we was walked into a room and would have 2 hours pass because people talked to us. And we made the best of it, right? Like, it was fine, but it was like, oh, where be the party?
Yeah.
But hey, some good pictures, and I got to voyage up, which is nice, I guess.
And we had Mark Lawrence and Matt Boardman with us, so we got some pictures with them, which
kept getting swamped by people who knew him.
Here's Matt and Mark.
Yes.
Mark's wearing a static warp shell around his neck, which is awesome.
It was fun. And then I bumped into a green guy, a modeler.
Before you do that, I gotta show you. Oh,
no, it's fine.
Gotta show the picture of all of us together. There's the dream team: Captain Foley, Commander Calkins, Matt Boardman, and Mark Lawrence. All we're missing is Ray Ricks from this picture.
What was he doing?
I have no idea what he was
doing. Don't know. And where was Nick Cook? He was probably sleeping because it was 4 a.m. Lazy.
Yeah. Sorry, Nick.
Maybe he was on shift in his medical career. Lazy. Then I bumped into a. Oh goodness! I bumped into a green guy.
Oh, you did it! You changed the background again. Way to go!
It's fine. It's fine. Yes. Oh, the height difference. Everyone's so. But yeah, bumped into this green guy. Who I've known he's a 3D modeler that I've known for years. I mean, what a commitment is that? Jesus. And
he's part of the 7th Rule, isn't he?
Yes, yeah, he's with Ryan.
He is.
And
he's a cult.
We see them, and this guy's like, "Oh, I know you," and Ryan's like, "Hey, talk to them," and then like, "Okay, how do you know me?" And it's like, "Oh, this, and this," and like, "Oh yeah, I've seen his work," and it's like, "Oh, cool," and it's like, "Oh, cool," and so that was pleasant. And I bumped into this lovely chap who was very interested in talking to us.
Oh, he was awesome.
He is very pleasant.
Wanted to buy us drinks as well. He was a very nice guy.
Yes, but for that night, the party was so low key. I was like, I don't want anyone to waste drinks on this. There's no point drinking. It's just not. There's no vibe, right? It's fine, but I enjoyed the parties I had. Well, these were not parties.
Before we got to that, though, hold on. You missed some good pictures here.
Well, I haven't got them, so. Oh. What's going on, brother? Ah.
At the STLV. Greetings from STLV Vegas.
Nick.
You got some good.
Nick, what are you doing right now that you're just watching us for 3 hours? What else are you doing?
Fuck all is what he's doing. Oh, and I also want to point something out. Sam got a picture with like 3 different people, right? Tawny Newsom, Jonathan Frakes, and who else?
The captain of Lodex. Don't know the name.
Oh yes, Freeman. And I put them all side by side in our room, and Sam's fucking expression is the exact same in every one of them. It's like you could put a cardboard cutout of Sam beside any celebrity, and it would look the fucking same. I just wanted to point that out because I think that's fucking hilarious.
So what happened was that I have a standard stoic smouldering expression, and unfortunately, every photographer is different, and the way the timing they click is always different. And I tend to like have a whatever, and ironically, the smile one was tawny, which was good, I think. I don't know. Yeah, it was fine. I do agree. It was too much the same. I was kind of surprised how similar they were.
You could literally have a cardboard cutout of yourself that you could wouldn't have to wait in line. Just have somebody take it in, set it beside the actor.
But what a sexy cutout, though.
Sure.
Speaking
one,
of
I'll put
sexy,
it right here.
There's me and Sean. There's our last party. And they've seen his entire backlog of pictures. Oh, get off there, you embarrassing man.
Okay, so the next day.
Yes. Last day of the actual convention itself.
This is where we didn't spend a lot of time together necessarily. This is where I was hanging out. This is where I had lunch. This is where I had lunch with Matt and Rachel.
You did, because I was fucking.
You were doing something else.
Well, I was tired.
We were waiting for Terry Metalis. We had an arrangement to meet Terry Metalis to do an interview, which we met up for, and we waited for him for like 2 hours.
I waited in the same place for 15 minutes, then you showed up and waited for another 45 minutes, yes.
And that's where we did the meeting with...
yes, the interviewer.
What's his name? Yeah, I can't fucking find him now.
Oh.
That's where we did the interview for the other YouTube channel.
Good night, Nick.
But then he finally showed up, okay? But he's like, guys, I got some bad news. Just signed a contract for Marvel, and it can't do interviews until 2027.
Yeah, any interviews. I mean, unless they tell you to, right? But
unless it's gone through his channels, right?
Like Marvel channels.
Yeah. So, bye, Nick. Love you.
Now, in fairness, he was genuinely apologetic, and he genuinely, clearly, like, asked somebody in his chain of command, "Can I talk to Trekyards?" Like, there was a conversation that was had because we had approved the chat, we'd approved it, like, it was all vibing, and the handler texted Terry saying, "They're waiting for you," clearly at one point in the wait, and therefore he was mentally like, "I'm going to talk to them."
I got to share a picture of the handler because he was an amazing guy.
What a guy! What a legend.
There's him texting him, saying, "These guys are waiting for you. They have been here for 2 hours." The fuck, man.
Yeah, he was quite late. And this was the first thing I said to you, because this was my interview day. I had no more costumes, I had no more real clothes. I was like, right, I got one more shirt left. I'm going to do the interview day. Whatever we can get, right? It's a chill day. Whatever we can get.
We got a lot.
We did, luckily, but Terry took 2 hours to not show up, and he showed up and then he couldn't do. We got something, I won't spoil what, because again, I know how to push things just that right amount. So I did get something and it was worth it, but it was...
Yes, I remember.
With
Terry.
Because I'm good at just getting what you need. But it was not what we expected, but that's okay. But now, after that sidestep of not success, somehow we got in a motherfucking role.
hold on. No, you're doing this out of order. Get rid of your pictures. This
Didn't
is
have
where I come in.
Oh, okay.
Because you're doing interviews.
I'm sorry.
So we hit up Todd Stashwick, who was right beside Terra Metallis. These are all interviews you can look forward to on the Trekyards channel, guys.
Yeah, probably the week after the next. I'm at Marie's until next weekend, but expect to see a pretty continuous slew of stuff after that because we've got some good stuff.
We were talking to Todd Stashwick. He was the first interview we did. Really weird. He was looking directly at the camera, not at Sam, which was weird. And he was talking about how his character, Captain Shaw, was a car guy. That's why the Titan looked the way it did, sleek lines, you know, all that. And I'm like, oh, I'm all excited. I'm behind the camera. Pull up my phone.
He was so cute as well. Stuart was like, body language, like, I'll be the guy.
Pull up a picture of my 79 Camaro. And when the interview's over, I'm like, so you really like cars? He's like, no, not really. I'm like, fuck. Showed him a picture of my 79 Camaro. And he told us about the cars he's leasing and stuff. It was fine. It's just kind of a disappointment. Like, I wish the character was, or the actor was like the character kind of thing. Anyway, Todd Stashwick's still great.
But he was lovely. And this was funny because he obviously, like, vibing with Terry so well. He's really good friends with Terry. So us asking him interview was like, oh, yeah, sure. And it was a good interview. He was really in the moment. He was I've interviewed a lot of people at this point. He was super, I'm a vessel for the writers. I will say what they say. I'll give it to all, but it's not my character. And I kept asking for, like, what would you do? He's like, no, it's not my character. He's very honourable, if that's the right word. He was very about the art of telling the story as presented for him. So the first interview, and it was funny because we specifically invested in some, which is why we did some of those print sets, some new batteries because my batteries are garbage, and we were like, I've got this many minutes. What can we get? And this many seconds of video is very precise. Now, obviously, if you fail at the interviews, any's a win. But it was quite successful. So Todd was our first, and it went really good.
And then we got Sam Kirk from Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, makes sense. You have more shots because I obviously was doing the interviews.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, I'll let you take over. This was fun because obviously Sam, and I was very keen to say hi, and reiterate, guys, no permission to do anything. I was wearing a goddamn white shirt with Prodigy, but in fairness, this is a good-looking camera. This is not a phone. Not to say phones aren't great, but this is a heavy-duty camera. It's a cine camera, and I'm used to this. And you know my energy when I do interviews. Yeah. Like you can tell I've done this for a long time. So I approached everybody. I said all the right things. I even wangled some. Oh, just this or this. It's fine. Just sort of get some interviews, and I managed to get this and. He was really engaged, properly into it.
He was very nice guy.
Yeah, there's a line. I was editing these a little bit the other day. I remember he said we joked about how what did you pull from the previous version of Kirk? He said, well, he was a dead body, so not a lot.
Yep.
Because he's basically a blank slate. The moustache is the only thing. Really solid interview. I think we teased a little bit about season 3. And what's nice about these interviews, zero prep, because you ask the actor, they say yes or no, you go with it.
Yep.
Zero prep.
You're really good at that. I gotta give you props for that because I couldn't do that.
It's definitely tricky. So that was a really energetic one. We were on the very similar page, which was nice.
That was the next one. We tried to get a manga, but he was kind of skittish and weird.
Yes, he was not like I know he was like the character a little bit. You would say.
Yeah, I think something threw him off at that point because he was kind of,
Well, he was walking around. He wasn't eager to be sitting down doing signings. He was something, and his agent was like, nah. But lovely agent. We have things about him.
Yes, we have interaction with that agent as well in a minute. But anyway,
then that was our first no out of 3. Yes. So
then we moved over to the other side of the room and got talking to Anthony Rapp, who is a fantastic human being. I absolutely love this man, and had to get a picture with him again. He remembered us obviously right off the hop, and he even said to the handler, "No, I know these guys. I'm fine with this. Just shut the fuck up. I'm going to do an interview," which was fucking great. He told the handler what was what, and we mentioned the room key thing,
which in fairness he had no memory of. It's an in-joke for us. It's a 4-second thing for him.
But when I reminded him of what happened, he's like, oh, wow. So, anyway, now it's probably lodged in his brain now.
He liked it, though. He was all for the joke.
he's got a lot of interactions with people, so I understand not necessarily remembering something like that. But anyway, I had to mention that. And of course, right beside him was sat Mary Wiseman.
Hold on, one more thing with this guy.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I love the fact that we've reviewed Discovery and not always the most favourable. Although, as I could say, because I always spoke to him, because you spoke to him first, I spoke to him second, we did Independent, and the third was an interview. Genuinely, I said to him, season 3 is really good. I thought you had a good fight. Like, I had good things to say, and we commiserated on his ending because it wasn't really an ending, and it was a good vibe, good energy. And when we got to the interview, he said, and I love this. Well, we've done interviews before, haven't we? So no. Really? He was so certain we'd already talked to him interviews. And I just thought it was a lovely, like, of course I talked to these guys. I like these guys. That just a little note was like that's
yeah, and then it's like we'll arrange an actual full interview with you later via Skype or something.
But I remember he said he's now 2 kids. Lovely, I don't know, and he's really busy. This was like a nice but kind of guilty to go out and do stuff. But I said really nice to see him and to re-engage and interview him, to actually talk to him, because the fact is when you talk to somebody at the desk you get 30 seconds, and it's framed in the I'm giving you money, you're signing your name, hello, goodbye. An interview we expect about 10 minutes. It's kind of the average. Really freaking focus as a buffet of choice, so you actually have to talk to them.
And he wanted to get up from the table, by the way, and stand.
I was not ready for
interview.
that. I'd like move the tripod.
Yeah, we had to like rework that.
Yeah, it was a good interview. Again, didn't expect this. But yeah, good vibes. Good interview. Yeah.
and then Tilly right beside him. I was just like staring at Tilly the whole time. I absolutely love her. And I approached her and said, "Would you like to do an interview?" She's like, "I'm like, we're good guys. Trust us. Anthony knows us. Ask Anthony." She's like, no, absolutely, I'll do an interview.
Yes, exactly. She really it's fine, it's good.
And she got up from the table and went to go around to stand where Anthony was standing. We're like, no, just sit at your table. We'll get the interview there. So we got to interview Mary Wiseman, which is a dream come true for me. She's so adorable.
Now, I've met her previously, and now I'm always very fair with actors. Jet lag, tiredness, not feeling well, all affects a meeting. When I met her in Birmingham, I did not enjoy the interaction for various reasons. But I will not put it against her. She was an absolute bubbly charm. She was far more Tilly than I was expecting. And super into it, which was really, really nice. And the vibe was so good that I full on threw you under the bus. Now, as you recall, Stuart, there are several types of buses you can be thrown under. One type of bus is with actors who play evil Mirror Universe counterparts called Lorca, who you say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell this great actor that my co-host hates him before he's had a chance to even say hello. That bus will fly over my friend and run him over. Some friends throw you under the bus of saying, Tilly, Mary Wiseman, my friend has a crush on you. That's the bus I'm throwing you under, and she loved it.
You didn't say that. You said you remind him a lot of his wife. And I said, yes, I've got to admit.
I said you had a crush on her, and you're like, you know what
I said it.
Oh, okay.
Because I was one to admit it.
Okay.
I got a little bit of a crush on you.
Okay.
And she kind of gave me a cute little
I
smile.
gave you the in.
You did. Yes. You were a good wingman.
I was very direct in that, and I loved you said that she reacted well. It was a gentle moment. It was good. So I'm a nice throw under the bus. That's how it's done, you bitch.
And at the end of the interview, I'm like, cheekily, can I get a little selfie with you? And she's like, yeah, absolutely. So we got a nice little selfie
Didn't pay
together.
for a single damn selfie. It's all about
exactly.
confidence, right?
Exactly.
And it was funny because this is a lady who obviously had a very strange Discovery 5 seasons, always shifted, and that was a really big part of the conversation. I really enjoyed that. Like, I always had to frame it in a positive because you want to be negative, of course, but you can do that, right? Like, and she had good answers for most things, but of course she's now a series regular in Academy, and that she's the known Academy person. So it was really interesting to start like tease stuff, and yeah, it was interesting. It was with these sorts of interviews with the current actor, it's like a push and pull of what can you sneak out of them. And a few actors that we didn't get on camera, we got some things. They're small things, but it is funny. So that was great. Really nice interview as well. Then at that point, that's a roll, right? 5 interviews down, having a good day.
And then we went to just down the road, Mary Shifo.
Yeah, I haven't got a picture of that. Thanks for being there. Difference of interview. That was she's so loyal to the Discovery Klingon aesthetic that I kept trying to talk to her about the other Klingon aesthetic, and she wouldn't really bite on that. She felt more rehearsed in her answers. If you'd agree.
Yeah.
Like I like her. She remembered me, in fact, from Birmingham, which was quite nice. And Trekyards was all good.
And Vegas. We interviewed in Vegas in 2019.
I don't think we interviewed, did we?
Yes, we did. Absolutely, we did.
Did we?
Yeah, she had her dog with her.
I don't think we interviewed that.
We did.
Huh.
Anyway.
Right. Nice interview, but not my favourite. But the bar was set quite high, right?
And then we went to talk to Captain Freeman from Lower Decks, who wouldn't do an interview, if I recall correctly, but she was very friendly, and she was very keen to get a print of the Cerritos. Was she the one that wanted it signed by us? Yes. She's like, we offered her this print of the Cerritos that Sam had done up, and we had her sign one or two. And then she wanted one, so she's like, of course you guys have to sign this. You guys created this. So we signed the prints, which felt very weird.
So that was near the end of the day after the interview, because I'd had to get the print boxes. That was a whole different thing, but that was amazing, because every act on different days, different times, and it was all about grabbing them. But in my records, the next thing we did was we did another Tomy look at. Huzzah.
Yes, the Tomy interview.
The Tomy interview, and also did some really nice cinema-style pictures of the model. This was good. This was a 27-minute interview, if I can recall. Again, no prep. This one was funny though. This one, unlike the actors, I actually might want one of these, and I'm interested to know what they do in the future. And I'm sure you could tell I was trying to push them for like future information. And he was like, not biting, but he was not biting. It was a funny like back and forth there.
He kind of let some things slip to me the first time I talked to him.
Yeah. So
yeah. You might be getting Tomy releases every 2 years, guys. Just for the record.
It depends. Yeah. It was a funny one. Scale. It was a good. I mean, this will come out soon, guys. It was a really good interview. And I do think if you're worried about it being a business, a corporate culture, this guy's a good chap and he gives good vibes. So I think you should have more trust in the product based on my interview with him. And it was a long interview. He gave a lot of time. He was very engaged and really good chat. And it was like I said, it's a bit of a interactive. No prep.
And then we went up to speak to Bryce from Discovery, who was literally just leaving to get to the airport to fly back to Toronto. So we arranged to speak with him on Skype at some point because he was eager to talk to us. He was a Trekyards fan. He does love the ships. When we asked him initially the first day about, he's a Connie man, as they say in the show. Which Connie were you thinking of when you said that? He said, of course, the original.
Yeah, he did.
Not the Strange New Worlds or the Discovery one.
Still possibly pandering, but...
Well, I got a genuine vibe from it. So
yeah. But that was nice. Now, this was the last day. Which, speaking of, guys, we haven't had a super chat in a while. We'd love to get some more fives. This is over half full bottle. We'd love to get a few more, guys. We've been doing it for 4 hours now. This is definitely here to entertain you all. A few more fives, a few more tens would be really helpful, guys, to start our month well. Just saying, have some more drinks. Will be really, really fun. But yeah, we're starting to end the official con, although our trip didn't necessarily end. The actors now, there's far less actors than there have ever been in the convention. Lots have already gone early. Like, in fact, I actually booked to interview the lawyer from Strange World Season 2, the tremendous female lawyer who jumped in for one of the recognized episodes. I chat with her, we really vibed well. I said interview, yes, she had to go in like an hour from the point, or half an hour. But Terry was going to come in 10 minutes, so I'll wait for Terry. And it timed out. Although we never ran out of footage, that would have been we'd have to lost interview otherwise. And she was lovely, and I really would like to interview her.
Hold on, I don't know where this is all coming from. There's still a bunch more that happened, man.
Oh, the end of my...
This is where we talked to Terry and he said he can't do an interview.
Okay, yeah, I do have that next.
And then we did this guy.
We did him?
Oh, yeah. Discovery Man.
Yes. I was very keen to get this guy, even if you weren't necessarily... Who is he? Oh, yeah. Because I liked his energy in the show, and I liked his energy in person. I said hello to him previously. and he was super into it, and it was fun to talk to him. And I really cheeked about season academy, and that was fun. And we kind of played, and he really appreciated the role and what we got to do. And it was a really, Stuart, I think you'll agree, that was the Awashcom interview of this year. Yeah.
Well, no.
Oh.
No, I disagree. The next one would be.
Oh, okay. Oh well, yeah, but I mean, like, Ben has gentle enthusiasm, like.
Yes.
Like.
Yeah.
Yeah, gentle enthusiasm.
Great guy.
Yeah, really nice. Hopefully he gets more work. He's a nice chap.
Next up was La'an from Strange New Worlds.
Oh god, yeah. I don't have these pictures because I was too busy.
Dude, I got the pictures. She was an absolute fucking delight. She was like, I'm literally tired. I don't know if I want to do an interview. And Sam's like, oh, it'll be conversational style. Trust me, I do good interviews. And she's like, oh, okay, fine. You're a fellow English bloke. Fine. And then, yeah.
I bullshitted this so hard. It worked so well.
She's such a sweetheart, though.
I mean, I already think she's great anyway, and I know you were leading up to liking her, but I've already been sold. She's very pretty. She's very bubbly. I've seen her in England anyway. She's a great character. There's lots to talk about. She obviously is a main cast, Strange New Worlds. That's kind of rare for us to get main cast. This was a point where we're starting to run out of both memory and battery, and I was very cognizant of that. And I swapped memory cards, and I was a minute in, and the card died, and like I said, we'd convinced her from I've not got proper makeup on, I'm tired, and I vibed into it, I just a good energy or whatever, and I have a really great start. She's great, and I was like, it's dead, and she's like, oh no, still genuine, but guys, what's wrong?
And she even pointed out that the camera died 2 more times. She's like, your light's not on, and I'm like, yep.
Now the footage is saved until the point it dies, so I do still have the intro, luckily. But I was able to do a thing, which actually did mess up the camera for later interviews, but I was able to fix that in post. But I did 2 things, which did fix it. Then into the interview, it was a really good interview. We vibed super well. It was a really flowing conversation, properly, really friendly English. I mean, every American I interview has to understand me, and there's always a little bit of... Me and her, we had entirely 100% on the same page communication. Really good interview, really good vibe. Could have kept going, actually, but we called it quits. Beautiful, great.
Dude, I'm going to be fair. I think they were kind of flirting with each other.
I didn't want to say it, Stuart.
I was a little jealous. She's flirting with this Sam character. But anyway, it's fine.
There was a good vibe, right? There was a good vibe.
Yeah.
It was a.
All right, so yeah, we got her. Then we went to talk to Anson Mount, who was very standoffish. As he gave us his contact information, said, "Contact me in the spring." After we told him about Trekyards and stuff, contact me in the spring. Gave us his business card contact so that we can arrange an interview with him. But he had to go somewhere, so he was kind of on his way out.
And I've told you previously about my interactions with him, professional but not Pike.
Yeah.
And he was exactly the same. And as you say, he offered a press interview at the end in a way that was very professional. And because when you had said within his 10 years, his demeanor went from being some guys to they have longevity, they have a good camera, they have a good vibe. I respect them, and it instantly changed the game. And it was a really nice little moment because it was a fine interaction. But he raised it to something real, and that was really nice.
Did, and that felt really good at the end because it was a little disappointing at first.
But I did warn him.
Then we went to talk to Book, who was busy.
He was busy because he was late in a good way. He was busy. This is an hour from the end, if not 40 minutes. This was right at the end, and so we're we've got this much battery, this much power, this much time. What can we do, right? And at this point, I've done nothing for the entire day except interviews. I've seen nobody. I've done nothing. I've not anything, just this. He's so goddamn busy, and his handler, fucking the boss, amazing English lad, really friendly.
Yes,
he's
nice guy.
You guys are great, and this is the picture. Also, I'll mention it now. Space Command chap was there, and he also wanted to talk to him about doing a thing. And Booker, I can't remember the real name, David Ajala, turns to his handler, and I'm just close enough to hear. He's like, not necessarily in this wordage, but he's like, dude, I don't want to talk to the other guy because I haven't got enough time. I want to talk to these guys, pointed at me, and Ham's like, I get it. There's a beat, another second, and then the handler turns to me and is like, right, you guys are in, whatever happens tonight, you're getting an interview, don't worry about it. He wants to do it, we're all in. And I'm like, how long is it going to be? He's like, queue. So we said, right, we'll try to do something else. But we loved Book. He was such a friendly guy because I met him in Birmingham. I really lamented not doing a photo shoot with him, but he was like, yeah, man, this, and this. And obviously English, we bonded like instantly. But his vibe is just fucking 10 out of 10. But then
we went to go do something else.
Yes.
Which we talked to. She flies the ship. And again, this is where we had to talk to the manager. So anyway, they agreed to it. She's like, I'm really tired. I'm done with the day. Are you sure I don't look good? We're like, you look fine. You look beautiful. And then she decided to do an interview, and she bubbled right up and was fantastic with it. So, Ortegas.
Yeah, this was a funny one because we really had to fight gently for this one because she was late because she had photo shoots and such. So she came in, had a big queue. This was her only day. She was chock-a-block busy. Good for her. And that's tiring, right? Imagine 6 hours of constantly doing things every second. And here we are asking for a chunk of time. And we are in the queue. We're next to the queue. And they're kind of like, we need to let people in to sign. But convention is that you book an interview, you do the end of the main queue you're doing, and then you do the interview, and then you do the queue again. But the way the vibe was that they kept letting people in, so we had to keep being like paused, and therefore it felt like we were being annoying, but we had already booked in. So these things happen, right? It wasn't quite the norm for a convention, but it's fine. And yeah, she was really quite tired, fair, and I charmed my way in, and as soon as we get interviewing, I zone in on whatever energy she is, and we like properly connect. And I've watched the interview back. Yeah. It's really bouncy. Yeah, like
it's really good.
Hyper eye contact, and I make her smile the entire time, pretty much. I don't even know what I'm doing. It's just a really nice conversation, and she's like super into it. And like you said, the night and day of like I'm tired to this is like fucking. It's not acty even. I just like get it out of her. Like really nice. I think remember she also says at the end, she's like, great interview, really enjoyed that. Make sure to let my agent know so I can promote it on Instagram. Yes. She's like, I want to promote that shit.
Yeah, she was proud of what she talked about too.
Yeah, no, it was a really good conversation because I had a whole thing about how she's had other acting roles and then she's used them in this, but then this. We really like broke down in a fun way. It was and I'm like, I've got this much memory left. I'm like stressing, but I gotta be chill, right? It's
You're
a
fucking superstar at that. I gotta give you props for that, 100%.
Worth it, but it's a whole thing.
But then after her, we went back to Book, and had to wait around for a while because he's a very fucking genuine, nice guy. So he wants to spend time with everybody, and he does such a fantastic job. And there's one guy that was in a wheelchair that wanted to speak to him.
Speak to him, yeah.
Went up, he got from behind his table, went up, spoke to him. The guy in the wheelchair was crying. He consoled him. It was fantastic to see. Like I love Book as a character, but I love the actor as a human being even more. And then actually the doors closed. Everybody was clearing out, and we finally got a chance to jump in with an interview. And I got to give you props on this because at the end of the interview, he said, that was a fantastic fucking interview. You asked amazing questions. And he's like, he's just a fucking genuine nice guy. And I really was stoked to meet him and get my photo with him. He is a fantastic human being. Now, but what was your take on this?
Now, interview? Keep in mind, guys, this is super specific. It was, let's say the con-ends at 6. It was 5:57 when he has 3 people left in his queue, and you
can see behind me here. There's nobody. Everybody's cleared out. Like everybody's like leaving.
And before his queue is done, Lay's like, "All right, the doors are closing in 2 minutes, guys. Make sure you leave." And we're like, "Well, we're not leaving." and he is like, body language. He's like, "Last thing I'm gonna do. You guys are set." And he's not tired. Like he might be on crack, like happiness crack, because he is, but in a genuine way, really good energy. And he, after he's done with everybody, he's like, right guys, let's interview. And I sit down, and the battery goes halfway, but it's fine. We get going. Start doing questions again. I have no prep. I'm just going. Good questions. He's super engaged. I ask a couple of questions like, oh, that's a really good question. Like, he's thrown off, and I love talking questions they don't expect and in takeaway avenues. And I think often actors aren't used to interviews where the interviewer doesn't interrupt, but they take a question and evolve it versus, so how does it feel to be on Discovery? Da-da-da. So how does it feel to be this? Like, that's not how I do that. I have a full conversation. Harder to edit, but you're in it, right? And like I said at the end, I was still recording and I was very happy to not stop. He literally takes a second and congratulates me on an interview. And it's super genuine. He's like taken aback. And I don't know how to react. I'm like, I'm done for the day mentally. I'm like, great, I'm done. And he's like super sweet. And I'm like, oh, thank you.
Yeah, that was a great way to end.
Well, exactly. I mean, a whole, literally 7 to 8 hours of interviews. So, 2 hours of Terry, but... And he takes pictures, great pictures. And then as soon as we're done with him, this entourage of people, like, he does chats to, and he's still going, like organised whatever, and he's, like, super into it. And he's still going, and he's flying. And he's getting a plane that day in 2 hours. I remember that. And it's like, he's still chill, he's still doing it, he's fine. Hope he got his flight. Yeah, really, really top notch. And it's a good interview as well. Like, it's a good interview.
It's funny you said top notch. I was doing this. I was about to say top notch human being, and you said top notch. You pulled it out of my brain. Fucker. But yeah, that was a great way to end the kind of official convention, because yeah, that was the end.
And there are so many ways you can end. Either just, right, we'll decide randomly, oh, I think we're done, let's go to the hotel room and then relax. Like, talking to a great actor, one of the best parts of Discovery is 3 to 5, with genuinely good information. Like, I learned some you'll see interviews, some genuinely cool information I did not know about the character, about his arc. Really good stuff, properly. Because, you know, I'm asking questions I want to know. Because I'm like, I have these minutes. And then we leave and it's like, Stuart! Oh no, I remember. I had 3 minutes left of footage on a camera that might be broken, because I realised it started fucking me with the frame rate. And like, Stuart, the event is closed. We're next to this guy's table, he's talking to someone else. You and me, we're going to do a post-convention wrap-up for 3 minutes, I'm going to time it, basically. We just wrap up. And you're like, so tired in a good way. And we're like, right, we're done! And it's like, we're done. Let's just burn the batteries to the ground, let's just kill it, we're done. We use it.
It's the end of the official convention.
Yeah. Woo! Guys, now, if that doesn't deserve a super chat for end of convention, 31 of you left. Come on, guys. These are some great stories. Let's see a couple of super chat spike. Come on, guys! For all the cool things you're about to see.
Yeah, super chat if you can, please. We appreciate it. 50 likes as well. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Appreciate that. Yeah, so what happened the next day, Sam?
Well, let's see if there's any... no, I've got some food-related things, because I am a food-related boy.
Oh, yes.
We went to... Because at this point, honestly, we were vibing well, right? This was a good day. It was very tiring. And ironically, I felt like we did less because we'd done, let's say, 7 interviews, but that's all we did. Versus days where we all met people and things. But really, that's a big achievement. Like, let's go out for Chinese food, classic. It's a nice restaurant. Wasn't quite as nice as the first place I thought, but the coffee was really good. The waiters were really nice. Great vibe. Good food. Went for same shirt, Stuart. There you go. Canon. Nice vibe. Yeah, nice Chinese. There was my Shaun of the night. And this was like literally now end of the convention. People are going home. Actors are leaving. Have left. This is like it is officially done.
Say goodbye to Sean.
We did, but then there was one last event, and it was the Rat Pack, which is so strange actually, in that this is literally the guys that were in the DS9 doc singing, and so we heard some of those songs, and it was surreal to see it in person. But they didn't have Quark, so they had Nana. And I obviously went right to the front and got these really cool Zoom pictures, which, you know, she has a tattoo. I didn't frickin' know that. How cool is that? And they sung really well, and it was really funny, and it was entertaining, and it was a good time for about half an hour. A nice, gentle, chill thing. And then, kind of amusing to me, right at the end, they're like, alright, and our CDs are now, our brand new album is at the bottom. Cool.
Did you get one?
Hold on. And you guys are like 50 rows back. You don't give a fuck. You're just like chilling out. You can't even see them properly, right?
I heard the CDs and I was waiting for them at the door because I thought they'd be at the door, and I was looking for them, and then I just gave up.
Yeah. So I thought, fuck it, I'm gonna get some. I actually thought I want pictures for you, so I went to the front to get his pictures for you. So you'll be getting the video, and the video's really good of these. You'll see. And they said CDs, and cool, great for them, right? And I was like, I'm gonna go look, because people fucking clamored to get CDs. People ran to get these CDs, and this one guy I see walk past me. He's like, he talks to looks at his wife and says, they were $60 each.
Yeah.
And the wife's like, that's too much. Then another people will say, oh, how much? $60. And then that person says, yeah, but
they're all signed by every one of them.
But they're all signed. But so if you break down the sign cost, it's about the same. But $60 for a CD is fucking horrendous. But the signs is what the cool thing is, right? So that was just funny because I was never going to get one, but that was kind of amusing. But nice performance, good guys. I like the vibe. They obviously done it a few times. And I liked how right at the end, Jeffrey Combs was like hanging around and just like chatted to fans. Was nice because this is literally like 3 days of long conning, and they were still doing this nice event. And they were like, right, what's the party like, guys?
Lame.
There wasn't even really a vibe, was there? Like, not
There's
even
Stephen Fothery right there at the right hand side in the plaid shirt.
Oh yeah, he was everywhere. So we were like, you know what? Let's do whatever we want to do. And what do we want to do? We want to make Stuart sign lots of prints. So Stuart signed lots of prints.
I did. Nick's gone.
He is.
But yes, I can capitulate with your.
But that was good. It was like, we have some time. Let's get him signed out of the way. Fantastic. And then sleep, because the next day it was travel, which is stressful by itself. And we had one more thing we had to do, which was chat to Bonnie Gordon from Prodigy to get some more Prodigy lines for my web content, because you know what? Haven't got around to do it yet.
Yeah, I got some great pictures of that too. Recording session in our hotel room of the Prodigy computer herself, Bonnie Gordon, which was fantastic. So, yeah. And her to be fair, she took that out. Her voice was dying; it was cutting out, and she also has she had personal issues she had to attend to because her grandmother wasn't well, so she had to leave, and so she did enough to get through the next couple episodes that Sam needed. And then
I mean, she's busy, but it was a hella commitment to do this. She wasn't well. It wasn't, and in fact, we woke up. And we booked time previously, but when I woke up, she said, I can do an hour earlier or nothing, just because she had to go. So then I was like, Stuart, we've got to do this in like 17 minutes. And then we sort of rushed. Obviously, I had to make it work. I wasn't particularly thrilled by it because I was tired and I hadn't woken up and whatever. But made it work, and you can hear her content in the coming Prodigy stuff. And that was the official end of the bookings, of the things. And then we said bye to Matt. Good old Matt. Matt and his photo bombing Stuart, which I didn't never realise was there.
Matt's great.
And Matt was great. It was good to see everyone.
You did do a little bit of a scan of him.
I did. Yes.
Any kind of future. So there's the scanning happening.
His thrilledness was over 9,000. Yep.
But he hates his picture being taken. He hates that kind of stuff. So he doesn't think he looks good, which is a wrong on his part because he looks fantastic. And then we hopped in a Cybertruck, went to the airport, and Mark Lawrence, who might still be here in the chat, dropped us off. And this was one of those pictures where I'm like, fuck, another goddamn selfie. So my face is like, so I apologize to Sam. I was just pulled my luggage off the back of the truck and ready to get to the airport. And I was like, so I apologize for my face, but anyway. Yeah. Good times.
But yeah, I basically packed the night before. I was able to convince the guys to do one last shop in the supermarket because I wanted to get things and bobs. This was my last chance. So I got a few things and just took some pictures for Marie of just like, oh wow, things and bobs. And yeah, then we headed out. I got this fun picture of the some artistry. Oh, we got a smash burger at the place that was our favourite burger place. The last time it wasn't a thing yet. It was when I had my hungover burger, and you know what? It's still really good. Not quite as special as it was back then, of course, but it can't be. But still good. Yep. No, tasty stuff.
Smash burgers are fantastic.
A really solid lunch. We packed. We said goodbye. We sent things via FedEx. We tried to anyway because we had to send prints back. That was I wouldn't say ordeal, but the pricing structure was not what we thought. Because they had a FedEx in the building, and the left hand is actual FedEx. She's lovely, the lady. Packaged it up for us. Quote us a price. All of us, our drawers dropped.
$690 US.
You remember that, do you?
Yes, because you're like, Stuart, come here.
I was.
I'm like, what? It's like $690, and I'm like,
I was thinking 150 would be too much already, but fair.
I was thinking like 300 at the max, but
yeah, because it's just fucking like slow shipping.
And Ray Ricks was a mission. Yeah, Ray Ricks joined us for this whole thing.
Yeah,
because we ended up having to go to the United States Postal Service.
Yes, as you can see
nearby, and ship it out that way. It was still $200 and some odd.
Yeah, and that lady was very unhelpful. She didn't understand what I was saying, and not because I was English. She just I don't get it. It was, I mean, Mark was there. That was not me. That was her. But whatever, right? They did it with 5,000 people. But we got the prints sent off because obviously I've got to be able to send them out. I couldn't. I mean, it was a heavy box. The prints were heavy. So I knew that I was going to go in. I always thought it'd be a smaller, lighter box to send to myself. But we shipped the prints to myself. They did arrive 4 days after I got back. And there was a little bit damaged, like a tiny bit damaged, but everything was fine. So that's all good. But that was, again, another big expense, which I wasn't necessarily expecting. And, you know, trips, yay. But we want the prints. It's fine. It's all good. Wow, out of order. That has messed me up again. We saw Chris. That's irrelevant, really.
We saw Fleetpaw. Fleetpaw came to my place afterwards. We were live with him from the house here.
Did. Yeah, we went, got the plane back, but we had separate seats. So I said goodbye. I got my picture and then left. And then I watched Modern Family the entire route. And then I happened to look over to you, and you somehow knew. You went back to me. I was like, how the fuck are you watching Lower Decks? And you watched 3 episodes of Lower Decks. I was like, what the fuck how? Because I didn't see Lower Decks while I was searching the goddamn thing.
Yeah, it's on there. Yeah, the first season, the first like 7 or 8 episodes on there. So yeah. Also, my audio was shit because there was a click, 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 a really loud fucking audio click. And I watched like the latest Planet of the Apes movie, and it was fucking irritating. But I kind of toned it out. I even tried. I got like 15 different pairs of fucking earbuds from them, and it's like, so they reset my console from the back, and it took like 15 minutes to shut down and boot back up, and it was still doing it. So I just let them know that it was a really bad audio experience. But that's fine. I need something to keep me amused on a plane, so. And yeah, I watched like 2 episodes of Lower Decks after that before we landed. So.
But it was a nice, pleasant flight. We got back to your house. We had some very quick food. We were all very keen to just go to bed, basically. And yet, Stuart, we were all sort of ready to be done with the trip because it honestly had been a lot of stuff. Your voice was going. I was tired. We were all tired. And yet we had the next stuff to film.
Shooting to do, yeah.
Because we had to film the Prodigy content.
And I was legit sick. I had no fucking appetite. I was just, my voice was gone. I was con crud to the max.
Yeah, it was. I was lucky that for me was delayed, so I could direct you okay. But yeah, we sort of swapped a bit on that, and it was not ideal. And the footage will be but right, that was our big chance. This was the best environment to film in. Although we had some battery concerns.
So is that Eric Martin's place? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it was a good shoot. You did good. It was just like it should have been a different day. It would have been more pleasant. But yeah, they watched Spaceballs, which was great.
He saw Spaceballs for the first time, everybody.
In 4K.
And there's Eric. Wow, what a face on Eric. Jesus
hospitality. Christ. And then I came back and I started writing the next script for you because I felt I wanted to.
And we filmed that in my living room.
And we filmed that. Your pug said hello.
That's precious. That's not little.
You were off doing something else, and I what a silly place for the pug to be behind me on, but I thought it was a cute picture, so I took
Oh, she does that all the time, yeah.
And guys, once again, we have some more drinks. We'd love to get at least a few super chats before we nearly close out, guys. Would help.
And then Fleetpaw came to visit, and
yes,
we got to hang out with Fleetpaw, meet him in person. Did a live from my living room, which you guys might have checked out.
Good live. You were tired as all hell?
Oh, I was fucking exhausted. I didn't want to do it.
But it was a really good live.
Yeah.
I thought.
Oh, look, I got... now, this is weird, because now I've got all the pictures of the Connies together from before we left. They look fucking great, man. It was great seeing three 350 Connies side by side. I wish they were not just all Enterprise. Would have been great if there was the Yorktown and the Defiant as well. But so my one is the furthest from the camera. Then there's Ross's, and then there's the Tomy Enterprise. But yeah, that was quite a sight to see. Yeah, and this is before we left as well. Cassie came to visit before she was hanging out with you.
And it's funny, I think this is the point the second project episode... No, not quite, but it was all about, like... Yeah. But yeah, she came to briefly... Oh, no. His fleet point in the background, by the way. Just for...
Oh, yeah.
Way!
I didn't know that existed.
I was like, you have to get a picture in the background. Well, Cassie showed me her dress for a date night. I believe.
Cassie's a sweetheart.
Yes. And then you're...
There she is, fucking with your camera.
Oh, yeah, she was like, it's so heavy. I'm like, yep, it's a Sydney camera. Oh, sorry.
Oh, there's Paul.
Yes, then we had another... is this
Paul Graham, one of our other moderators.
Is this the same? Yeah, yeah. So Fleetpool was here.
Yeah.
And then this lovely chap was like, I'm literally nearby. I'll drive over and say hi. We're like,
hey, he lives like 10 minutes. Right?
Okay. And so he popped in and then like talked NASA for about an hour. That was great.
And brought you his homemade pumpkin pie beer.
That was really good. Best beer I've ever had, probably. Because it was like properly different and unique, and
he made it himself.
It's great. Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
And then the next morning we went to the same. Well, we let Fleetpool experience the it's called again.
Oh, the Southside Diner.
Mm-hmm. He was all for it. He was all for it.
There's me wearing my Magnum PI shirt.
Yes, which is the yeah, the whole story.
Which I got at Louisville at Wonderfest from Tyler, John Hathcock, and Joe Torres, our three like admins over on the Facebook group. They got me that and the Detroit hat for the complete Magnum PI look, which I appreciated. I love Magnum PI. But yeah. And there were plans to take you to Niagara Falls and to do a few other things, but both me and Sylvia started feeling like absolute dog shit. Oh, look, Aaron Waltke's here. He's in the chat. Aaron, how's it going? You missed the part where we talked about you.
Yes. 4.5 hours, and it's in chronological order. So if you remember when you hung out with us losers, I mean us people, we mentioned, yes, you were very wonderfully talked about, Mr. Smarty. How's Prodigy Season 3 coming? Going well? Good. Make Season 4. Quick, hurry, go. Who cares what Season 3, Stuart? What's Season 4? And then Fleetpaw left, which was sad. It felt like a bit early to me, but he had to drive home, and it was not a short trip. So very lovely of him to come along.
He's in upstate New York. He's further north than we are, which is weird because we're in southwestern Ontario. So we dip down below the state's border.
No sense.
And he's it's fun. It's weird.
But hey, we know this guy for years now. lovely to chat, etc. And then Stuart was very kind to take me to the mall. He was not feeling well. He was not very happy. He was happy to be done.
Never happy.
But I convinced him to take me to the mall because I wanted to. It was my final chance to get souvenirs for Marie and things and bobs. So I got a few things and bobs. Stuart just went to a toy store. Basically, I basically ran from store to store trying to find girly accessories, because it's not about the fact that I can't get stuff here. It's that these brands don't exist where I'm from, nor does random stuff. So I thought, if I can get this for Marie's birthday, this for Christmas, just things. So you took me to one specific bit, which was the ladies' store section, and then like 5 stores next to it were all ladies' stores. So that was kind of perfect.
And then we watched some 3D stuff. We watched Prometheus. We watched Star Trek 3 Star Trek 6, sorry, converted to 3D. And there's me and Sam on the couch with, of course, Lola doing her thing, and Sam taking a picture of Lola and him, which I don't know if you have that picture, but that'd be cool to share.
Yeah, these are out of order on my thing, but I will try to find that somewhere. And that was, you watched Star Trek 6, and it was really good to watch the way we watched it. I was really in fake 3D, and we chatted the whole time, and it was a really fun experience. Yeah, it was a good time. We both saw new things that was a fun to kind of bond over. Sylvie was sleeping, and you weren't feeling good, but we kind of rallied. And
there's us with the 3D glasses on.
Yeah, and I'm missing everything in that day, apparently, so I got the next day stuff. I maybe didn't take any pictures, maybe. Maybe. But yeah, good time. Went to bed. Flight the next day. Probably. Did we film the last day? We filmed the day before the last day.
Filmed the day before. No, we filmed the last day.
Okay, the morning.
Your flight was later in the evening.
So yeah, we did. Yeah.
In the afternoon.
So for the morning, we went to this rather excellent Chinese buffet, because I'm a giant fan of Chinese buffet.
The Mandarin in London.
Lovely decor, lovely food. I tried a lot of stuff. I was I had 3 plates, and it was really good, and the waiters were...
Still wasn't feeling well, but I did manage to eat some stuff that day, which was the first day since we've been back that I could eat.
And that was the thing. You were not feeling well, and it's like, this is not a place to go and spend $50, $35, $60 on food if you can't eat. But luckily you're okay, and I was fine. I felt sick on the flight onwards. I was okay at this point. No, yeah, really nice. Like I said, great decor, and I loved how you at one point were eating, you look this way, and you're like, that's a TOS transporter room wall. I'm like, huh? It's the green pattern thing almost. And I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, look, it could definitely be used for it for sure. And then this is actually the first picture when you arrived, which for some reason is. And this is him in Quiet.
Quiet! Yes. Yes.
Sorry, the internet died for a second. But this is him in Quiet. You all know Quiet from my lives. This is Christian. He lives upstairs for some reason still. But he's grown about 5 feet since Sam saw him last.
Oh yeah, literally. Yeah, 4. Yeah.
Taller than Sam now.
It's crazy times. So then we did the final filming, which was definitely a can we fit it in? Yes, we can. Stuart was not feeling well, but we managed to zone in reasonably well. You did reasonably. This is the second film in the Foley solo arc. Which I wrote very quickly. Actually, I rather like it as a little historical piece, using a very deep Trekyards cut for internal lore. And it was good. It was a good job. And that was the last thing we pretty much did. I could pack up fully. And then I remember we said, right, Stuart! And you're like, what? Let's do every single photo in every single location. Quick, go, go, go.
Oh, yeah.
So
you can tell I'm not feeling well by that photo.
I mean, you well, let me shoot this photo then. You definitely zazzed up. But we literally, because I thought, we're not often together, of course, and these are all thumbnails, so I had us go to every environment and do like 50.
So he's here with me.
I do like 50 faces per environment, like really quick fire. So we have a lot of good thumbnails.
Oh yeah, the library, the ready room,
Yep.
the downstairs here. Even you sitting in the chair like this framing. Oh, sorry, I should take away the carpet. There we go.
It was the busiest, like, 6 minutes of the entire trip.
That's fair.
Some good stuff. And then, just as quickly as it started, that's it. That was the last thing. We went to Tim Hortons, got food, and then travelled to Toronto to...
That's a nice ass. That's Canada's ass in that photo.
And then we unfortunately, Mr. Stressy Stewart doesn't like dealing with people or things or rules, so we get to the dropping me off point, fine, and you can spend a couple of seconds there, it's fine, and we realised about 12-15 minutes from the airport, oh no, we hadn't depacked everything. My print tubes had Stuart's personalised prints, and they're in my luggage, packed underneath luggage. And these are very fun, like, bonus specials I got for Stuart. We kind of cheeked our way into.
To Stuart from Dave Blass, the Titan A. This is the correct one. To the incredible Stuart from John Eves. To Captain Foley, set a course for home, Aaron Waltke with the Voyager A, which you did at my house, which is amazing. And this is the to Stewart, who I don't know who that is, Stewart from John Eves. This is the faux print. And then I had to keep one of my own Trek Shorts Captain Foley prints signed by me.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, we jumped out of the car at the airport, and he pulled him out of his luggage, and Sylvia was like, "Let's go, let's go, let's go," and I'm like,
and I did not take long, but they were stressed.
No,
so they basically ran away from me, and I got my hug, and within about 7 seconds of that, they were gone, and I was alone. I was like, it wasn't a very ceremonious goodbye, but I understood, and that's okay. Well, this is quite a nice picture considering how you're feeling. To be fair, this is a good picture considering. And then bam, just like that, I thought let's make a meta reference and take I'm leaving picture, same goddamn picture again. And you know what? When you feel like this, you're like, right, I'm done now. Wait, no, I'm not. I've got a fucking 7-hour flight, 4 hours of this, 6 hours of that. Fuck, I'm not nearly home, am I? And then I had to go home, and it was very tiring.
now we're here telling you all about it like almost a month later.
Yeah, the plane was pretty busy. The plane was pretty cold. Sylvia once again was the boss and got me a legroom row, which I was very happy.
Did she?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I love that woman.
Yeah, and it's funny because the guy next to me I saw in the lounge. It was like 10:50 at night. Everyone was pretty tired, right? And I saw him. He was talking to like someone on the phone, and he was the guy next to me. He was also English. And we said 2 words to each other, oh, hey, mate, and then never said another word the rest of the flight. But at this point, I was fine in the car ride. I was fine in the airport. As soon as I got past customs, my nose started messing up. Now, we bought pills in preparation for this, and so from the boarding portion to the flight, I started having a bit of the cold reaction, because obviously I was infected by various things, and then I sort of had to mentally deal with it for the entire flight. I had half an hour of the flight, and I slept for 2 hours, and I was awake the other 5 hours. So I was not very awake when I got back.
Eric Martin has joined the chat. $20. No picture of the filming at my place. We already shared that, and we shared a picture of you. Sam, if you want to throw those pictures back up.
Dude, you got us to a goal. Thank you.
You don't look great in the picture, Eric. I gotta say.
I have more than one. I mean, you don't know what the...
You look kind of shell-shocked.
He was.
The one we showed earlier.
I was in this, right?
Oh, I mean, Team Trekyards was in his house, man.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
In his basement, not doing naughty things. There's his basement.
Me wearing non-regulation pants, as I do.
Yeah, big strapping legs, brave for anything.
Hell yeah.
Let's see, which is the... no, they're all very similar. They're all very similar pose.
There you go. There's Eric.
Way. Yeah,
it's a big ass TV, which is not in that photo, but that's okay.
No, a great TV. It's just kind of shockingly big, to be honest.
He's compensating for something with that big TV.
Yes.
He says sorry he was sleeping. Well, go back and watch this one because this is a full recap of our trip. So hopefully you enjoy it. But yeah, I think that's probably it for me. I gotta go pee. And it's been almost 5 hours. So
it has. So basically, guys, throw in some final super chats and final fives would be really tremendous. End us on a high. We'll give you 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Oh, and I bought Sylvia a pair of earrings, Idic earrings, which she absolutely loved. So.
Ah. Yes, and then. Oh, that's such a good picture too. Cute.
Yeah.
And then after oh goodness, after a big flight.
Ah.
I know.
That's all stretchy.
Yes. After a flight, I only slept for 2 hours on. Marie was right there. She picked me up, and it was a very nice.
I brought you flowers.
She did. It was funny because I also brought her a thing. I planned a thing to give her, right, like at the nice to see you, and she out strategies me with that. I was like, God damn it, my present feels now worse. So she destroyed my gift giving with her gift giving, which is very sweet. But yeah, then I had to live another day because obviously I got there at like 11. I hadn't slept really, so I then had another full day, and I was very tired. But yeah, she found me, and it was very nice. I did lots of washing because, you know, I had no clothes.
Oh, I gotta share this picture. This is when Fleet Paw was over. Oh my God, that's a good picture.
Yes.
Sorry, in brandy bottle.
I was thinking of a sort of a quote-unquote final one.
Yeah, this is Tyler and Paul and Sabrina and Sam all hanging out at my place. And then the cheese that Paul brought, the spicy cheese, was so good. So it was a good time. There's a picture of Fleet Paw hanging out with Lola, Sylvia, Sam. It's before Sabrina showed up. See Precious under the table there. Yeah. Mark Lawrence, $10, another drink for you both.
Ah, yes.
At the end. Thanks, Mark.
Yes. So yeah, hell of an adventure. This has been almost easily 4 hours of our adventure. We knew it would be a lot. Like I said, we hopefully have another Drunkyards, at least me and Marie, at the end of the month for her 30th birthday. Hopefully you guys join in for that as well. We have some uniforms for that. Thank you for who made me put into this one. This is a rarely used one for me. Nice to see myself in the sort of the Picard alternate.
And for God's sakes, please think of the carpet. Thanks.
I mean, yes, I agree. We all agree with that, Stuart. Should we go outside?
It's funny that Dave Blass is giving us such shit online for the fucking carpet, bitching about the us complaining about the shiny floors, no carpet, and he's like, I can't even say anything that there's a carpet. He understands.
He knows we're probably sort of maybe right. It's like, yep,
100% right. Yeah.
So that was our very giant adventure. Let me bring back the. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and obviously join us in for starting a new month, guys. So join in for other normal lives, discussing normal things. Stuart had a great idea about doing a possible. I was afraid.
Build your own dream team.
Yes.
Fantasy crew.
Yes, like fantasy football, but for Trek crew. Great idea. We want to do another ship rankings at some point as well. Probably some more TNG reviews because we've got some more of those to go through. It'd be fun to re-explore those. It'd be really nice before Load X restarts. We have Achilles Part 2. It's coming Saturday, and some more other stuff that we've. That's a good picture. Some more stuff prepped. So yeah, basically, guys, thanks for being part of the team. Thanks for supporting it as always. Please do join us for those other lives, discussions, chats, and whatnot. And do expect to see some of his interviews pretty darn soon, as the as soon as you take 3 weeks off work to do work, then other work needs you to do work when you get back from work. So once I finish that work, I can do other work. So hopefully I can do interview edits in the coming not long and that'll be great because there's some good interviews. I don't know how I'm going to edit those because they're quite long, all, which is good. Some good stuff said.
Well, anyway, there's good interviews coming. There's a lot of content from Vegas, including my captain's log with a lot of videos, stuff you haven't seen here, stuff you have seen here.
I took loads of stuff. I just got to convert formats, and it's not played ball so far. I'm annoyed, as I'm sure you are as well. But we'll get there, and they'll be like, "Oh my god, angles!"
You'll be able to watch us and join along with us in the trip itself. So.
And do watch my last of the 5 Batch of the Prodigy episodes this coming Saturday. Episode 5 of the first 5 episode arc, the culmination of the first 4. Please do go watch that. And if you want to see the world's first Voyager A animations, then check out those on the Trek Shorts channel. I jumped to make them to try and get some bonus interest for the Prodigy content. Hasn't quite worked out that way, because Prodigy cancelled for a reason. Ha 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 ha. But do go check those out if you'd like. They were fun to make. So, on the Trek Shorts channel, and what's going on the Stuart Foley channel?
Not much. I'm getting back into the groove. I missed 2 weeks of content because I wanted to have the Vegas stuff out, but unfortunately, audio sync issues, kind of negated that. But back on track now with the last one I did was the Blue Bricks Wrath of Khan special, where I did the Reliant and the Refit Enterprise. So don't worry, there'll be regular content every Friday again. Plus, you haven't missed any of the shorts. Every Wednesday, there's a short. So got to see some Tomy Enterprise and stuff like that. So do the things. Watch the channels.
Very nice.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Call it there.
Thank you, guys. This was a lot of fun. We did a lot. I appreciate that we can now look back at this in years to come and say, wow, that's what we did. I know we've not even said everything because we don't want to say everything because some things are just for us. And that's okay. Most things. Well, thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Sam.
Have a great pee. And I'm sure we'll do a picture swap at some point and see what else happened.
I got a Gelosia to go to do right now. I have to do Gelosia.
Good stuff. All right, so until next time, he is the one, the only, the Captain Foley.
And he is Sam. I mean, Commander Cockins. We love him. All right, guys.
See you soon. Bye, guys.
Live long and prosper.